Well, good morning and welcome to this Tuesday, September 15th, 2020 meeting of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. I'll call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. I remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item is called. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob.
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Present.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher here.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Here.
And Chairman Cox.
Here. This time we will start our meeting with an invocation, and leading us in the invocation today is the lead pastor, Randall Tonini from the Grace City Church.
Thanks for having me.
Tonini.
Yeah, thank you for having me this morning. Let's pray together. Almighty God, I thank you for each leader that's a part of this, that you've called, that you have given this responsibility to serve the people. And so, Father, this morning, I thank you for just this day, being able to be together. And I pray that you give each board member here wisdom, guidance, direction, peace, comfort, and your grace. I pray this all in your name. Amen.
Pastor Tonini, we thank you very much for your invocation this morning. We thank you and your leadership at the Grace City Church. This time we would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now proceed into the presentation of proclamations, and we only have one proclamation today, and that's going to be given by our Vice Chair, Jim Desmond. This is honoring the Veterans Art Project, or Vet Art, and accepting the proclamation will be their Executive Director, Steve Dilley. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here to present this proclamation. This last week, I was able to have a Zoom meeting with the Vet Art people and all the great things they're doing to help veterans, to help them, veterans express themselves in, from many different avenues, including art. So I'm pleased today. I have a very nice proclamation for Mr. Stephen Dilley. He is the Executive Director. Vet Art's a nonprofit, community-based organization serving veterans, active duty, spouses, dependents, their caregivers, and the community through a process-driven, deep arts engagement and art therapy since 2009. They've been recognized by the American Psychological Association, the Scientific American, and other veterans health professionals across the country. The Vet Art was announced a new state-level partnership with the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission of California. And their programming also helps support local organizations, including the VA offices, Aspire Center, Grossmont College, Intrepid Spirit Center, many, many different organizations throughout the county. So the County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing and honoring those organizations who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and Vet Art is certainly one such worthy organization. So Chairman Cox and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors do hereby declare this day to be Vet Art Day throughout San Diego County. Mr. Steve Dilley, I appreciate all your efforts. We'll get this proclamation to you. And I was wondering if you wanted to say a couple of words.
And Mr. Dilley, you may need to press *6.
Hi, thank you, Supervisor Desmond. The Veterans Art Project wishes to thank the work of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors during these unprecedented times. for their leadership and understanding of the mental and physical challenges our veteran and military populations face. It is refreshing to see leadership dedicated to collaboration that promote positive emotional and physical outcomes for transitioning military personnel. And the Veterans Art Project, as a community organization, seeks to increase access to artistic facilities for veterans and their families, increasing the quality of services, including better social and emotional outcomes that promote interagency collaboration and positive mental wellness. Through the MASOC, Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission funding, this innovative artistic approach to veteran mental health and wellness positions San Diego County as the center of healing and compassion nationwide. Thank you again for your leadership in this proclamation. And furthermore, Vet Art wishes to personally thank Supervisor Jim Desmond and Supervisor Kristen Gaspar for their leadership and support in these efforts. Thank you very much and have a good day. Steve Billy.
Steve, while you're still on the line, this is Supervisor Gaspar. I just want to express all of the pride that I have for your organization and the incredible service that you're doing to our community. For me, every weekend is Vet Art Day, as I proudly sport my Vet Art shirt, get a lot of questions generated out and about. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping our veterans and providing this incredible opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Steve Billy, for being here, and thanks to Vice Chairman Desmond for recognizing the Veterans Art Project. We'll now proceed on to public communication. My understanding is we have 5 public communications that have been submitted to the Clerk of the Board, and I'll ask the Clerk of the Board to go ahead and read those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first non-agenda comment is from Nancy Phillips. It reads, I'm Dr. Nancy Phillips, a psychologist dealing with bullying and trauma from sexual abuse and a mandated reporter. I live full-time at North Coast Village in Oceanside. I have never spoken to a board of supervisors. This is a health and safety issue. There have been huge ongoing problems with finances and management at NCV. In this case, another owner came to me with pictures of an owner exposing himself and much more at NCV. It was sickening, vulgar, and disturbing. Being exposed to lewd conduct and possibly more can have lifelong effects on unknowing children, guests, renters, family members, and owners. You can't unsee the photographic proof. At the time, the security person at NCV said there were other complaints and that she should report it directly to the property manager. After a month of not hearing anything, she went back to the HOA office, was laughed at by the property manager, and told it never happened, according to the victim. We reported this to the police, who did not have any prior reports of lewd conduct. The district attorney then held the perpetrator for prosecution. In preparation for the trial, the property manager refused to answer police questions and forbade employees with direct knowledge to speak with the police. When one of the victims passed away right before trial, the case was dropped. Thousands of people are exposed to this owner. We need to find other victims. We are not allowed to speak at our HOA meetings. If we do, we are shouted down by a few coached agitators. The property manager illegally refused to provide contact information for other owners so we can warn owners, renters, and family members of the danger at NCV. Within 2 days of my first contact with the Board of Supervisors, my tire was slashed when it was parked in the NCV garage. There were attempts to break into our cards, and one victim had her front door almost demolished in an attempted break-in. Thousands of owner dollars are being spent to our HOA law firm to harass and threaten victims into silence. There has been violence, threats, and ridiculous made-up charges of incidents that never happened. This perpetrator has shown no remorse. He has neither apologized, sought therapy or help, attempted retribution, nor made amends for his lewd conduct. He belly laughs at victims when he sees them. Will this behavior lead to even more serious conduct? This is a huge cover-up that impacts the safety of thousands of people in San Diego County. The district attorney may reopen the case if we can locate other victims. I am asking for your help to do that. Please help. The next comment is from Barbara Gordon. It reads, as the advisor for a Hispanic youth group who mostly live in apartments, I'm concerned with exposure to secondhand tobacco and marijuana smoke in their home during this pandemic. Please consider prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing as a priority that aligns with the Live Well mission to build better health. By supporting policies that favor smoke-free environments and eliminate secondhand tobacco or marijuana smoke will improve the quality of life and encourage healthy living. The next comment is from Shannon Rower. It reads, please open up the jails and correctional facilities once again to the chaplain volunteers. These prisoners are being robbed of their access to essential ministry that breaks their souls' spiritual and mental bondage, the comfort and correction of eternal truth. What want broken and destructive citizens to be transformed into responsible, helpful, and profitable assets to our society, let the volunteer chaplains back in to give them the spiritual guidance they need desperately. Thank you. The next comment is from Becky Rapp. It reads, 7 people were fatally shot on Labor Day. This incident occurred at a marijuana cultivation, manufacturing, and sales operation. According to the National Library of Medicine, there is a greater likelihood of weapon offenses when there is frequent use of marijuana. Research has found that neighborhoods adjacent to marijuana businesses see 84.8% more crime each year than those without. 7 dead is a serious public health and safety tragedy, illustrating marijuana businesses deserve close scrutiny. The last comment is from Mike Nicoletti. It reads, jet ski rentals on San Diego Bay. While I support encouraging everyone to enjoy the water, I must say that the proliferation of jet skis in the bay is a ticking time bomb. Someone is bound to get hurt or killed. A few weeks ago, I witnessed jet skis driving erratically in an attempt to spray other boaters with their jet wake. The San Diego Bay is busy and not a safe place for jet skis. I suggest reducing the number of jet ski permits and require a guide to accompany guests. The remaining e-comments that were submitted under non-agenda public communication were related to items on today's agenda. Those comments have been distributed to the board and will be filed with the appropriate agenda items. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Andrew. We will proceed on now to the approval of the statement of proceedings and the minutes for the meeting of August 4th, and the budget hearings of August 10th and 12th, and the Board of Supervisors budget deliberation on August 25th. Is there a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. If there is no discussion, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
We'll move on now to the formation of the consent calendar. All items on the agenda will be considered to be routine and will be acted upon by one motion unless there's a desire on the part of the public or members of the board to pull items for further discussion. Let me start off by asking the clerk of the board if there are items that have been pulled by the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 2 has been pulled by the public. Item 6 is a time certain item that will be heard at 10 a.m. Item 7 has been pulled by the public. Items 6 and 7 will be heard concurrently at 10 a.m. Item 8 is a presentation item and has been pulled by the public. Item 13 has been pulled by the public. Item 23 has been pulled by the public. Item 24 is a presentation item. Item 27 has been pulled by the public. For item 28, this item introduces amendments to the compensation ordinance to establish the salary range of the Director, Office of Equity and Racial Justice. With this statement in the record, this item may go on consent. Item 32 has been pulled by the public. Item 33 has been pulled by the public. Item 34 has been pulled by the public. And item 35 are closed session matters that will be considered at the conclusion of the board's public session. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Very good. We'll move on now to ask members of the board if they have items they wish to pull or comments they wish to make on items that will remain on the consent calendar, starting with Supervisor Diane Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments. First, on item number 3, I'd like to thank the San Diego Regional Fire Foundation for their donation of 40 digital wall map displays and 189 initial area map books valued at $122,000. Big thank you to them. On item number 10, I received a call from Mayor Mark Arapastathis from the city of La Mesa, and he is requesting the board to continue item 10 until the city of La Mesa has an opportunity to review this particular location and other locations that may be appropriate for this kind of a project. Some of the concerns expressed indicate that it would be best to get the city on board before the acquisition of this particular property. The mayor also expressed to me it would be a significant loss of revenue to the city if this particular site was converted into other than what it is right now. So I would ask my colleagues to continue this item until the city has a chance, the city council has a chance to review this.
Supervisor Jacob, if you would bear with me, I was going to ask if that item be pulled because I think there is a staff presentation and we could have some more discussion on that item. If it's all right.
Okay. Then all the rest of the items, except for item 31, which involves fee waivers for property owners impacted by the 2020 Valley Fire. Sadly, today's actions have become all too common as this region responds to another catastrophic wildfire. Fire personnel continue to work on gaining full containment, and we're almost there on the Valley Fire. So my continued deep appreciation goes out to all those heroic firefighters, the deputy sheriffs, and all of those on the front lines that have been working on this fire. We really dodged one here. Had that marine layer not come in when it did Tuesday night, and the Santa Ana winds predicted did not dissipate, we would have been in big trouble in this region. So we're not completely out of the woods. And I think the Valley Fire is really a heads up to everybody in the region of what we may be in for, because we know October has been in the past our most highest risk fire month. But back to the issue here, this action provides a huge jumpstart to those who have been impacted by the fire, those that have suffered significant losses. 30 homes have been lost in various structures. Many will be getting back to their property, assessing the damage while trying to strenuously put together a plan to piece their life back together. I want them all to know that I, along with the county, is here for them every step of the way. Today's action is a big piece of the process as property owners start getting the rebuilding process. The recommendations before the board today will waive fees for plan check review, building permits for property owners that suffered damage or total destruction to their homes, and or the accessory structures from the Valley fires. If anyone, and in addition, fees will be waived associated with any property related documents that were lost, such as deeds, marriage licenses, birth, death, and so on. If anyone is impacted and still needs any type of assistance, I would encourage you to reach out to my office directly or call the County Recovery Hotline at 858-715-2200. And for all of you that were lucky to escape this certainty, let me remind you once again, every day is fire season in this region. The Valley Fire was this year's warning shot. October has historically been our most dangerous fire month and is just around the corner. So get prepared, stay prepared, put together an emergency go kit, download the SD emergency app and sign up for reverse 911 notifications known as Alert San Diego at readysandiego.org. I can't emphasize this enough. Again, if you've been impacted, please reach out to my office so we can assist you in any way. And I urge all my colleagues strong support for this item. And I thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me a little extra on that item. It's really, really important, particularly those 30 people that lost their homes.
This is the 10th.
And with that, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Jacob. We'll proceed on now to Supervisor Gaspar.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll second the motion. Just quickly on item number 9, the update on bolstering of the Office of Military and Veterans Affairs. It's my understanding through this report that retention has become an issue with our veteran services representatives. I think we need to think outside the box here. And I would just like to encourage us to possibly explore a nonprofit partner who may be willing to lend their expertise and assist in filling these critical roles. Thank you.
Very good. We'll move on now to Supervisor Fletcher.
I don't have any items to pull.
Okay, and Vice Chairman Jim Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some comments. I do not have any items to pull. First of all, on item 5, this is about acceptance of a donation from A New Path. I wanted to personally thank New Path for their work they're doing with the addictive illnesses. As we've heard, overdoses are escalating in our county, which is a big, big problem. Opioids decimate lives every day, and the overdose rates continue to soar. This donation of Narcan can potentially bring about life-changing results. And I want to say thank you to New Path and to our Sheriff's Department for making this happen. I also want to comment, just for our CAL FIRE and all our firefighters and everybody involved, and the sheriffs as well, with the fires and the Valley Fire, and doing the great job they're doing under hot, extreme circumstances. I want to say thank you for all of that, to all of them, and for their efforts. On item 9, Supervisor Gaspar just spoke about this item. This in March, Supervisor Gaspar and I brought forward an action to ask our Office of Military and Veterans Affairs to reduce appointment wait times that were then at about 6 weeks to less than 2. At that time, our Office of Military Affairs had 6 vacancies and were serving over about 250 veterans a week. They had a lot on their plate, but we still asked them to get the wait times down to less than 2 weeks. And today, I'm very happy to see that those wait times are now down to about 1 week. And they're serving even more veterans now, about 350. So I want to say thank you to Will Quinton and the county veteran service representatives for working hard, getting the appointment wait times down for veterans, and I appreciate all they're doing for the veteran community. Item 14, this is installation of water filling stations at county facilities to reduce the use of plastic bottle use in the county. Thank you to Supervisor Gaspar for partnering with me on the board letter. The supervisors are, we represent a large portion of San Diego's coastline, and plastics have long been a concern, a coastal cleanup. The approach of this board letter is to simply change out the older drinking fountains as they need to be replaced in the county, in the county buildings, and refill them and put them with refilling water stations. About 18,000 county workers and beyond that visit the facilities and recreational areas, and this will help them to encourage them to use their refillable bottles. On item 19, the small stimulus grant, we appreciate, I just want to say to all the people that submitted for these grants, we only had $4.1 million out of each office to give out. In my district alone, we received over $180 million in requests from over 900 businesses for that $4.1 million. And I realized that the funding was not enough to cover all of the essentials that everyone had hoped for, but I want to help know that we will continue to fight to hopefully get those businesses open again and thriving. That is all I have for comments today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. As I mentioned when Supervisor Jacob was talking, I would request that item 10 be pulled for a staff presentation. I have comments on 2 other items. Item 11 is the authorization to apply for and accept funding for the Housing Navigators Program and adopt a resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of allocation award under the Housing Navigators Program. During this pandemic, the economic outlook across the state has been certainly uncertain, but I am encouraged to see the state maintain an investment in this critical service to our foster youth. This investment can help supplement the Housing Our Youth Initiative, or HOY, which translates into Spanish as today. HOY is a pilot program I introduced this year that focuses on ending generational cycles of homelessness among our most vulnerable homeless youth. This one-time funding can give us a small boost in navigation services necessary to locate and secure housing for foster youth ages 18 to 21 who need stable housing. I appreciate the diligence of Kim Giardina and her team in Child Welfare Services, and I look forward to putting these dollars to good use and helping our homeless youth. Again, thank you to the whole team at Child Welfare Services. Item number 18 is the San Diego County Small Business Stimulus Grants. Very happy to present this proposal today to support more than 500 small businesses in my district that have been hit hard by this pandemic. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and over the past few months, they have weathered tremendous trauma from the economic upheaval caused by COVID-19. Individually, these investments by the county may seem small, but for businesses struggling to survive, they can make all the difference in the world. And I want to thank all those that applied, and certainly appreciate the work and diligence of my colleagues in regards to getting this money out as quickly as we can to assist our small businesses. And finally, I wanted to again just acknowledge and commend Supervisor Jacob for the item in regards to the fire assistance. I know she's been out on the front lines with a lot of the people that have been victims of these fires, the 30 homes that were lost, the tremendous collaboration that has gone on. I mean, when I think back to some of our earlier fires, the lack of aerial fire suppression, we've got a much better effort together now because we brought in the military, we brought in other resources from the state of California, and certainly the tremendous job that CAL FIRE is doing and Chief Tony Meacham and his efforts with the San Diego County Fire Authority, which Supervisor Jacob again was largely responsible for creating. So, you know, we certainly extend our sympathy and our empathy to those that have been victimized by this fire. But I think the effort that we've seen has just been a great effort, collaborative effort on the part of all the different fire agencies in San Diego to give a very quick and professional response. With that, I'm going to ask the clerk to go ahead and please identify those items that we'll be voting on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and repeat the items that have been pulled for discussion. So those are items 2, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 23, 24, 27, 32, 33, 34, and 35 are closed session matters will be considered at the conclusion of the board's public session.
Okay, we do have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. If there is no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman. With that motion, item 28 introduces an ordinance amending the compensation ordinance and establishing compensation, and introduces an ordinance amending sections 362.1 and 496 of the Administrative Code. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good, thank you. As was mentioned by the clerk of the board, items 6 and 7 are going to be a time certain item that we'll hear at 10 o'clock this morning. So we're going to try to knock out some of the other items that have a couple of speakers, starting with item number 8. Item number 8 is the aging roadmap, and I believe that there is a staff presentation on that item, which we'll receive at this time. And I guess we'll call on Kim Gallo to go ahead and do that presentation.
Before Kim begins her presentation, I'll remind any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you, and you will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cox and members of the board. We are pleased to present the update on the Aging Roadmap and the county's aging initiatives. The Aging Roadmap was launched with the support of Supervisor Jacob in 2019. It is a comprehensive plan to ensure that our region has programs and communities that support the needs and celebrate the contributions of the growing population of older adults in our region. Several innovative initiatives have come from your board to support our aging community. These important board initiatives supplement federally funded programs and help meet critical local needs. The Aging Roadmap encompasses these board initiatives and ensures their continued legacy. Today, we will review accomplishments from a range of programs that work to support older adults in our region. We will also address the adjustments we made to meet the needs of older adults during the COVID-19 pandemic. Having a comprehensive plan for older adult services in our region is essential. The older adult population is growing rapidly. As you can see, in 2010, there were nearly 680,000 San Diegans over the age of 55. By 2025, that number will be more than 1 million. Given this projected growth, it is crucial that we take older adults' special needs into account as we plan for the future. The Aging Roadmap provides a blueprint to help address the challenges and opportunities that are sure to accompany the shift in demographics. The Aging Roadmap was conceptualized as a broader framework to encompass all the county's programs for older adults and individuals with disabilities. The goal of the Aging Roadmap is to create supportive and inclusive communities where people of all ages and abilities have the opportunity to thrive. The roadmap comprises programs and services that impact people at the individual level, such as the experience of a caregiver, and the community level, such as housing and transportation. The Aging Roadmap was developed with significant community input. The 10 priority areas include caregiver support, safety, preparedness and response, silver economy, medical and social services systems, social participation, dementia-friendly, health and community support, housing, and transportation. Although we have accomplishments in all 10 roadmap priority areas, today I will highlight just a few substantial achievements from this past year, starting with the area of caregiver support. Being a caregiver is an important and demanding role. Most caregivers are not professionals, but unpaid family members whose efforts help keep loved ones in the comfort of their own home. One program that has become especially needed during the pandemic is the county's respite voucher program. At the direction of the board in 2019, AIS launched a $1 million respite care program to provide relief to family caregivers of persons with dementia. Through this program, the county covers half the cost of respite care for eligible families. To date, more than 1,650 clients have been served. One of the clients of the respite voucher program was Alice DeGrasse, pictured here, who committed to caring for her husband who was diagnosed with dementia. For Alice, caregiving was a round-the-clock job. Alice and her husband made just enough money so that they did not qualify for programs like in-home support services. It was on behalf of caregivers like Alice that Supervisor Jacob called for the development of the respite voucher program. Thanks to this program, Alice was able to get several hours of assistance each week, making it possible for her to continue her caregiving with grace and perseverance. As Alice said herself, "It means everything to me that I can care for him at home. I wouldn't want it any other way." The COVID-19 pandemic has also highlighted the importance of high-quality care in assisted living facilities. ChooseWell is a free web-based program sponsored by the County of San Diego that helps older adults and their family make informed decisions when selecting assisted living facilities. Initiated by the board in 2014, approximately 1/3 of all licensed residential care facilities in the county have been scored using ChooseWell's metrics, and all licensed facilities are on the ChooseWell website. The data from 2019 shows ChooseWell has been used by the community with over 60,000 views of the web page, over 10,000 facility searches, and over 180 families assisted through the telephone hotline. Member organizations also have voiced benefits. A representative from St. Paul's Senior Services stated, "ChooseWell provides a crucial insight into compliance and safety for consumers. The ChooseWell scoring method is fair, objective, and provides a level playing field for RCFEs in San Diego County." A fundamental objective of many AIS programs is to ensure older adults and persons with disabilities are safe in their own homes and community. According to the Alzheimer's Association, 6 out of 10 people with dementia will wander. To address this concern, in 2010, the Take Me Home program was launched by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department with support of this board. The program established a registry with photographs and emergency contacts that law enforcement can access in case of an emergency. Currently, we have over 3,000 people enrolled in our program. Law enforcement reports that the registry significantly reduces the time it takes to reunite the lost person with their loved one. Older adults and people with access and functional needs are disproportionately affected during times of disaster. For example, extreme heat can have a greater impact on older adults. To address this issue, the Cool Zone program was created over 18 years ago. Cool zones are air-conditioned locations where people can escape the heat. Although we were unable to open all Cool Zone locations this year due to COVID-19, we adapted by opening locations in the hottest areas and implementing special safety measures to keep staff and visitors safe. AIS is also partnering with the Office of Emergency Services to create an emergency preparedness guide specifically for older adults and people with access and functional needs. This guide will be released in November 2020 and will address best practices to prepare for emergencies such as fire, earthquake, and power outages. Providing quality care for older adults requires coordination among medical and social services to offer proactive and seamless support. Serving over 30,000 older adults and individuals with disabilities throughout the county, in-home support services helps clients remain independent by assisting with personal care and tasks around the house. In response to the pandemic, in-home support services staff completed over 20,000 welfare check calls. Clients in need were referred to resources for food and medication delivery. Another key achievement was the establishment of the San Diego Senior Emergency Care Initiative. Going to the emergency department can be a stressful experience for older adults. Emergency departments with geriatric accreditation can improve older adults' experience by modifying the physical environment, adding senior-specific protocols, and providing staff with special training. The initiative, with funding support from the county and the West Health Institute, aims to achieve geriatric accreditation for all emergency departments across the region, making San Diego County a national leader in this innovative work. In July of this year, a virtual training session was held, and over 50 participants attended, including representatives from all emergency departments in our region. Of the 20 emergency departments in the county, a year ago, only 2 had accreditation. Now there are 5 that have received accreditation, 3 have applications underway, and 4 are submitting their applications as we speak. We are well on our way. To help older adults live independently, accessible health and community services are key. During the pandemic, county staff and community partners worked together to ensure that older adults living independently had access to food. Home delivered and pickup meals quadrupled from approximately 100,000 per month to nearly 409,000 in June alone. AIS staff has also implemented the Great Plates Delivered, Home Meals for Seniors, and the Great Plates 2.0 Dinners Delivered program. Through these programs, AIS collaborates with local restaurants to serve over 3,000 people with disabilities each day. Another area of focus is increasing access to technology. Last fall, AIS partnered with San Diego Oasis to hold a technology fair aimed at increasing older adults' comfort with technology. The fair was a huge success with over 1,000 participants. Planning is now underway for our virtual technology fair that will be held at the end of October. One participant who attended the 2019 technology fair commented, "The day was exceptional. As a hesitant boomer with little understanding of tech, I have neglected this important area of my life. I now feel confident of my baby step mastery of the use of my iPhone." In dementia-friendly communities, people living with dementia are valued members of society and feel supported to live independently for as long as possible. In May of 2014, the board voted to launch the Alzheimer's Project. This project aims to address the devastating toll of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias in San Diego County. It brings together teams of experts and decision makers to support efforts in 4 focus areas of the initiative: collaboration for cure, clinical roundtable, care roundtable, and public awareness and education. Annual updates are provided to the board to share the highlights and accomplishments on the project. You recently received the 2020 Alzheimer's Project Annual Report. People living with dementia who experience a crisis are sometimes taken to the hospital or jail when there may be a better course of action. To address this issue, the Alzheimer's Response Team, or ART, was developed by members of the Alzheimer's Project Care Roundtable. ART provides crisis response and ongoing case management to ensure that individuals with dementia receive the proper care. ART educates families on symptom management, connects families with resources, and empowers seniors living with dementia to take charge of their health. A key to ART's success has been the partnership with the County Sheriff's Department and other local law enforcement, who have trained their officers and fire department personnel on how to interact better with people with dementia. The pilot period for ART saw positive impacts across the board. Families served by ART report feeling more confident in their ability to care for loved ones. And first responders report that ART has increased their awareness and helped them better serve individuals with dementia. Based on the success of the pilot program, in June of 2019, the board voted to expand this program. This program now reaches jurisdictions throughout the county, from Imperial Beach to Escondido. In June, the ART program received an achievement award from the National Association of Counties, and just a few weeks ago, we were informed it also received the Aging Achievement Award from the National Association of Area Agencies on Aging, which is giving us a focus at the national level. This is a promising sign that this innovative program will not only continue to support those in our community, but also inspire other communities to create their own supportive programs. Due to the county's innovative approach to addressing the impacts of dementia, the National Alzheimer's Association selected the County of San Diego as one of 2 entities in the United States to be a leader in the Healthy Brain Learning Collaborative. In this role, the county will share best practices and serve as an example to inspire other local health departments. And there is more great work to come. The county's Health and Human Service Agency was recently awarded a $750,000 grant from the California Department of Public Health to advance the Healthy Brain Initiative goals. This new grant, which started in July 2020, will build upon the Alzheimer Project and support our aging roadmap goals. Although the programs and services that make up the Aging Roadmap collectively represent our region's comprehensive system of care, including person-centered and community-wide efforts. We've only highlighted a few key areas, but all the innovative initiatives championed by the board have been instrumental in addressing older adults' needs and will have a lasting impact as AIS continues the legacy of these efforts into the future. At the state level, the California Department of Aging selected the county's Aging Roadmap as a model for its master plan on aging. We were one of only 3 counties invited to Sacramento to give a presentation and help inform the governor's master plan, a sign that our county is leading the way with its forward-thinking approaches to aging services. Going forward, goals and priorities will continue to be adapted in response to COVID-19, which has brought to the forefront issues of social isolation, access to technology, food security, and safe transportation. AIS, with the support of the board, will continue to reimagine services and ensure that older adults and those living with disabilities are acknowledged and included as co-creators of healthy, safe, and thriving communities. The board's ongoing interest and support of the county's age-friendly programs and services is greatly appreciated. We would like to thank Supervisor Jacob for her commitment to serving older adults in our region, her innovative leadership, and years of service to this board. On behalf of AIS and the seniors we serve, we thank you. Thank you for your time, and this now concludes our presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Kim. And again, thank you for all your leadership on all of the aging issues that we're dealing with in San Diego County. Supervisor Jacob, do you wish to make some comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few. Kim Gallo has done just an extraordinary job along with her team and Aging and Independence Services, and then all of our partners together. And I want to thank you, Kim, for moving this forward. I'm going to try not to repeat what Kim already said. We got a good overview of all of the accomplishments and what we're working on, but you know, we're improving basically the experiences that seniors are having in our community in emergency departments with that newly established geriatric emergency department accreditation program, along with our Alzheimer's project and telehealth. I've heard from some of the healthcare CEOs that we're 10 years ahead of where we would have been without COVID with telehealth, which has been a great improvement, and particularly to our senior citizens who need to hook up with their doctors or the nurses or their healthcare folks. The Alzheimer's response team, Kim outlined that. And just all in all, I'm just very, very pleased, and I appreciate very much each one of my colleagues and your support for this project and the roadmap. And we've now included the Alzheimer's project as a part of the roadmap. So again, thank you, Kim, and thanks to all of you that have been important as this important project. As we know, the senior population continues to grow, and we're facing some really big challenges, not to speak of the COVID issue with seniors, but all the other things. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that we need an action on this. If we do, I would put a motion on the floor to receive this report with great thanks to Kim and her team.
Okay, I will second that motion, and I do know that we have 3 speakers that wish to speak on this item. I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call their names up at this time. We would, because of the length of the day's agenda and the number of speakers, I'm going to ask the speakers if they can limit themselves to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, we have 3 callers on the line to address the board. And as a reminder for the callers, if you do not wish to speak on this item, please hang up and call back when the board begins discussion of the next item. We calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Number of you we already have in the system. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone if you have dialed in. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and as the chairman indicated, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind all the public speakers to please mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Erin, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, thank you. Our first caller is Robin Gomez.
Good morning to the board. I hope everyone can hear me. I was asked to speak in regards to the GITA initiative in particular, but I've also had the privilege to be part of the Alzheimer Project with Supervisor Jacob. I just want the board and everyone to know and to be in public record the huge, huge impact Supervisor Jacob has had in moving this initiative forward for our seniors. It is not completely new to the medical field, but it is a new area that we're realizing that these seniors have very, very specific needs, and it's a whole different way of practicing medicine. We are, I will tell you, far above and advanced compared to many other counties in the United States. When Ken said that, she is absolutely telling the truth. And I just want to emphasize the importance of the work that Supervisor Jacobs has done and that we need to continue it for this county, because she is a true visionary and a true servant leader of this county. And I really appreciate and have really been honored to work with her.
Thank you. Our next caller is Eugenia Welch.
Good morning. I just wanted to say a few remarks on behalf of Alzheimer's San Diego. Alzheimer's San Diego and all of San Diego County are truly lucky to have Supervisor Jacobs fighting for us. Simply put, she has made our community a better place for our friends, neighbors, and loved ones living with dementia. As we know, this disease robs people of their memories, their ability to communicate, and eventually their lives. It can wreak havoc on those who care for them in terms of their own health, finances, and well-being. And too often we don't recognize this. As a society, we don't like to talk about Alzheimer's or other dementia. The stigma is powerful, but so is Supervisor Jacobs. As a county supervisor, she has shined a light on the 84,000 San Diegans living with dementia through initiatives like the Alzheimer's Project. This has brought together local experts and leaders from critical fields like healthcare, caregiving, law enforcement, and government to address the toll of this disease and to do something about it. In fact, the project funds Alzheimer's research through the Collaboration for a Cure, or C4C. Supervisor Jacobs has ensured hundreds of thousands of dollars have been invested in local clinical trials and has gotten us closer than ever to finding a cure. The NIH has recognized several of these trials seeded by C4C and added millions of their own dollars to furthering this research. Supervisor Jacobs has also helped fund the essential services Alzheimer's San Diego provides, both professionally through county grants and personally through her own generosity. As a nonprofit, all of our programs are free to the community, but they do come at a cost. Supervisor Jacobs has allowed us to serve more people than ever so that every San Diegan can access the free support they need and deserve. Supervisor Jacobs, we just want to thank you for all you have done to help the people in San Diego living with Alzheimer's and dementia. And I want to repeat that you just mentioned you are changing lives with the work you're doing. I cannot thank you enough, and you will be missed.
Thank you. And our final speaker is joining by phone from 6222. And as a reminder, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, 6222. I think it's Leslie. You need to hit *6 to unmute. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. My name is Leslie Bojorquez, and I've owned and operated a senior care business in La Mesa for the past 22 years. And it's amazing for me to think about the older adults 65 plus in San Diego County will increase by 130% by the year 2030. While the general population just increases by 38%. So many of those seniors live in the East County, and Supervisor Jacob knows that this critical and frail population will need more and more services, and she's been leading the charge to get programs in place that specifically help seniors. She has been on the forefront of senior issues for years, and in the years of owning a home care agency, I've spoken to families numerous times who cannot afford the cost of a full-service home care agency such as mine. yet they don't qualify for programs such as IHSS to get in-home care. So they're really lost in the middle. And there were no other options until Supervisor Jacobs started that amazing cost-sharing program that allows families the ability to get in-home care by sharing the cost with the County of San Diego. And I think this program is fantastic because the family pays half and the public funds pay the other half. And it gives families that ability to share the cost. I think that's an important aspect of this program. And I've been honored to have been a part of Supervisor Jacobs' Alzheimer's Project Roundtable discussions, which she created to bring members of the community together to brainstorm on ideas and potential programs that can help our seniors suffering with dementia or other Alzheimer's disease, as well as the families caring for them. And was during these roundtable discussions that I learned just how much she has worked to get all segments of law enforcement educated on the Take Me Home program that the Sheriff's Office has in place. And I personally recommended that program to many family members of the clients I serve in case their loved one ever wanders away from home. Supervisor Jacobs' goal is to have plans and projects and resources in place that will continue on long after her service to the community is over. And I just want to thank you, Supervisor Jacob, for all that you do for all of us in the East County.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Well, I would like to also add my thanks to Supervisor Jacob for her long-standing leadership supporting seniors in our region. I had the opportunity to partner with Supervisor Jacob on the Age Well plan with AARP and the San Diego Foundation. And over the years, Supervisor, you've guided efforts to support vulnerable seniors suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia. It's great to see this roadmap moving forward, and I especially like to see the work continue with the Grandparents Raising Grandchildren initiative. At the time I launched Grandparents Raising Grandchildren, there were about 24,000 children in the region being raised by grandparents. And during these very difficult times, it's more important than ever to make sure kinship families and other vulnerable populations have the resources they need. Again, I want to thank Kim Gallo and her whole team at Aging and Independent Services for the update today and the great job that they're doing. We do have a motion by Supervisor Jacobs, seconded by myself, to receive the report on Aging Roadmap and the County Aging Initiatives. Are there any other comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, we're going to try to knock out a couple more items before we get to the time certain items 6 and 7 at 10 a.m. We'll take item number 2, which is the acceptance of a donation from the San Diego Fire Rescue Foundation for the use of regional Intera software by County Fire. And I believe we have one public speaker on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have one public speaker, Joe Gabaldon. If he could please call into the conference line now using the information that has been provided to you.
Is he not in the queue at this time?
We're still waiting for him to call in, Mr. Chairman.
All right, why don't we take item 13. We have one speaker on that item. Item 13 is authorization for amendments to extend existing behavioral health services contracts, execute revenue agreement, and amend a memorandum of understanding. It's my understanding we have one speaker on this item also.
That's correct.
Speaker ready to go?
We have one request to speak from Michelle Krug. If she could call into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you.
Okay, while we're waiting for those, maybe we can ask whatever. We have one speaker on item 27, which is property tax rebates for fiscal year 2021. My understanding is we have one speaker in that item also. If any of those speakers are available, they can call in at this time. We'll try to deal with those before we get to item 6 and 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For item 27, the speaker that has requested to speak on this item is Vernon Rother. So if he could please call in to the conference line. We do have the speaker for item number 2 that has called in, Joe Gabaldon.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and deal with item 2 right now?
Yes, good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Gabaldon, and I am SDG&E's Public Affairs Manager, speaking on behalf of our 4,000 colleagues. As Carolyn Wynn, our CEO, noted, real-time situational awareness is critical to wildfire safety, so we're proud to support CAL FIRE and the County of San Diego's firefighting efforts through this grant for state-of-the-art technology. She added integrating innovation and safety to reinforce and improve public safety in the communities we serve is something we do at SDG&E every day. We look forward to continuing our support for public safety partners in our common mission. We support this item and hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I know this item was brought forward by Supervisor Fletcher. Supervisor, do you have any items you want to, or comments you want to make?
Yeah, just very briefly, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the Fire Rescue Foundation and SDG&E for coming together to ensure that our fire service is equipped with the best possible technology. This $100,000 grant or donation will help us procure the field-leading Intera software program, allowing our fire agency to access and manage data on one platform. It's used to develop community wildfire plans, help manage and understand incidences, respond more quickly to wildfires. We know the hots are hotter, the dries are drier. We know our fire season is getting longer and is getting much more intense because of the impacts of climate change, and we have to take every possible action we can to equip our fire service with every tool. And so I'm incredibly grateful for SDG&E for stepping up in this partnership, and the Fire Rescue Foundation for helping facilitate it, and think this is a positive step forward. Thank you.
You wish to make a motion on this item?
I would move approval.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by Supervisor Jacob. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. Do we have the speakers for item 13 or 27 available?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have the speakers for items 13 or 27.
How about item 33? We have one speaker. We'll try to see if we can get that one in before we get to item 6 and 7. And item 33 is investing in San Diego families, exploring learning hubs on county campuses to support our employees and their children with distance learning. Is that speaker available at this time?
I would ask that the speaker for item number 33, Kim McDougall, if she could please call in at this time using the instructions provided to you.
I'm a little hesitant to bring up any other items because I think we've got a number of speakers on those items. So we've got about 2 minutes before it is 10 a.m. for items 6 and 7. While we're waiting for anybody to call in on the items we've identified, item 13, 27, and 33, let me just acknowledge that on items 6 and 7, we have last count 71 speakers. So it would be my intent to have item presented first, which is a panel presentation, and then we will follow that by the staff presentation on COVID-19, and then we will proceed to the public speakers. It would be my intent to give them 2 minutes each as an allocation of their time, and it is pretty evident that those items will probably take us up to the lunch hour. And so we would probably go ahead and try to get those out of the way before we break for lunch. We'll break for an hour for lunch. Hopefully it'll be somewhere around 12 to 1. And getting an indication that we could go ahead and move forward if the speakers have not called in on item 13, 27, and 33. So why don't we go ahead and do that, and then we'll start with 6 and 7. Item 13 is an authorization for amendments to extend existing behavioral health services contracts, execute revenue agreements, and amend a memorandum of understanding. Is there a public speaker that has been let into the system at this point?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have a request to speak on this item that has called in.
Okay, then let me ask if there's any comments on the part of my colleagues.
I have a brief comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Fletcher.
Item 13 is asking us to authorize an MOU that shores up our partnership with other Southern California counties to implement the workforce education and training strategy. This helps address systemic shortages in workforce development, expanding undergraduate scholarships, education stipends, education loan repayments. The Southern California Partnership was awarded a grant of more than $15 million. More than $3 million of that will be designated for the San Diego region. This includes $2.36 million in grant funds and just over $900,000 that represents our share of the required match of Mental Health Services Act funding. The need is incredibly great, particularly in the mental health space. 1 in 6 adults suffer from mental illness. 1 in 14 children has a serious emotional disturbance. And while access to both public and private insurance coverage in California for behavioral health services has increased substantially over the past 2 decades, many Californians with mental health illness or substance use disorders do not receive the treatments that they need. Workforce is a serious issue and significant contributing factor to this. A recent study from UC San Francisco titled California's Current and Future Behavioral Health Workforce determined that in order to yield better treatment, we need an adequate supply of behavioral health workers who are distributed equitably across the state and who also reflect the demographic characteristics of the state's population. These workers must also possess the skills and credentials necessary to deliver the appropriate level of behavioral health care that people need and participate in both public and private insurance plans. It will take significant coordination amongst multiple systems, expanding government-funded residencies, more capacity in our higher learning institutions, incentives for individuals to take on years of schooling and debt in order to make this effort successful. And if we want to dedicate themselves to serving vulnerable populations and exclusively the private market, it will take even more creative solutions. Although there are not a lot of details in this board letter, I'm glad to see our county partnering with other counties, leveraging these funds to create a multi-pronged effort to increase behavioral health positions that are most in need. We can invest all of the money in buildings and other types of things, but if we don't have the increase in workforce in order to increase the level of service, we will not succeed as a region. And so I think this workforce initiative is critical to investing in the overall health and well-being of our community, especially those hardest to serve, the most vulnerable populations, many with untreated and undiagnosed mental health. And so I support this effort moving forward, and I do look forward to more details and insight into how we're going to leverage these funds in very creative ways, specifically focused on ensuring our workforce needs are met. And with that, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Fletcher. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the part of the board? And again, we did not pick up our public speaker, I take it, Mr. Clerk?
We did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by Supervisor Jacob. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, item 27 is a property tax rate for fiscal year 2021. We had an indication there was one speaker on that. Has that speaker called in yet?
Mr. Chairman, that speaker has not called in.
Okay, I would move for approval of the recommendations on items 27.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Supervisor Gaspar. Any discussion? Okay, again, a motion by Cox, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar to approve item 27. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar,
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond,
Aye.
Chairman Cox. That motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, and item 33 was brought forward by Supervisor Gaspar. This is investing in San Diego families, exploring learning hubs on county campuses to support our employees and their children with distance learning. Supervisor Gaspar, I understand you'd like to say a few words in regards to this.
Well, thank you, Chairman. 3 weeks into distance learning, and children and families across San Diego County are really struggling to adapt and be successful in this new virtual classroom. Servers crashing, Zoom calls dropping, devices not able to support Canvas, Ingenuity, or other various learning platforms. As a parent, I know this quite well. Our Wi-Fi speeds are slow, and kids with their MiFi devices are being asked to preserve their use because unlimited doesn't really mean unlimited. These are just a few of the challenges that I've heard from students and parents across every school district in our county and on the playgrounds with parents. Many parents are essential workers and they must go to work. They're grappling with how to keep their children safe and in a supportive learning environment so that they can focus on their job and keep a roof over their head and food on their table. This pandemic has forced us to redesign nearly every aspect of our daily life, including how we work and how our kids learn. As a county government, we're being pressed to think differently and to respond quickly to serve beyond our normal scope and responsibility. The item before you today is an example of how we must adapt and assist our employees and their school-aged children with non-traditional spaces for learning so we can support our essential workforce. With the approval of today's item, we will explore opportunities for on-site childcare in the form of learning hubs for our employees with school-aged children. Learning hubs are an innovative model that have already been implemented extensively throughout the city of San Francisco, utilizing city-owned spaces to provide community learning hubs in partnership with community-based providers. This model will address two significant challenges facing our county employees: the lack of available and affordable childcare options to support distance learning, and the lack of reliable technology and internet service. We know time is of the essence, and today's action will ask county staff to move forward with a sense of urgency to address this need for our employees and families across the county. I thank you all for your leadership during this difficult time. I urge your support and would move to approve this item today.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, any calls from the public, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, there are no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, any board discussion? Seeing none, we do have a motion by Supervisor Gaspar, second by Supervisor Jacob to approve item number 33. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, we'll now go and pick up items 6 and 7. Both of these items are going to be combined together. My understanding is item 6 is going to start off by a panel presentation, and then that'll be followed by our staff's COVID-19 report. And again, we have over 70 speakers, I believe, that will be speaking on both of those items. Let me start off by asking our Chief Administrative Officer, Helen Robbins-Meyer, if she has any introductory comments for the panel discussion.
Mr. Chairman, before Helen begins her comments, I would like to remind any members of the public that have requested to speak on items 6 or 7 to please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that have been provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. And Mr. Chairman, for your benefit and members of the board, we have a 90 request to speak on these 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce Andrew Pease, who's going to kick this off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Helen. Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. On August 4th, at the request of Supervisor Gaspar and seconded by Supervisor Desmond, your board directed staff to return in September for a panel discussion that provides a holistic overview of the health of the San Diego County region in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we're here to present the panel. The focus is to discuss the impact of the pandemic as it pertains to the economy, small businesses, the health community, mental health and substance abuse, as well as the schools and youth. The panel includes subject matter experts for each of these areas. You'll hear in just a moment from Ray Major, Chief Economist with Sandag, who will provide a picture of the local economy. Jerry Sanders is with us from the San Diego Chamber of Commerce, and we discuss the impact of small businesses. Dimitrios Alexio, President of HASDC, will give us a look at the health community perspective. And Dr. Luke Bergman will be presenting on mental health and substance use. And then closing out our panel will be from the San Diego County Office of Education, Dr. Paul Gothold, Superintendent of Schools, for a look at our local schools. Each of these speakers have been asked to provide an overall look at the impact of COVID-19 for their particular area, to discuss in particular challenges, as well as perhaps any unexpected benefits or improvements that have come about due to the pandemic. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ray Major, Chief Economist with Sandag.
Good morning, Chair Cox, members of the Board of Supervisors. After a decade of expansion, the San Diego economy has come to a screeching halt, not because of any type of economic factors, but because of a health crisis. And the results have been nothing short of disastrous for the San Diego economy. Prior to COVID, we enjoyed an unemployment rate of about 3.1%. And there were about 50,000 people who were without jobs. Basically, those are people who are between jobs looking for new jobs. There were more openings than there were qualified people to fill them. And now, after peaking at about 25% on May 9th, with more than 400,000 people having lost their job during this pandemic, our unemployment rate in the San Diego region now hovers around 14%, with about 250,000 people still unemployed. And 200,000 of those people can directly relate their job loss to the COVID pandemic. In the first 6 months of this pandemic, the San Diego residents have lost somewhere between $4.5 to $5.5 billion in wages. Luckily, much of this has been offset by the stimulus spending from the federal government, but nevertheless, they've lost this much in wages. Our economic indicators all point down also. When you take a look at travel, and we are very dependent upon tourism and travel in this region, airport passenger travel is down by 75%. Tourism is also down, primarily business travel, which is down 95%. Tremendous amount of money comes in from business travel to the San Diego region. Our foot traffic is down by 30%, which are visits to restaurants and malls and theme parks, museums, libraries, movie theaters, et cetera. So what San Diegans do on a regular basis is down by nearly a third. And consumer spending, which drives about 70% of our economy, was down by 42% in mid-April, and it's still down by about 15%. So what kind of impact is this going to have in 2020? Our estimate is that our gross regional product will be down somewhere between $15 and $20 billion in 2020. That's a 7.2% decrease, and that essentially wipes out any of the gains that we've made in the last 2 years. The taxable sales in the region are going to be down between $8 and $10 billion, which is a 13% decrease. And just as a matter of comparison, during the Great Recession, our taxable sales were down by about 12%. Next slide, please. So which sectors are really most affected here in the San Diego region by this pandemic? What we see is that there are some areas that are much more affected than others. Tourism has a loss of about 70,000 jobs. Retail has a loss of about 43,000 jobs, with education losing almost 29,000 jobs. Overall, what you see here with the bars that are the longest are those areas that require the highest touch in terms of being close to somebody else when you're doing business with them, and that's why you see greater job loss there. But what you also see is that every sector of the economy has experienced job loss since the same time last year. Next slide, please. It's not just unemployment that is concerning to the San Diego economy. When you have people who are unemployed, you end up having a reduction in savings. And that has long-term impacts, along with people's inability to pay their mortgages. And in many cases, people are going to be losing their careers. The economic sectors that are most impacted, including tourism and entertainment, for instance, probably will not come back to anything normal until 2024 or after. When we take a look at restaurants, the estimates are that a third of the 8,000 restaurants in the region will probably go out of business permanently. And brick and mortar sales will also suffer permanently because internet sales will make up about 50% of all sales going forward. Commercial real estate will also be impacted, as will landlords, where you have 1 in 4 people who are not paying their rents on a regular basis right now. That's going to have trickle-through effects also on the economy. Next slide, please. When we want to take a look at the challenges that the San Diego region faces, I'm looking at 3 things. First of all, the tourism industry. And the reason is that 13% of our economy is based on tourism. It's a $12 billion a year industry, and it's the one that was hit the hardest here. And I do not believe that it's going to be returning anytime soon, especially when it comes to business travel. This forecast shows that it probably won't return until 2024, but in reality, that could be even longer, depending upon how long we have the shutdowns. The thing you have to remember with the tourism industry, too, is that there are a lot of other businesses that are tied into tourism, including retail and restaurants. And when you talk about canceling certain events, you cancel things like weddings, for instance. You end up canceling caterers and hairdressers and wedding planners. So there's a lot of secondary impacts when you have issues like this. The second big challenge that the region is facing from an economic perspective are really the reopening guidelines. After an initial 2-week shelter-in-place order, we've had several changes in terms of what the rules are for businesses to open. It is difficult for businesses to respond to the constantly changing rules, and the last set of rules that came from the state of California has this 4-tiered system, and the 4-tiered system is going to be difficult for us to work through. In fact, if all goes well, it'll take us a couple of months to get through all of these different levels. And the most concerning thing here is that there is no green level or a level that would indicate that all businesses can go back to business as they were before. So from an economic perspective, what this tells me is that we will not be returning to full employment anytime soon. The third challenge is really telework and who gets to telework. So higher income earners can telework. About 61% or so of high income earners have found a way to telework. And this is great for those people who are in that category. But when you start taking a look at the lowest income earners, the bottom 25%, what you see is that only about 9.2% of those people can actually telecommute their jobs. But the people in this category are not only the lowest wage earners, they're also the ones who are in the highest touch industries. They're also the ones that have the highest proportion of minority workers. And it's also the category that suffered the highest job loss. If you're a Black or Hispanic resident of the San Diego region, you're 3 times as likely to live in an area that has high COVID and high unemployment rates than if you're a white resident of the region. Next slide, please. This forecast was done in August before the latest guidelines were in place. And what this shows is a consensus of some of the largest economic forecasting houses, and the Sandag forecast, which is in the blue line. The purple line shows you the pre-COVID forecast. And you see that in 2020, there's a significant decrease. All of the forecasts show that we would have some type of recovery in 2021, but not coming back to where we were pre-COVID until probably sometime in 2026. It'll take us that long to get back to that line. And this assumes that all businesses can open. We'll need to make an adjustment for the new guidelines in our next forecast. You've heard of the V-shaped recovery. This rules out a V-shaped recovery. We're now looking at something that is either a long V or possibly a U-shaped recovery. Next slide, please. So are there some benefits that have come from COVID from an economic perspective? That's a difficult question that was posed. But one thing that has happened is that freeway traffic has reduced significantly. This shows the average traffic on a weekly basis since we've gone into the original shelter-at-home orders. You see that traffic was down as much as 50% in April, and it has creeped back up to where now in August we're down by 13%. But what has happened here is that we've had a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. That's led to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. which is a good thing. And what we've also found is that construction is much ahead of schedule because it's much easier to work on some of the major infrastructure projects since we have lighter traffic. But I think the biggest benefit that's going to come from this from an economic perspective is the adoption of technology. So when we take a look at, for instance, what the County of San Diego is doing here, or what we're doing at Sandag, or what the DMV is doing, everybody is starting to adopt technology as a way of doing business. And this will have long-term positive effects on the economy in many different ways. And with that, I'd like to hand over the presentation to Jerry Sanders from the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the board. I'd like to take the opportunity to speak today regarding the impact of coronavirus on the business community and what that means for our economic recovery. The San Diego Regional Chamber represents some 2,500 members and approximately 300,000 jobs across our binational region. At the Chamber, we hear daily from businesses that are navigating our new challenging economic landscape. The short story is that even the most resilient businesses are feeling impacts of the pandemic, whether it be mandated closures, limited operations, or workforce challenges exacerbated by health or child care deficits. We're hard at work on our back-end business initiative for long-term economic recovery. The final report, which we anticipate will be available soon, includes some of the best practices and recommendations for reopening and long-term recovery, as well as policy solutions at all levels of government. Much of what I'm discussing today will be included in that report. I'll start with these. Smart, safe reopening is a priority for us and our membership. However, to ensure that businesses aren't reopening only to risk the health of their staff and customers, we have to have a longer-term strategy. Every reopening and consequent closure is costly just beyond just the financial implications. It wears on morale, it risks the trust of the public, and it endangers businesses from a regulatory and enforcement perspective. So please know that you have a partner in our organization. If there's an industry or specific business we can connect you with or help understand their challenges as you contemplate the long-term plan and compliance with state guidance, we're very happy to be of service. Trends, like with all business trends, the impact of COVID is felt most by the medium and small businesses. Those that have slim operating margins and little ability to navigate complicated regulatory environments to access relief when it's available. Businesses that were able to transition to remote work have found an opportunity to reimagine their workforce. And while that's been positive, it's highlighted existing issues with crowded housing, child care, supply chains, and digital equity. These are topics we've been working on for some time, but the sudden shift to so many working from home has added pressure. Child care, of course, we cannot talk about a workforce being homebound without discussing the new reality of working parents simultaneously managing virtual school and day-to-day demands of their jobs. Anecdotally, we've heard from some who have felt the need to leave their jobs temporarily or permanently to handle child care. These stories are almost always from women in our local workforce, meaning it's likely the impacts of COVID on the workforce will have a disproportionate impact on women and their career trajectories. Statistically, a U.S. Chamber of Commerce survey reported last month that 40% of employers have concerns about their employees' ability to return to work. 1 in 5 working parents now doubt their ability to return to work at all during the due to conflicting demands on their daytime schedule. It should be noted that we had anticipated additional San Diego region-specific data to be available regarding the child care issues in October, and look forward to sharing that and some solutions with this group. The Chamber is hopeful that the county will help to create additional child care openings by reviewing licensing processes, timelines, regulatory demands, and creative opportunities where businesses are located to create convenient and accessible care. Another area we're hearing about frequently is liability and businesses' exposure to litigation. Our members are operating in good faith. They want to reopen and be strong members of our community. However, policy proposals that lack sufficient outreach or education for the business community can complicate the reopening. And the delicate nature of their existence cannot be overstated right now. We will lose businesses if we fail to include them in our discussions around recovery. We're all aware of businesses who have quickly adapted their operations to either PPE production or other types of innovative ways to do business. But for businesses that don't have that capacity or option, small businesses need and will continue to need additional support. Chief among those supports are transparency and ability to plan. While we appreciate the position of leadership at the county and state levels, our small businesses would benefit from knowing how to prepare their operations and workforce for reopening. For the very small businesses, we've also become aware they're unbanked or more commonly lightly banked and have much higher hurdles in accessing funding like loans and credit. Our banks and financial institutions are some of the best in the country, but we can still do better to create pathways for business, entrepreneurs, and banks to create stronger relationships that can provide stability in future downturns. Additionally, small businesses would benefit from an expanded program at the county to educate and interact with those who are making decisions based on reopening. I'd be remiss not to thank the county and all the work that all of you have done, and Tina Emmerich, who's been tremendous in working with the Chamber, who have been a steady source of helpful information and guidance for our members who are desperate for answers. Thank you again for inviting me to share this update with you today, and I'll turn it over to Demetrius Alexia.
Chairman Cox, honorable members of the County Board of Supervisors, Madam CEO, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share some perspective from our hospitals and health systems. What you see up on the slide is trending from about early April through to date in terms of what hospitalizations have looked like. We've been in this for over 6 months now since our statewide stay-at-home order. And even if you go back earlier with some of the first cases coming via cruise ships, it did provide an opportunity for our hospitals and health systems to set up lines of communication, organizing, and work together for what has blown into a full-blown pandemic. What's also evident from these slides is every time we've reopened and every time we've shut down, we definitely see peaks and valleys, which is somewhat to be expected. But it just does lead to more opportunities as we continue to be open now. Next slide, please. So in terms of our challenges and concerns, we'll break it up into 2 buckets, one being our current and then future. What is overarching as well as our financial challenges. It's an overarching theme you hear not only for businesses, but from our health systems. And just as all businesses have felt the impact of the shutdowns, so have our health systems. In early March, when we did have the statewide shutdown, it did impact our hospitals and health systems with canceling of procedures and emptying out for maintaining hospital capacity. In terms of our current challenges, I'd put it into a few items. One being it's a continued game of sort of whack-a-mole as shortages have continued to move around. Early on, it was PPEs, then it was face shields and test kits and swabs. So as we continue, we're not only constrained in the state, but nationally as we continue to demand and need the resources to be able to maintain, to treat our region. In addition, we've also seen reduced capacity in terms of our workforce. We're definitely appreciative of our doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals. They've been at this continuously for over 6 months of stressful service fighting a highly contagious and deadly virus. And the future, as we currently see it, doesn't show much relief in the immediate short term. And the stress and anxiety has definitely taken its toll. Layered with that is something that we already have heard, is the ongoing staffing needs due to childcare issues. We're appreciative of this board, Supervisor Fletcher, early on, and even today with Supervisor Gaspar, of continuing to look at childcare issues and how we can best find solutions there. But we have heard from our health systems that a high level of callouts are occurring from clinical staff due to school closures and a lack of support for distance learning. The county funded childcare vouchers and childcare providers have been critical. There's currently a wait list for vouchers and those are set to expire in October, and many hospital employees are still struggling. In terms of behavioral health, that's also been a constant. even though we shut down on the procedures, what hasn't shut down is the need for patients and the volume seeking behavioral health. It hasn't decreased over the pandemic, and we're actually seeing that patients have no place to discharge when they're ready and thus remain in the hospital because the community providers don't have space to take them. The impact on adults is one thing, but we're also seeing the impact behavioral health-wise on kids as well. The volume of kids in the ED with mental health needs is increasing. In August, we saw an unprecedented increase in depression screening for suicidal ideation referrals to social work needing an immediate response. Also, the volume of kids coming to the ED with mental health needs is increasing. So there's a lot of need there. Then in terms of deferred medical care, that's another area with the shutdown that you've had folks who are afraid or nervous about going to facilities. And with that, annual screenings and well visits have been put off. And we're starting to see some of those impacts as well as the next item, which is the increased acuity in the ED. As that deferred maintenance has occurred and folks are coming in with more severe issues than they otherwise would have. The other piece that also goes into the deferred medical care also impacts our kids. As care isn't being accessed, vaccinations are being missed. So the concern is, as we move forward, we might see resurgence of certain diseases the vaccinations had otherwise taken care of. And lastly, post-acute care always continues to be a challenge in terms of discharging from our facilities. As we look at future concerns, you saw that on the chart, which is the increasing numbers of COVID-19 cases as the economy reopens. It's one of those areas that we have to continue to be vigilant, doing the right thing with masking, social distancing, and staying at home when at all possible. We also have heard about the fire season, which we're in. So as you start to plan for fire season and other concurrent disasters, it does put strains on our first responders and all of our systems. And then as we prepare for a second wave this fall, we're also moving into flu season. The term I've heard is florona that we want to avoid. So it's important that you get your flu shot, even more important this year. And lastly, expiring state and federal waivers, which we'll talk about as we look at opportunities. So enough about sort of the challenges. There have been some great positive outcomes through this. The first being collaboration. With the County of San Diego, there's been tremendous collaboration with this Board of Supervisors, with our MOAC, EMS, Public Health. We also do want to thank our County Eligibility Operations team. Through our partnership with Rick Wani and his team, hospitals are processing more than 1,000 Medi-Cal applications a month. That ensures that our community has access to health care coverage and thus health care services. There's also been tremendous collaboration between our health systems. We've seen transparent sharing of deep and meaningful data between health systems that has really helped drive operational decisions. There's communication occurring, not that it always hasn't occurred, but in a larger way, even to the point of sharing resources where if somebody was short on PPEs, they're sharing of those resources to ensure that ultimately the region and the patient first and foremost benefits. The other area where we've seen collaboration is with our neighboring counties. Imperial County, for example, they underwent tremendous strain, and our hospitals and health systems here stepped up in a large way, taking a significant volume of transfers to ensure that Imperial County wasn't overwhelmed. We've also seen collaboration on border issues. Thank you to Supervisor Gaspar for raising that issue federally and getting attention and support here to our region. We've been able to put more focus, and out in Imperial County seeing an ACS setup which helped relieve the strain, which then would have come into San Diego County as well. And then lastly is testing partnerships. The county has stepped up in a large way, partnering with Rady Children's Hospital to ensure that our kids not only have access to testing, but their families do as well, to ensure that we can help stop the spread. And then the other area where I talk about positive outcomes is hospital leadership in COVID-19 testing. Our hospitals have helped the county with their public health responsibility by stepping up in a large way, developing capacity and capability to do COVID-19 testing, not only for their patients, but for the community at large. And then we've also seen a lot of collaboration and thought sharing come out of the lab testing task force. And then I'd round this out with two things. One, innovations to meet patient needs. We're fortunate to have world-class health systems in our region. Not only are we looking at innovative things such as convalescent plasma, evolving care as it continues. Early on, we were talking about ventilator shortages. We don't hear that as much as we've evolved care to ensure that patients are getting the services that they need. But even as we move forward, we're seeing participation in trials for COVID-19 in our region, and even efforts to develop vaccines. And then most recently, even amongst setting up committees to evaluate those vaccines to ensure that our region understands which vaccines are the ones that we should be using. And then lastly, and I'll round this up, is our increased opportunities around telehealth. This has been another real area where we've seen some opportunities. As the public has been nervous or cautious about coming in, telehealth waivers and flexibilities have allowed our hospitals and health systems to significantly expand their telehealth programs to deliver care and services in a safe and convenient manner. That isn't to say it's all perfect. There's still serious challenges there, whether it's workforce training or access to technology, patient education, reimbursement, and payer coverage. But it does allow another area of accessing care. So I would leave you with this as a reminder, which is keeping distance, avoiding large gatherings, wear your mask, and washing our hands. Doing all of this will not only save lives, but it'll help our businesses and our local community stay open. Thank you. And I will hand it off to Dr. Luke Bergman, who will be up here next.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. I want to build on some of what Demetrios just introduced regarding the significant impacts that COVID-19 has had on behavioral health. In July, when I presented to your board, I mentioned that there were recently available data pointing to an over 200% increase in rates of anxiety and depression risk among the general adult population, with higher rates among those earning less money, those with children living in their houses, and those who identify as Hispanic in particular. Additional national data continue to confirm these patterns, with data published a couple of weeks ago in JAMA reporting an overall tripling in rates of depression nationally, with rates of severe depression increasing by over 500%. Locally, we're seeing some of this reflected in presentations to emergency departments. As Demetrios alluded to, while overall ED visits are down, static, rates of psychiatric and drug use-related visits among folks presenting to the ED have continued to increase. There have been consistent concerns that with these sorts of numbers and the elevated rates of distress and severe depression that I just mentioned, we should expect rates of suicide to increase. This has, however, not been the case, as we've seen a declining trend over 2019 continue through the current calendar year and through the pandemic. Having said that, we need to remember that there is substantial evidence tying decreases in employment to suicide increases. So this is something we need to be particularly vigilant about and to track closely in the future. Where we already see the most striking and devastating evidence of behavioral health distress has been in drug overdose mortality, where increases following the shelter-in-place order in March have remained elevated and then spiked further over July and August. This increase is likely the result of a combination of things, all of which have some relationship to the pandemic. These include the greater probability that people are using drugs alone, which always puts people at greater risk of overdose death, and that there have been disruptions in the supply chains and points of access to illicit drugs, meaning that people often aren't using supplies that they can trust. The local supply chain has become especially deadly over the last few months with a recent influx of additional fentanyl, a super potent opioid. Fentanyl is now mixed with other opioids, but also powder cocaine and even pressed pills that look like Xanax or Adderall that are sold on the street. As this graph shows, deaths involving fentanyl have gone up especially dramatically in the last few months, and to date through 2020 are triple what they were at the same point in 2019. Thus far in 2020, 12 youth between the ages of 15 and 19 have died, and 37 people under the age of 25 have died from drug overdose. A third significant factor possibly contributing to these increased death rates is the number of folks who've been disconnected from substance use disorder treatment since the onset of the pandemic. Your board may recall from July that I shared a slide similar to this, which indicates total numbers of monthly behavioral health service contacts within the county-run system, and that there are two primary takeaways. First, there was dramatic loss in total care access following the onset of the pandemic, especially within the substance use disorder system. Mental health contact numbers are now almost where they were pre-COVID, but addiction treatment services remain nearly 25% below where they had been. And second, that we see a sustained shift towards telehealth, shown in the orange sections of each bar, and telephonic care, shown in the yellow sections. This is a shift that had been imagined as something that might play out over a decade or so. That has happened so quickly, I think, and again resonant with Demetrios' remarks, points to a major adaptation that has the potential to have lasting positive impacts on behavioral health care. Indeed, regulatory changes facilitating the expansion of telehealth, along with changes to the substance use disorder confidentiality standards known as 42 CFR, with the right investments in practice change and technical assistance, could lead to a substantial expansion in access to care coming out of this pandemic. And these investments and regulatory opportunities will intersect with two broader phenomena in making this happen. One will be additional people enrolled in Medi-Cal, which generally supports behavioral health care more robustly than many private insurances. And second is the broader and deeper awareness of the significance of behavioral health among all of us, including care providers of all stripes, who understand differently at this point in the pandemic that behavioral health is something we all need care for, and that into the future it needs to be integrated into all other kinds of care, even care for infectious disease. With that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Paul Gothold, Superintendent of Schools with the San Diego County Office of Education.
Thank you, Luke. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Cox, Board of Supervisors, and special thanks to Supervisor Gaspar for inviting us to be with you today. And I first want to just acknowledge opening comments by Supervisor Gaspar that distance learning has been challenging. Those examples that were given are real. And as a parent of a 5- and 8-year-old in our public schools, my wife has had to forfeit work, and it's not always smooth 100% of the time. And so I want to begin on the first slide by just acknowledging a timeline of where we were, how we got here, and where we are now. And as you can see, we as a County Office of Education do not have the authority to tell schools when to reopen or close. However, we've been providing guidance and support since March. We went directly in recovery with the Emergency Operations Center and our partners at County Health. And so when you look at the timeline, it requires a great deal of flexibility, planning. As of June, we were gearing up to reopen. July, we were told we couldn't. We were on the watch list. And so we would have to be operating in distance learning. Then we came off the watch list, and now we're in the process of starting to see more of our districts and schools reopen. Next slide, please. So one of the things that was immediate for our families, 50% of our students in San Diego County qualify for free and reduced lunch. When schools closed, this had an enormous impact on our families and kids because they relied on meals that were given at school. So we had to immediately pivot and become a center for students and families to pick up food. And as some of you may know, we also operate our own educational programs. And what we saw from our community schools through the county, schools like Monarch and San Pasqual, there were instances where families were struggling as well. And so we partnered with James Floss and the Food Bank and had to now pivot to providing meals for entire families for weeks at a time because of the economic insecurity and strain that some of our parents experienced during this time. In addition, we also deployed our own staff to East County to serve meals in our rural communities. The other instance, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about that today, is childcare. And So in the beginning, we conducted a survey to send out through our districts about where our essential workers resided, where they worked, and where they would need childcare if they did at all. What we found is that many of our families, particularly hospital workers and some of our essential workers, did not make enough to qualify for free childcare, but they could not afford it either. And so we shifted some of our funding from First Five to provide clean sanitation supplies and also vouchers so we could plug them into private childcare centers that were near their homes when appropriate. And we also know that the Board of Supervisors has been just tremendous in the financial support and advocacy around this issue. Finally, I just would like to say that the schools also played a role in this with the after-school program beginning in the summer. We provided guidance on opening up pop-up emergency child care centers for our essential workers, and those partnerships with our after-school providers continue today, both in our schools and agencies like Boys and Girls Club. Teaching and learning from a distance. We've talked a little bit about some of the challenges. It has been definitely a mixed bag. Some are done with complete fidelity. Some have had some more challenges than others. And really, when you talk about the reality of distance learning, so many of our children have been adversely affected because of their lack of technology that I'll talk about in a minute. But we also had to establish a binational task force. There are 46,000 American born students right now living in Baja California alone. And so many of them are migrant and are coming back and forth, and developing solutions to support them through their school has been paramount. And also our efforts in making sure that we provided support for our schools and educators around the pandemic itself, but also some of the issues that were going on in communities that our kids needed space to discuss. Next slide, please. So this is a rough estimate, up to 100,000 students in San Diego County lack appropriate internet. And what I mean by underconnected, or what it says on the slide there, a family could be qualified as being one that has access to technology, but that would include a cell phone. And a cell phone may probably not be appropriate when it comes to learning and some of the platforms that we use in our schools. And so beginning in March, we knew that our most vulnerable kids were getting hurt, and even though we had paper and pencil solutions for all of our districts, we still felt this was something we needed to accelerate. And so particularly with kids who are in foster care, were mobile, experiencing homelessness in our East County, where some of our communities don't even have the infrastructure to have internet access on our reservations or surrounding communities. So with that, we were able to successfully negotiate with some of the bigger providers, and Cox has been a wonderful partner, as well as Verizon. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for their unbelievable support in this effort. To date, we have deployed thousands of Verizon hotspots and Cox home Wi-Fi kits. These are, I should mention, broadband Wi-Fi, high-speed internet solutions for our families, and we continue to roll that out. We also want to thank our partners like San Diego Foundation, Classroom of the Future, Computers to Kids, and local firms like Qualcomm, who have all contributed to these efforts. Some of our solutions in East County will not be realized until next month. We are negotiating with SpaceX and also Viasat to have solutions for our children there. Next slide, please. So one of the other things that we had to pay attention to was something that, next slide, please. We had to pay attention to what has been discussed frequently this morning, and that's the whole child and the social emotional wellness of our children. So partnering with Live Well, addressing some of the mental health needs and anxiety and self-regulation, but also in addition to being state leaders in equity and English learners, we've been tapped by the Department of Education to take the state lead on launching Living Work Start in mental health. It is a free online suicide prevention training program that's available to middle and high school staff, students throughout the state. And we also developed scripts for our teachers. For our teachers alone and some of the guidance we provided for districts, we had indicated that there has to be some aspects of social emotional learning, not just the academics, and also checking in on the well-being of our children, because this, we know, has been an incredibly difficult time. All of our materials are in multiple languages. They can be found at sdcoe.net/coronavirus. There are parent resources and support for all of these efforts, including distance learning. And that concludes my section, so I'll hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gotthold. I'd like to personally thank all the panelists for coming today. I acknowledge you guys are all very busy, and we truly appreciate you taking the time and sharing with us today on the impact on the pandemic for these various areas. And Chairman Cox and members of the board, this concludes our presentation, subject to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Andy, and thank you to all of our presenters this morning. You certainly provided some very sobering information, which again helps put this whole COVID-19 experience that we're going through in perspective. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any specific questions of members of the panel. Seeing no questions at this time, I'm going to ask if our staff would like to go ahead and proceed in to their presentation on item number 7. And then if there are subsequent questions, we can certainly direct them at the conclusion of that presentation. So I'm going to ask Helen Robbins-Meyer if she'd like to make some introductory comments, and then we'll go directly into the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wooten is coming down, but in the meantime, let me introduce Chuck Matthews. As you all know, Don Stoyer has retired, and Chuck Matthews is taking on the lead responsibility for Incident Command. So Chuck, go ahead and kick it off. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Ellen. Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. In the last month since we presented to your board, there have been many developments in the COVID-19 response. On August 28th, Governor Gavin Newsom announced California is moving away from the watch list system of tracking COVID-19 trends and is instead moving to a 4-tier classification system that will guide when counties can move forward with reopening. Because of our status on this tiered system, San Diego County was able to open a variety of non-essential businesses such as personal care, limited indoor dining, and schools. Our safe reopening compliance team continues to support in addressing the needs of these local businesses and other entities to ensure they are in compliance with the state and county regulations, while encouraging the health and safety of their employees, customers, and communities. All the while, the county team has pivoted where needed to address other pressing issues, such as the recent Valley Fire. Today's presentation will feature our Public Health Officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, who will provide a public health update and will discuss the new state tiered system and what that looks like locally. We'll also be joined by Nick Mascione, our Test, Trace, and Treat Director, who will be discussing efforts to support schools with COVID-19 surveillance testing for the nearly 80,000 personnel in the region. Andy Pease, our Incident Command Finance Chief, will round out today's presentation and provide an update on the CARES Act framework. Without further ado, I welcome Dr. Wilma Wooten.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. The number of COVID-19 cases continues to increase. Since the last presentation to your board on August 4th, an additional 17,000 cases have been reported for a total of 42,887 positive COVID-19 cases as of 11:59 p.m. Sunday evening, September 13th. This table provides a summary of these cases with a breakdown by age, hospitalization, ICU admissions, and deaths. 24,909, or 58.2%, of the cases are between the ages of 20 and 49 years of age. 3,306, or 7.7%, have been hospitalized. And of that number, 781, or 1.8% of the total number of cases and 24% of those hospitalized required ICU admission. And unfortunately, 734, or 1.7% of the total number of cases have died. In this next slide, the classic epi curve shows cases by onset of illness. As is shown here, starting in the middle of June, case numbers showed a sharp increase. Going to the next slide, specifically on June 12th, we started to see the opening of businesses, which resulted in the increased number of cases. In mid-July, a decline in cases was seen after restrictions were imposed by the state and preventive measures were adhered to by the public. Cases leveled off in mid-August and then began to slightly increase and now remain daily cases between 200 and 300 plus range. At the end of August, the state rolled out the blueprint for a safer economy, and we can expect that we will see an increase in cases as sectors reopen. Also, we know that we will see more cases under the incubation bar that's noted at the upper right-hand corner of this slide. Now, the blueprint for a safer economy is a plan for loosening or tightening restrictions on business operations based on the two new public health metrics developed by the state, which are the case rate per 100,000 population and testing positivity. This framework replaces the state's previous county monitoring list. The tier framework lays out the metrics and thresholds that each county must meet in order to open more and more parts of the economy and shows tiers based on risk of community disease transmission, specifically widespread for purple, substantial for red, moderate for orange, and minimal for green. And just to note, to have a minimal for yellow. Just to note, to have a green transmission level would mean that there is no COVID-19 transmission in our community, and we do not see that happening in the near future. The California Department of Public Health assesses indicators weekly and releases the new tier status on Tuesdays of each week. A county must remain in a tier for a minimum of 3 weeks before being able to advance to a less restrictive tier. If a county's adjusted case rate and test positivity metrics fall into 2 different tiers, the county will be assigned to the more restrictive tier. During the weekly assessment, if a county's adjusted case rate and/or test positivity have been within a more restrictive tier for 2 consecutive weekly periods, the county must move to the more restrictive tier. In this next slide, since San Diego has been placed originally in tier 2 or the red tier, reopenings have included the percentage of operations for indoor activities by the following sectors as identified at the top right. Moving to tier 1 or the purple tier would only allow hair salons and barbershops to be open, indoor retail at 25% capacity, and indoor shopping centers at 25% capacity with no food courts to open or to be opened. The remainder of the items under tier 2, including indoor worship services, movie theaters, museums, and gyms, would need to move operations back to outdoors once again. Schools would continue to be allowed to provide in-person education if they choose or chose to do so. As of September 15th, San Diego County is still in tier 2 or the red tier. However, our unadjusted case rate for the 7-day period from Monday, September 7th to Sunday, September 13th is 7.9 or purple tier, tier 1, with a testing positivity of 4.5%, which is the orange tier or tier 3. Currently, San Diego County has had 1 week of tier 1 data. If we continue to have a case rate above 7 for a second week, we risk moving to tier 1 or the purple tier. Given the rise in cases, it is even more important that we move forward responsibly, since there is no path to economic recovery without slowing the spread of COVID-19. As a reminder, additional things you can do to protect yourself, your family, and your community are on our county website, www.coronavirus-sd.com, and have been espoused by others here today, which includes adhering to hygiene and proper sanitation, facial coverings, social distancing, staying home if you are sick, and not attending large gatherings. Now please welcome Agency Director and COVID-19 T3 Director, Nick Mascione.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten. As part of our county's T3 strategy, we've developed a comprehensive testing approach that's countywide, grounded in innovation, health equity, and results. And as we approach a major milestone for our region, 1 million tests, we continue to advance new testing sites to build upon our over 20 sites for free COVID-19 testing. This includes 7 non-appointment drop-in locations, and in all of our sites, including our state testing sites, they're available to all San Diegans. Now, it should be noted, as a region, we've always been providing free testing to school teachers and personnel, along with students and their families. More recently, though, as part of the K-12 school reopenings, the California Department of Public Health recommends periodic surveillance testing for any school employee who may have contact with students and other staff. And in that regard, we've been partnering with the County Board of Education to open up additional school-only testing sites that will support the 80,000 school staff from both public, private, as well as charter schools. Now, while there is no state guidance on periodic surveillance testing for school-aged children, our county has elected to advance testing for children. And we partnered with the Rady Children's Hospital to develop the COVID Collaborative for Children to expand testing capacity for children that are covered by Rady's Rady Health Network, as well as those who are uninsured. For most students younger than the age of 12, they and their caregivers can receive free COVID-19 tests through the Rady Children's Hospital. It's recommended that they contact their pediatrician to schedule a test or just simply email Rady, as you can see on the screen for the website. Students and caregivers, though covered by Kaiser Permanente, can consult their pediatrician or physician directly for guidance on COVID-19 testing. Now, to further expand on these efforts, we've actively been exploring innovative ways to support COVID-19 detection in schools and child care facilities. On August 31st, 2020, the county submitted its work plan and budget to the state Department of Public Health's funding allocation of over $20 million for COVID-19 epidemiology and laboratory capacity, also known as ELC, enhancing detection funding. These ELC activities are funded by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and extend from May 18, 2020, all the way through November 17, 2022. The funds are intended to provide critical resources to local public health departments like ours for a broad range of activities related to COVID-19 testing and epidemiologic surveillance. Approximately $3.6 million of these ELC funds are proposed for an applied research pilot project that will benefit our region by exploring early COVID-19 outbreak detection strategies for use in schools and child care settings. The pilot project would aim to develop, evaluate, and scale a multi-pronged early alert system for COVID-19 by assessing the validity and sensitivity and specificity for a number of high and low-tech screening strategies. Potential strategies include symptom screenings and COVID-19 detection in wastewater and on surfaces in classrooms, cafeterias, and other locations. As part of today's item, authority is being requested to enter into a contract with our partner, the University of California, San Diego, as part of their Safer at School early alert system for K-12 schools and childcare. Now I'd like to pass it over to Andy Pease to discuss an update on the CARES Act Coronavirus Fund spending update. Andy?
Thank you, Nick. The County of San Diego has been allocated almost $388 million of CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF dollars, to be spent by December 30th on COVID-19 response efforts. All the CARES Act dollars have been obligated by this board, and they are expected to be fully spent by the end of December. I will note that almost $54 million of the CARES Act was provided to us by the state, and there are strings attached in receiving these dollars. The primary string is that as a condition of receipt of funds, the county has to adhere to the state's stay-at-home orders, gubernatorial executive orders, and all California Department of Public Health orders, directives, and guidance in response to the COVID-19 emergency. Otherwise, these dollars are in jeopardy. The framework before you today reflects this board's broad investment in a variety of areas to address the need. And in particular, as you heard from the panel, it's not just for direct public health and medical areas, but also to meet the needs of the community and the schools and whatnot. And I'll provide you a quick update on these initiatives. First is the county's response of $167.6 million. These include costs for the acquisition of PPEs, inventory for regional distribution, medical station costs, staffing for all departments within the county dedicated to the COVID-19 response. It's for sanitation, hand washing stations, portable restrooms, communication, outreach, teleworking costs, administrative costs, our county's efforts to reopen, and it also includes our safe reopening compliance enforcement efforts. Originally, we had earmarked $175 million toward these efforts, but we were estimating underspending about $7.4 million, so your board redirected those dollars for rental assistance, which is the next category. During budget deliberations, this board approved $24 million toward a COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program, of which $7.4 million is funded with CARES Act. The rest is funded with general fund balance unless there are remaining or additional CARES Act available to cover the cost. This program will provide a grant of up to $1,500 a month for a maximum of 2 months or $3,000 per household to cover rent by those impacted by COVID-19. The funds will be distributed directly to landlords, and we estimate that approximately 8,000 households will be served through this program. There will be a 2-week application period, which is expected to open later this month. We have allocated $100 million for T3 efforts, as well as an additional $5 million for T3 specific for schools, as Nick just discussed. T3 includes costs for our hotels, our testing sites, our public health lab costs, our EPI team, including our case investigators and tracers. We have $5 million for child care for essential workers. This is a voucher program paid to child care providers on behalf of impacted families. To date, we have distributed 3,246 vouchers, totaling approximately $2 million, and we expect these funds fully spent by the end of the year. We have provided $25 million to the 17 smaller cities in the county of San Diego to be used for their own COVID-19 efforts. We will just note that we did not provide an allocation to the city of San Diego as they received their own CARES Act directly from the U.S. Treasury of just under $250 million. $17 million has been allocated for the Small Business Stimulus Program grants, which provides financial assistance to small businesses and nonprofits impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Your board recently augmented this program with an additional $3.5 million specific for restaurants for a total of $20.5 million, or $4.1 million per board district. To date, we have received far more requests than available funds, and over the next couple board hearings, we expect these funds to be awarded to approximately 3,000 recipients, or perhaps even more. We have $15 million allocated for behavioral health telehealth capabilities. These funds are going for costs such as IT hardware and equipment to staff, providers, clients. It's investment in our data registry for improved identification and outreach for at-risk populations. It's for investment in media and communication, and tenant improvements that are directly tied to our provision of direct services. There is $2 million for child welfare outreach efforts to families during the pandemic, and we are working with 4 providers, and to date, since June, we have received over 1,000 referrals, and there has been a marked increase in referrals since August and September now that schools are back in session. For the Great Plates programs, we have allocated $11.8 million, and we currently have almost 3,000 participants and 41 restaurants in the Great Plates program, and over 350 participants and 26 restaurants in Great Plates 2, or dinner delivered program. These programs continue to grow in participants, and we are providing over 63,000 home delivered meals a week. We have allocated $3.5 million to the San Diego Food Bank and Feeding San Diego, which provide food to individuals and families who face food security issues, poverty, and financial challenges tied to the COVID-19 emergency. If there are any savings in the Great Plates program toward the end of the year, those savings will be directed to these food bank services. And finally, we have $25 million allocated for the Child Care Provider Grant Program. To date, we have received almost 3,500 applications, totaling nearly $17 million from child care providers for financial assistance in dealing with COVID-19. Grant awards will be announced by September 24th, and we expect a second round of grant applications in the coming weeks. That concludes my update on the use of CARES Act Sierra funds. I'll remind you these are estimates, are fluid, and they're dependent on many variables, and they do not include the cost beyond December when the CARES Act funding is set to expire. And finally, I would note that recommendation 2 is to ratify all actions taken by the CAO, the public health officer, the directors of DPC and DGS in response to the local health emergency and local emergency. As part of this ratification today, it would include a contract with the San Diego Foundation for the Residential Internet Access Program. On August 25th, your board allocated $2 million of general fund balance for residential internet access program for school children and families who, due to COVID-19, need assistance in obtaining basic internet and equipment for remote learning. The San Diego Foundation will manage this program, working with the San Diego County Office of Education. And in addition, the San Diego Foundation will contribute an additional $1 million for this program for a combined total of $3 million. Thank you, and this concludes my update. I'll turn it back over to Chuck.
Thanks, Andy. In addition to receiving this update, we recommend your board take the following actions with respect to this item. Ratify all actions previously taken in response to this local health emergency. Receive an update on the T3 K-12 testing strategy. Authorize the acceptance of approximately $20 million in funding from CDPH for epidemiology and laboratory capacity. Contract with UCSD for an innovative Safer at School early alert system for K-12 schools, and take any action necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic emergency response. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report. I do know that we probably have some questions from my colleagues on the board. Let me start with Vice Chairman Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, and I appreciate the updates and the great presentations, very, very informative. I have comments to make and then a motion, and I'd like to, I guess, wait until after the public speakers to do that, but just to let the chair know, I'd like to make a motion on this item when we get to that point.
Okay, I will so note that. I know we've got about 90 speakers, so we'll get to it at some point today. Any other questions to staff before we get into the speakers? Okay, seeing none. The clerk has informed me that we have approximately 90 speakers on items 6 and 7. We're not going to allow any duplication of speakers on those two items. Because of the number of speakers, we're going to ask you to please limit your comments to 2 minutes. We would ask you not to be repetitive of other speakers. Obviously, you have a point to make and we want to hear that. We would ask you to please be as concise as you possibly can. With that, let me ask the clerk to go ahead and start calling the speakers.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Also note for the record that for these two items, we received 537 e-comments. We have 51 callers on the line to address the board. And as a reminder for the callers, if you do not wish to speak on this item, please hang up and call back when the board begins discussion of the next item. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of the phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. Then you will need to press *6 to unmute your phone and begin your comments. Again, after we unmute you, you will need to press *6 to unmute your phone before you begin your comments. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and as the chairman indicated, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 2143. You may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Namara Mercer, Executive Director of the San Diego County Lodging Association. I'm asking you today to allow hotels to host controlled meetings and events conducted with already in practice strict cleaning and social distancing protocols. Out of all the businesses that have been allowed to open, hotels have been the only to prove from the very start of COVID they can operate safely. The state's regulations on business operations are arbitrary. You can have a worship service, but you can't go bowling. You can party at a fraternity, but you can't enjoy a first dance with your new spouse. You can have a dinner with your friends and families at a restaurant, but hotels can't host a wedding reception for that same family with all the protocols in place. I'm sure the ridiculousness of this incongruity is not lost on you and your amazing county staff. COVID is absolutely a critical disaster. The state is burning around us, and our employees are desperate for work and suffering from the mental distress this causes. Also, critical, impactful disasters. The one thing that you can control during these apocalyptic times is providing county guidance to reopen business under strict safety protocols. There must be a way to have a controlled way to open businesses safely to help the economy recover and get our employees back to work. Please stop the state's capriciousness and consider opening hotels for controlled, safe meetings and events. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4497.
Si está llamando del 4497.
We'll move on to 2121.
Siguiente llamada 2121.
And again, if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. 2121.
21.
Hi there. Excuse me, this is 2121.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christine Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Carlsbad Village Business Association. Our 501c6 association supports and promotes several hundred businesses in our downtown. We also promote and brand Carlsbad Village as a premier destination to help our businesses thrive. I'm calling today to speak specifically on behalf of our approximately 100 restaurants. While the city of Carlsbad has done an amazing job of enabling the restaurants to move outside, excuse me, to continue operation on city sidewalks, private parking lots, and on public roads, the onerous restriction of 25% capacity for inside dining is going to rear its ugly head and further compromise the health of these businesses very soon. While we're luckier than most by having good weather much of the year, we truly can only rely on another 6 weeks of outdoor dining weather, at which time these businesses are going to start to struggle again. I pray, and I do not use that word lightly, that the state and the county can see to it to open up inside dining at greater than 25% before we see these businesses start to shutter their doors once and for all. As for the new color-coded 4-tier business reopening guidelines that Governor Newsom introduced at the end of August, I have to say I find it very troubling. With this new system, I fear that we will never move towards any sort of normal operations for our small businesses. I no longer see a light at the end of the tunnel. And as for the new tier system, it looks as if my association that supports these small businesses will not be able to host any public events for the foreseeable future. And these events I speak of not only brand Carlsbad Village as a thriving destination, excuse me, and attract foot traffic to the village, but they are how we keep our doors open so that we can support these businesses. We're a small business just like the ones that we support. And even though I'm completely confident we can host some of our outdoor public events, we're not given the opportunity.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank Supervisor Jim Desmond and his staff for continuing to help our businesses in the village operate and trying to move the needle to something more acceptable than what we currently have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9288.
Siguiente llamada 9288.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Rick Bauer, owner of an event
planning company called Kennedy and Associates. Since 1974, we have promoted and managed local open street fairs. Event planners, as well as thousands of exhibitors in the cottage industry, are desperate. We will not be able to survive unless we can be allowed to open safely and open soon. Open air street fairs have been a positive, productive marketing platform for thousands of entrepreneurial small businesses in the cottage industry, as well as for downtown merchants. We can open safely. Due to COVID-19, fairs and festivals have been excluded from the state's reopening plan without a clear understanding why. However, large gatherings such as farmers markets and swap meets, which are characteristically the same as fairs and festivals, have been allowed to be open. Basically, farmers markets and swap meets possess the same business model, but the state has decided different opening guidelines. Rhetorically, why? In any given Saturday or Sunday, big box stores allow large gatherings of shoppers to their stores, wearing masks, but far from being 6 feet away. I believe it's safer to be outdoors at a street fair than indoors in a big box store. Supervisors, for many of us, if not all of us, we have worked hard to establish our companies in trying to maintain a profit. PPP and EIDL loans can only go so far. We're asking you to please help us, allow us to open safely, and regain our ability to make a living. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4825.
Siguiente llamada 4825.
Hello, I appreciate the many challenges the board is facing, and I thank you for your service and for allowing me to speak. My name is Dave Hunt. I'm the president of San Diego Senior Softball, and I'd like to speak to allowing certain physical activities to resume, in particular senior softball. And I've asked that you be provided with a copy of the points that I'm going to make and that you have those in front of you. I'd like to briefly tell you who we are, and secondly, why we believe our proposal is both safe and feasible. Who we are. We're essentially you and your friends' uncles and fathers and grandfathers in San Diego County. And for many of us, softball is the primary physical and social activity that we have been precluded from enjoying this past 6 months. And you may not quite gather this because you have so many other things in your life, but for many of our men, not being able to go out there and be with their friends and play softball has caused them to lose something very precious. So that's who we are. We now see that gyms and other forms of exercises are taking place safely outdoors, group activities that are maintaining safe practices. And we can do the same because softball is primarily a physical distance activity. And if you have that copy of my presentation in front of you, I'm not going to go into the details of all the things we've come up with to operate safely. They are there, they're in place, and we're ready to do those. So our request is that you please allow us to resume recreational senior softball by telling San Diego Parks and Rec that they can issue park usage permits. They are waiting for you. They've told me that. And we understand you have to follow state guidance and balance physical activities from COVID with the extended emotional and physical cost of continued isolation. We think opening safe recreational sports is the right thing to do, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4497.
Siguiente llamada 4497.
Hi, good morning. My name is Angie, and I'm calling because when we started this pandemic in March, everyone stopped what they were doing basically because we didn't want to have it spread. We stopped it because we didn't want our hospitals to get overwhelmed. And we saw all of these emergency hospitals coming up and the ships coming in, and we were all scared. But now we look back 6 months later and we never had that. We never even got close in our hospitals. At our peak, we had 509 people in San Diego, and that was about 7% of our hospitalizations or our hospitals. Even in California, at our peak, we were at 8,800, and now we're down 62% there. So we need to get our places open. We're down 45% from our high here in San Diego. In San Diego County right now, we have 290 people. That's 0.009%. That's 1,000th of a percent of 1% of our population in the hospital. This does not constitute us being closed anymore. We have businesses that are being treated unfairly. We have down the street, we have a batting cage. They're not even on the list anywhere to be opening up where we're, when we're in orange maybe, but when are we ever going to get to orange? Those people have families to feed. That is a business that they've grown forever. And now that they're basically being told that they're never going to be able to open. It's very sad. And like I said, we just need to open up and see that our businesses are really, really, really struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0889.
Siguiente llamada.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Cox and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chuck Abbott, General Manager of the Intercontinental San Diego. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today. First and foremost, thank you for your leadership and dedication through these unprecedented times. The decisions are difficult, and I applaud you for all the work you have done to open up San Diego and keep us safe. My comments relate to allowing meetings, private events, banquets, wedding receptions, and other gatherings at our hotels. Hotels have proven that they can operate safely during COVID-19. The industry leaders have developed comprehensive plans to host meetings and events with physical distancing protocols and practice the state-approved state safety guidelines. Meetings, banquets, and events are just as safe than restaurant dining. In fact, safer. Event organizers control the number of attendees and only invite specific individuals to attend. Therefore, contact tracing protocols would automatically be in place. Many of San Diego's hotels are built with an emphasis on holding events and supporting the convention center. With the convention center not likely to resume operations until sometime late in 2021, we need to rely on smaller in-house meetings to remain open. Without the ability to reopen for events, many hotels will continue to be severely challenged or will close. We have re-engineered operations and have the ability and are ready to hold events under new guidelines. Please trust us to do the right thing. Provide us reasonable guidelines, and we will continue to keep San Diego safe under your guidance and direction. San Diego is losing large amount of business to other states that are allowing meetings and events. Our industry is a leader in our communities, and our interest has and will always be the safety and well-being of our guests and employees. We want to welcome more employees back to work. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my comments with you today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3898.
3898.
My name is Leslie Valenzuela, and I would like to keep this very simple. This emergency order is unconstitutional. There is no emergency. According to the California Emergency Service Act, Section 8558B, it states that the emergency can only be called for if the threat overwhelms the current resources of the state. Furthermore, the state of emergency has to be terminated at the earliest possible date, Section 8558B. I would also like to state the fact that yesterday in Pennsylvania, it was declared that it is also unconstitutional. Why is it unconstitutional there but not here in California or San Diego? I would like to address the public officials and state that at this point we are done with this emergency. This is not a true emergency. The true emergency is that people are taking their lives, they're losing their livelihoods, they're being displaced. It's a complete, crime against humanity. This is not going to be tolerated anymore by the residents of San Diego County. And this is an announcement to our constituents that this is unconstitutional and it will not be tolerated any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0533.
0533.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lewis. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on this item. I'm a recreational boater sailing my sailboat on San Diego Bay, mostly in races and regattas presented by the area yacht clubs and the Cortez Racing Association. To sail my boat successfully, I need a crew of 4 or 5 people on board to trim the sails and to control the boat safely. With the current household-only limitation, I can no longer participate in sailing my boat unless I go out alone. No one else in my home likes sailing, so I take this chance. As sailing is a great physical activity that takes place outdoors in the open air on beautiful San Diego Bay, offering stress and anxiety relief. But single-handed sailing can also be risky. In a recent race, a solo sailor was adjusting his sails and fell off the boat. Fortunately, other sailors were nearby and rescued him and his wayward boat. As I sail around the bay, I see many charter boats loaded with sightseers, whale watchers, and partiers of all types crowded on decks, along with numerous fishing boats loaded to the gills with fishermen returning from the sea with their catch. But I'm out there sailing alone. However, I can meet up with my full racing crew for dinner at a local restaurant, or share drinks at area bars, and even shop together, standing shoulder to shoulder in any of the local big box stores. Please consider my request to rescind this household-only limitation and allow folks to sail together on recreational boats. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2465.
2465.
Hi, my name is Edie Johnson. California was one of the first states to lock down. We flattened our curve, did not overwhelm our hospitals, and conserved PPEs. We did what we were supposed to do. You'd think we'd be open, but we're not. Why? The state keeps moving the goalposts. Now they change our data by adding an adjustment factor that we don't know what it is until after they apply it. In essence, CDPH is dictating how you will get to live your life based on the bell curve you despised in high school. Remember, under the new 4-tier system, there is no green level, no 100% get back to life before COVID-19 level. I support Supervisor Desmond's motion to not enforce the state closure and capacity requirements. We need to take back local control. Furthermore, the San Diego Board of Supervisors COVID-19 subcommittee should be disbanded. San Diegans deserve open public discussion by all 5 elected officials on this important topic. We understand that CARES Act funding is at risk, just as there is risk that some of the individual businesses may accept if the motion passes. Seems reasonable. Public-private partnership. Do what we were supposed to do hasn't worked, so try something new. There is mounting pressure on the governor. San Diego is not the only county pushing back. Consider the economic benefit to the county if businesses can open more fully. Think of the improvement to mental health of so many residents. Don't you miss seeing and hearing children playing on the playground? I sure do. San Diego has so much going for it. The tourist industry, our diverse topography, entertainment venues, and the many business sectors that flourish here. We should not be dependent on a bailout. Life here now is like living on unemployment, which is not a long-term viable option. So please vote yes to say, I believe that San Diego can work together to safely reopen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3838.
3838.
3838.
Yeah, I would just like, before any votes today, I would like Dr. Wooten to address the fact that it has been widely reported recently, 2 weeks ago, in the New York Times, that the PCR tests that we're basing all these cases on is widely flawed, and that the admission of the CDC that they are not looking for a COVID-specific virus, they are just looking for a coronavirus in the test, and then they are oversampling with the number of cycles, what they call amplifying the samples, way beyond what the CDC recommends. The CDC recommends 33 cycles for virus testing, and they are amplifying at 37 cycles. Basically, the New York Times stated in their article that they are just finding particles of dead viruses and calling that COVID positive. It does not even identify the fact that it's COVID, and it's not even a live virus that they're identifying. And what the New York Times says, maybe up to 90% of the COVID positive PCR results. The other thing I would like Dr. COVID to recognize is the fact that it has been widely identified by the CDC and the County Board of Supervisors that 95% of the fatalities from COVID-19 are a very identifiable population of nursing home residents, elderly people with comorbidities, which are the non-working population, non-school going population. And the people that are dying from the working population and the school going population is very, very, very small. And the average healthy person that is at working age is virtually at zero risk. And I would like Wooten to have to address that before there is a vote today.
Thank you, sir. And sir, if you could please state your name for the audio record.
Yeah, Michael Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6623.
6623.
We're having trouble hearing you on our end.
Is this for 6623?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Holly Delavedova. I own 2 world-renowned tattoo shops in San Diego. One's in Pacific Beach, one is in Little Italy. I also own a medical spa where we do skincare as well. So estheticians fall under, if we have to close down again, we fall under that as well, along with our tattoo shops. I would just like to state that our shops are cleaner than any Home Depot, Costco, grocery store around. We take extreme measures for safety. All of our artists hold bloodborne pathogen and health department certificates. Our booths are 10 by 10 wide, individual booths with a closed area for an artist and their client. They all wear masks and face shields. This is killing our business. We are going to be forced to close down and unfortunately end 30 plus jobs if we keep yo-yoing a shutdown. I just don't understand the reasoning when the hospitals are not full. And of course there are positive cases coming up because there's more testing. That doesn't necessarily mean that, this virus is out of control and everyone's going to die. And I think that killing the economy in the long run is going to be much worse than people who are at high risk, unfortunately getting really sick or dying. And I think that it should be up to their discretion. If they want to come out and go in public, then they do. If they want to stay home to protect themselves, they do. But to shut down the entire county and state and bleed us of everything that we've worked so hard for because some people might get really sick and possibly could die is crazy, because we all know this is not going away anytime soon. This is going to continue. This virus is not going to go away anytime soon. The vaccines are far off into the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's just what I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5656.
5656.
5656.
Hi, my name is Zafar Dejani. I own a couple of event venues and a catering company here in San Diego. And I want to give you guys, again, firsthand experience of what the new normal is for private events. It's basically backyard weddings and events that have absolutely no safety protocols or guidelines, but they also even violate capacity fire codes. Make no mistake about it, these are super spreading events. I went to one as a guest, left very quickly when I saw that not one person was wearing a mask. It's like they were in this new bubble where COVID doesn't exist. There was no one there to ensure that people were following proper protocols. How we have swap meets, art and craft festivals, farmers markets, they're all open, yet small privately hosted events in licensed venues are prohibited is, first of all, unconstitutional, but secondarily, unfairly selecting certain businesses to survive and others to be closed. This most certainly will lead to tremendous county liability with the prospects of almost certain litigation. And I want to also bring up again, a federal court recently, I think yesterday, they ruled that the state-imposed shutdown orders that require people to stay home and place limits on public gatherings aimed at halting the spread of COVID were well-intentioned but unconstitutional. This is from a federal court, so this sets a precedence now for the entire country, including California. Further, we are the second largest county in California, and we have sought many times guidance from the governor, and it falls on deaf ears. This clearly shows the commitment from our governor is non-existent. I passionately ask you please to accept the recommendation for allowing businesses to open so long as they can do it in a safe manner and stop playing Mother May I with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1695.
1695.
1695.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Olkatukin, and going off of Zoffer's last comments, I'm also an event planner and event professional here in San Diego. And unfortunately, we've had to create our own 501c6 so we can lobby with the governor to safely reopen. We are not, as an event industry, even though we are a multi-billion-dollar industry, we're not even a drop down on the governor's industry list, which leaves us basically paralyzed, waiting. And we've worked with every single one of the supervisors, provided all the information, wrote 17 pages of guidelines, and know that we can successfully reopen safely. However, we are not allowed to do this because the governor has not recognized our industry. So as Supervisor Desmond reaches out and asks for us to reopen, we kindly ask that you please consider this. Like Zoffer mentioned, there are bootleg weddings, there are bootleg events. They're happening because people are tired of this. And we are event professionals who can help to bring events back online safely. So please, please, please consider this. I have 2 children. I am a small business owner, and I'm quite frankly at the end of what I can handle capacity-wise without additional assistance or being able to reopen. So please consider this for us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8295.
8295.
8295.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Giels, and my purpose here is to petition you per my First Amendment right. I'd like to petition you to resume obligations of your oath to unite your constituents and be accountable to your constituents by surveying us for a majority view on the constitutionality of this state of emergency. Please provide us with the tool to unite in order to debate and consider current policy and restore representational government. Your current method of governance is denying constitutional rights according to recent court rulings in Idaho and Pennsylvania courts. I petition you to resume your constitutional obligations of accountability. The economic choices being made in this declared state of emergency are being made without proper representation, with clear improper incentive to transfer economic control of vast federal funds to a small group of state employees. Because of the threat to our rule of law, I urgently petition you per my First Amendment right for immediate action on the following 3 items. Please address the public by acknowledging our First Amendment right to petition our government. Please immediately instruct county residents on our right and our method and specific opportunity, time and place to assemble and forcefully petition our government. I request you please justify to the public the threshold that's being used to deny county residents our constitutional rights under the false premise of an emergency, as that standard is understood by a reasonable person. My comment is to observe that there is no state of emergency. The numerical percentage of those at risk is too small to justify it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3989.
3989.
Hi, thank you, supervisors. This is Angie Weber. I'm calling on behalf of the 54 amazing human beings that work at Cowboy Star Restaurant and Butcher Shop here in the East Village. We are finally reopening our doors today after being closed for almost 6 months. We have taken extraordinary safety precautions to protect our team and our guests. We have set our seating to comply with the 25% restrictions, and we are pleading with you. Please consider voting yes on Supervisor Desmond's proposal to reject the state's newest color code metric. That system was created by politicians 500 miles away. It does not have our local community's best interest in mind. And the $115 million that you are worried about from the CARES Act is nothing in comparison to what we are losing as a region by keeping our small businesses closed. You are also opening up the county for massive litigation when these closures are found to be unconstitutional. San Diego needs to have its own metrics that actually make sense for San Diegans and not Sacramento politicians. And go Padre.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3705.
3705.
3705. And again, if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 2432.
2432.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Diane Ake. I want to start out by saying, okay, I get it. It's about the money. You're worried about having to repay the $124 million from the state that was already distributed if you don't follow their guidelines. But have you done an actual comparison of how much you lose by keeping things closed? It's got to be more than $124 million, since there's no way that state handouts can support everyone who you're not allowing to work and businesses you're destroying. Keeping us closed is costing us more than Newsom's bribe to continue to keep the county closed. And what happens when the CARE Act money expires? You're kicking the can down the road and being very short-sighted. I would ask for 3 things. 1, please call an emergency meeting to review the true cost of the COVID restrictions like homelessness, housing, unemployment, quarantines, and compare it with successfully reopened states. Number 2, please answer the questions from rationalground.com team that were submitted to Dr. Wooten by Supervisor Gaspar. This shows more lives are lost due to other health risks than what COVID costs, and there's clearly no emergency, as you've heard everyone talk about so far. Number 3, please support Jim Desmond's motion to open up in San Diego County, businesses and not enforce the state rules. Please show that you care. Please look deep into your heart and what you know is right. You're killing people. Do the right thing. Don't just do it based on money. We do not consent to the state shackles any longer. This is the land of the free. Please support Jim Desmond's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2318.
2318.
2318.
Sorry. Thanks for the board for taking my call. My name is Jeremy. I am a CEO of a San Diego-based analytics company. I just wanted to voice my support of Jim's measure. First and foremost, the California tiering system is unattainable. It's a flawed system. If you look at using simple math, the sensitivity of the existing testing combined with San Diego's aggressive goals for testing, it's impossible to get to the appropriate tier. Second, we need to stop referring to positive tests as cases. Cases should be considered only when needing medical attention. This virus is now a part of our ecosystem. It will continue to propagate, and we need to be cognizant that we started this process by protecting the health system, and we're not seeing that happening today. Finally, we need to be cognizant that there are better therapies and understandings. This is not March. We know more about this disease. We're able to treat it more effectively and treat it and manage it more effectively. We need a process and a policy that suits San Diego and allows us to fundamentally open and operate while protecting our most vulnerable and giving our underprivileged the opportunity to get those tools that allow them to stay healthy. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6052.
6052.
Hi.
Good morning. My name is Dustin Nealio. My wife and 9-year-old son live in Encinitas. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of a payment processing and technology company called Payment Logistics. We provide merchant credit card processing services to businesses throughout the nation, including many here in San Diego. These businesses include restaurants, hotels, medical offices, hospitals, salons, retailers of every kind, field services businesses, B2B companies, and many other types of businesses. Today, we have 40 full-time employees who reside in San Diego County. 2019, we processed over $3 billion in volume for our customers and well over 60 million transactions. Because we serve a critical role enabling businesses to accept payments, we are considered part of the nation's critical business infrastructure, and therefore our employees are considered essential workers. So we were one of the fortunate companies that were spared from having to shut down. Many of our customers were not so fortunate. When the governor's lockdown orders first took effect in the second half of March, we saw payment processing volumes drop dramatically. Beginning in March, we were processing $64 million per week in volume. At the beginning of April, that number dropped to $27 million per week in volume. Since then, there has been a pronounced and noticeable recovery from the lows in April, but that recovery has not been equitable by merchant type, and we are far from back to normal. Restaurants, hotels, salons, and medical businesses are some of the hardest hit. Many want to blame the pandemic for the hardships businesses in the county face, but the pandemic did not shut down these businesses. Governor Newsom did when he declared a state of emergency in March. In order to declare a state of emergency under the Emergency Services Act, the governor must A, determine a state of emergency exists, and B, determine that local and regional municipalities cannot manage the emergency adequately without the assistance and coordination from the state. To justify that emergency exists in his declaration, the governor cited that our health systems could be overrun if the spread of COVID-19 is not mitigated. In his declaration, he also cited that he did not believe local governments could adequately manage the emergency without the state's assistance.
Thank you, sir.
As you all know, our healthcare systems were never overrun, not even close.
Sir,
you also know that the county can manage the risk of COVID-19 without the state's assistance.
Thank you.
As such,
Our next speaker is 5010. My apologies, 5010.
5010.
Hello, I'm Colleen Cook. Thank you, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Thank you for your service to our county. At the onset of the pandemic, shutting down was a legitimate initial response. Now, however, the time has come to move forward and safely live with the virus and manage the risk. The contradictory COVID restrictions are frustrating and lead to questioning the credibility of this board. You know, when you are a leader, once in a while, you need to turn around to see if anyone is still following you. Please adopt the safe reopening protocol for recreational boating that Supervisor Jacobs requested and the board approved be developed in August, and that your staff has worked with boaters to create. This is indeed within the county's purview to enact. Please do this today. People who vote, vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9016.
9016.
9016. We will move on to, oh, here we go, 9016.
Hi. I appreciate you letting me address the board. My name is Wayne Strickland. I'm on the San Diego Association of Yacht Clubs board of directors, and we have a boating freedom committee. This is very essential for boaters to be able to boat with a crew. I know this has been already addressed to you. So another thing is we can do all the COVID precautions necessary that are required for, to keep everyone safe. I have a boat. I take maybe 3 on my crew, and The trouble is we haven't been able to do any races, and the races also help different fundraising. Like we had Sharp Hospice Regatta that raised thousands and thousands of dollars to help hospice, and that was canceled. We had other events that help different things, different organizations, and like Make-A-Wish, and those were also canceled. So please allow us to do this. This is, I know you supervisors really support it, but it was sent to the resilience officer, sent up to Sacramento. Sacramento had it for a month. They won't make a decision. And this is under your watch now. Please allow us to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3585.
3585.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ira Hecht. I'm a super senior, over 75 years of age. I was listening with intense wonder at the wonderful presentation earlier about Supervisor Jacobs' work in reference to seniors and people with disabilities. You are not considering that the violation of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, has occurred in that you're not allowing people with disabilities, in effect, to go on boats with other people. People with disabilities don't own their other boats. There are yacht clubs here that actually take people out. We also have the problem of seniors who may own a boat like I do, 30-footer. I don't live on it, but some people who are seniors have small boats they do live upon. They can't go out by themselves. It's dangerous. It's not good. They have some minor problems, minor disabilities. You're violating their rights. But my real concern is that there is a clear violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act that applies based upon Section 104 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, 29 U.S.C. 794, which applies to all state and local governments. There is no reason not to allow other people on boats. They can go on the boats, on the docks, but they can't go out. Please, please, please make sure that the state, or even without the state's approval, that you allow people to go on boats for cruise or just for pleasure on boating, which is a wonderful outdoor activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4974.
4974.
4974. We will move on to 6571.
6571.
6571. And again, if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. The next caller is 3197.
3197.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Shay Steffen. I'm a citizen of San Marcos. Currently, right now, I'm a mother of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. I'm a full-time paralegal at home. I am now a full-time teacher. My son is in a public school system, but due to COVID restrictions and not allowing kids in school, I am forced to basically teach my kid Monday through Friday, and he only gets about an hour of interaction with the teacher a day. With him being in kindergarten, it's basically a full-time job, and I'm having to get up early and do hours for work from probably 5 to 8, and then from 8:30 to 2:45, I'm doing school with him, and then I have to, do all my motherly duties and household duties, and then hopping back on the computer at night to fulfill my hours at work. Because of COVID, it has been extremely stressful on my family. And unfortunately, my child is not getting the education or social interaction that he is, due to. The entire regulation that Newsom, the state and San Diego County has burdened the citizens with is not right. It's overreaching their threshold and boundaries based on our Constitution, and it's not constitutional. Our liberties are being taken away, and and we will be standing up for ourselves if action is not taken. I'm in support of Desmond's motion to not enforce California state rules, and I really plead for you to take into consideration of the citizens of San Diego County. We are done being, as somebody has said, shackled, and it is not fair to our children to put them under this type of pressure. Honestly, I mean, not to have parks open for them to play is absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Especially when.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8207.
8207.
Hi there.
Hi.
You may have muted yourself. 8207, we're having a hard time hearing you. We seem
Can you
to...
hear me?
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now.
Wonderful. My name is Blake Balin. I and my husband own 3 small businesses in San Diego. We are both born and raised and have a vested interest in our community. Our businesses have been closed since March. We have laid off 30 plus employees in that time. And the state's new tiered system offers no end in sight. We have state issued licenses, therefore we have not reopened under any modifications for fear of being penalized, singled out, told upon, and running the risk of losing our licenses. But today, we're done. We are taking back our lives, our businesses, and our employees' abilities to care for their families. We have no other choice. It has been 6 months with no income. We are fortunate that we were able to weather this storm, but we cannot stand by any longer and let the government decide our fate. We are not careless or selfish. We are anything but those things. We are concerned for ourselves, our family, and our employees and their families. We have built our businesses for 20 years in the San Diego community and have sacrificed many, many things to have thriving businesses. The government has not worked 7 days a week, missed out on our kids' events, missed out on our friends' weddings, birthdays, or anniversaries. I support Jim Desmond's motion to not enforce the state's guidelines because it is a complete overreach of government. Our customers make choices every day to go to the grocery store, to eat out at a restaurant. They should have the ability to choose to come to our businesses and support their local communities and be with their friends.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5220.
5220.
5220.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. I'm Brian Thomas, Commodore of San Diego Yacht Club. Well, it's been sobering listening to the other people contributing this morning about the virus. I'm here this morning to speak of the need for recreation during these COVID times. San Diego Yacht Club was founded in 1886. We are historically a sailboat racing club. Our mission statement is to foster and encourage all aspects of yachting. We have diligently complied with all county and state orders and recommendations and applaud the county for making the health of our community a priority. As orders have relaxed, it seems that recreational boating has been overlooked. It is currently held back by same household requirements. Sailing or cruising or racing on a powerboat is an outdoor activity in the wind, in the fresh air and sunshine. By the nature of the sport, it allows for social distancing. Currently, for instance, sport fishing boats are allowed to take out many people on their boats if they observe certain precautions and because the activity is outside on the water. You can sit at a table at a restaurant, that's been spoken about with, you can sit at a table at a restaurant with friends, but we can't take them out on our boats. I have not heard of an outbreak of COVID-19 being traced to recreational boating. As Commodore of the Yacht Club, I am asking the county supervisors to make a local decision to relax and remove the order requiring household members only for recreational boating and using the safe boating protocol that you so nicely endorsed on August 18th. San Diego Yacht Club and the San Diego Association of Yacht Clubs believe this can be done in a responsible and safe way that protects our members. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7993.
7993.
7993.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
This is Michael Blaho. I'm calling to say I would very much appreciate if you guys would take Jim Desmond's recommendation. Simply put, the numbers do not make it possible for the new method for opening up to be even able to be attained. The Harvard Medical School has put out that they estimate the false positive rate to be between 1% and 2% for all these tests. That makes it impossible to really hit yellow or even get below that. Never mind the fact there is no full opening. So with that in mind, I've seen numerous small businesses close, and I don't believe they will reopen. There is no real end to this lockdown in sight because it wasn't designed in a way that it can reasonably be ended. Therefore, I'm calling on you guys to make the brave and difficult choice to actually open up and ignore the state and its recommendations, despite the fact that you may lose some money while doing so. It will be the correct decision and you'll be on the right side of history. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8374.
8374.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. For me, the Oceanside and Mother Eye. 6 months ago, the entire world sat at trans Roland in China. Got grave news that we didn't spend our normal life. The models showed that within 2 months, 25 million of us Californians would be sickened, and that perhaps up to 20% of us would be in hospitalization. This sudden onslaught of illness would have created a tsunami of suffering. In the face of those projections, we all willingly agreed to suspend our constitutional liberties. Now, here we are 6 months later, and we know that those predictions were wildly inaccurate. We have surpassed 25 million cases worldwide, and as of today, California is sitting at barely 3% of the cases that Newsom projected. Newsom has constantly moved the goalposts, and he's changed the criteria. His latest tiered guidelines set goals that can never be attained. Meanwhile, 1 in 3 of our restaurants here in San Diego are closing their doors permanently. Up to 25% of our small businesses will never reopen. Alcohol and opioid abuse is up. Anxiety and depression are up. Child abuse cases are not going detected because children are not at school where they're typically identified. Families are suffering, but let's be clear, we are suffering not from COVID, we are suffering from the lockdown. Our hospitals are not anywhere close to max capacity, and they never have been. Our death rate has been consistently dropping, and our doctors and nurses are amazing. They've been improving outcomes of this disease consistently. And yet, per Newsom's tiered system, San Diego is ready to enter even more strict lockdowns. Dr. Wooten claims that there's only one way that we can have our economy recover, and that's to submit to the lockdowns. But it's absurd. There is another way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Vote yes with supervisor.
Ma'am, can you please restate your name for the audio record?
I believe she hung up.
Okay, I think that was Rebecca Redden.
Our next caller is 3388.
3388.
Hello, good morning. My name is Adriana Simrock, and I thank you all and Supervisor Desmond for bringing this to the board's attention and for fighting for us. As a longtime resident of this county and a free American, I'm disgusted with the tyrannical lockdown measures that have been imposed on this county. As you hopefully know, We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Supervisors, we abolished the shutdown of businesses, schools, churches, and parks. We will not comply any longer with you. Our children are suffering with the lack of socialization and adequate education that they have the right to deserve and they have the right to receive. The mental health of people in our county is in crisis. Suicide rates have drastically risen in our county. You are intentionally suffocating and slaughtering our businesses and our economy for absolutely no reason. This virus has over 99% survival rate according to the CDC data. Wilma Wooten is a master manipulator of data with the intention of invoking fear. She is a political hack and has a political agenda that does not benefit citizens of our county. And as you've heard today, we all stand united against the lockdowns. There is no justification for these unbelievably restrictive measures. Open this county, as many other states in the county have done, or many other states in the country. These measures are unconstitutional. See the federal judge's ruling in Pennsylvania this week. I urge you to lift all restrictions immediately because we in San Diego County are not complying any longer.
Thank you, ma'am. And I understand the chairman has a comment before we move on to the next caller.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. We have approximately 35 speakers left. And so what I would suggest is we will hear 3 more speakers and then we'll take a break approximately about 12:15, and then we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Unless there's objection from my colleagues, that's what I would suggest we go ahead and focus on doing. I apologize for all the speakers, but obviously we're not going to be able to get through all of them before we break for lunch. So do my colleagues have any concerns about that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any problem with what you just said, but I do have a problem with the comments of the last speaker. Everybody has a right to their own opinion, but I do not believe that we as a board should tolerate the attacks and the derogatory, unfair comments about Dr. Wooten. I certainly condemn those comments, and I would hope the rest of the board would too. And I would hope that the speakers, even though you may disagree, to be respectful to others as we proceed. I understand the emotions. I understand what people are saying. I've listened to every speaker, but I would just urge people to be courteous, be respectful of others, and even though there may be disagreements.
Thank you, Supervisor, for making those comments. I was going to, bring that issue up again. Dr. Wooten has a very difficult job. She's doing the best job that she can. I have a lot of confidence in her and the way that she's conducted herself. And again, I would encourage speakers to focus on the issues and not the personalities, and hope that that will be heeded by the other speakers the rest of this morning.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to echo the comments, and I appreciate you and Supervisor Jacob saying the same things. If people want to criticize us as elected officials who come before this board, then they can say whatever it is they want to say. But the repeated attacks on public servants who are medical doctors who come to work with a professional approach and simply implement the policies that are put in place via the state or via the county are attacks that are clearly out of bounds. And I think it's wrong. And I think it would be appropriate for every member of this board, including those who tend to incite some of these feelings, to also join us in saying that the attacks on our public health officer and Dr. Wooten are out of bounds. And people need to focus their energy and effort around making their substantive point. And so I think it's good that 3 of us have made comments. I think it'd be more appropriate if we stood unified as a board. I think we could certainly agree on this point.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Fletcher.
Well,
so
I'd like to weigh in, Supervisor.
Sure, Supervisor Denman.
I don't like the divisive remarks of Mr. Fletcher here just now before giving all of us the opportunity to weigh in, but I agree that we should not have personal attacks and not tolerate them on any of our staff, and even for Ms. Wooten or Dr. Wooten. So we should have total respect for her in her profession and what she does and what all the staff do for us in the county. So, and I also agree with your scheduling effort here as well.
Okay, Supervisor Gaspar, did you wish to speak?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm having a technology issue here. Thank you. I've made public statements and issued these statements as well that we have to really focus our arguments when we make them as public speakers or as elected officials on the issues at hand, and certainly would appreciate our public speakers moving away from personal attacks and really staying focused on the issues. Those are the most productive comments that can really move and generate support from the board itself. So I stand with my colleagues on this matter.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate those comments by all of my colleagues. Let's go ahead and take 3 more speakers and then we'll break until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Our next speaker is 3634.
3634.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hi, my name is Dennis Rogers. I'm a retired scientist out of UCSD. I'm going to talk about the data a little bit. Tracking by cases is essentially meaningless. I think we want to track by hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths. So what I'm hearing is you guys are only getting one side of the equation. There's another side, what happens when you lock down, and we can calculate that, so I'm going to give you those numbers. Right now, we've lost 0.95 million life years due to COVID, and we've lost 1.44 million life years due to the overreaction of the shutdown. And that data comes from the MMWR database at the National Centers for Health Statistics. So what you do to get that is you look at what are the normal deaths in a normal year and what kind of excess deaths are we having right now. So since March 15th, we've had 245,000 excess deaths. 57,600 were due to an overreaction. And I'm going to list them in order: cardiac problems, diabetes, Alzheimer's, stroke, flu, and pneumonia. And then we're showing cancer and specific malignant myoplasms are going up. And then we're seeing problems with depression, mental illness, suicide, addiction, abandonment, abuse, so on. So even if we were to cure COVID tomorrow, these deaths would run for years and years. I think we need to bring in somebody who can talk about the other side of the equation, because you guys got to do a cost-benefit analysis. So one question I would have is, what percentage of cases are coming from the border, perhaps expats returning to the United States? I can't get my hands on that data, but when I looked earlier, it was about 30% of the cases in the county at one time were coming from that. So people coming back to get treatment. Lastly, the people talked about the lawsuit in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, sir.
Under 42
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more sentence, please.
Our next speaker is 9242.
9242.
9242. We will move on to 8866.
8866.
8866.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Sharon McKeeman. I'm a disabled, self-employed mother of 4. Health experts are reporting that the full extent of the profound psychological and social effects of the COVID lockdown will not be known for years. I have witnessed these devastating effects firsthand. My teenage son was disconnected from substance abuse and behavioral treatment and the positive environment of his school, climbing gym, junior lifeguards, and church because of COVID closures. The longer these closures are in effect, the more he is at risk. Business owners are losing everything. Families are in jeopardy of losing homes and transportation. The CDC and Association of Pediatrics stated it is more risky for schools to remain closed than for them to reopen. Children are not being provided positive, safe places and activities, and teens will not just remain home all day. I was forced to leave my career to supervise my children's distance learning unpaid, and my 10-year-old cries daily asking when he can return to school and other activities. Restriction of use of indoor spaces and bathrooms, etc., also violates access protected by the ADA in public domain. There isn't data justifying an emergency anymore. Newsom has overreached his bounds and keeps moving the goalposts. Local government must protect citizens from further collateral damage. Pennsylvania just ruled COVID restrictions and lockdowns unconstitutional. The dominoes have begun to fall, and you want to be on the correct side of any future litigation. We call on the board to end unnecessary suffering and reopen our county. We were told 15 days to flatten the curve, and now we are approaching 200 days with plenty of capacity in hospitals and a confirmed death rate of less than 2%, but with no realistic way to make it to the least restrictive tier. Government derives its power from the consent of the governed, and we do not consent to these unconstitutional and unnecessary closures. We support Jim Desmond's motion to reopen San Diego County now and stop enforcing onerous state restrictions, and also to disband the subcommittee. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. And our last speaker before the recess will be 4617.
4617.
4617.
Hello, my name is Jared Zacharias, and my wife and I are self-employed videographers in the wedding, event, and corporate industry. We really need businesses and events to be allowed to be open so that we can get work to provide for our kids. We've been unable to get any new jobs, and if we do get anything small, it's made us ineligible for unemployment benefits. Really, the governor's unobtainable rules and guidelines are crushing our livelihood and really so many of our friends in our industry and other industries. The governor's new guidelines will be basically impossible, as others have pointed out, to achieve. So please allow businesses to reopen immediately. I support Supervisor Desmond's motion to allow businesses to reopen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, that is going to conclude our speakers before we break for lunch. We'll take approximately about a 40-minute break, come back and start at 1 o'clock. I know that we've got about 32 speakers remaining. Apologize to the people that are here for not only these items 6 and 7, but the other remaining items that we have. We'll pick those up after we conclude with items 6 and 7. So we will adjourn for approximately 40 minutes. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Meeting is adjourned. Do we know if we've got everybody back? I see Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Jacob.
I'm here.
Okay.
Jacob here.
Okay. Fletcher. Yes, Fletcher. All right, we're going to go ahead and then reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 15th. We still have speakers on item number 7, which is the update on the COVID-19 response. So I'm going to ask the clerk if he would go ahead and start calling the remaining speakers that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll note any members of the public that previously called in, if you could please dial back into the conference line using the instructions provided to you, and we will begin with the first caller.
Thank you. Our first caller is 3478.
3478.
Oh, my apologies. That is for a later item. Our first caller on item 6 and 7, as a reminder, we're picking back up with items 6 and 7 on COVID, and our first caller on that is 5047.
5047.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Bill Edwards. I'm the chairman for the Voting Freedom Committee. And I thank you very much, Board of Supervisors and the county health officials, Wilma Wooten and Gary Johnston, for working with us to put together a comprehensive reopening plan for recreational boating for the state of California. We finished that on the 18th. It was sent to Sacramento, who progressively bumped it up over the time to, we think, the governor's office, and there has been no answer. So I ask your support, County Board of Supervisors, to encourage the county health officials to accept our opening protocol and publish it. So that said, I'm sure it's not surprise to you that on Bay, there's many people that are not following the non-household requirements in their boats, and it's likely more due to ignorance than blatant disregard. And I say that because most people do not go to the county to get the county orders, and it isn't publicized very well in the media or public service announcements. We can help you if you prove it. We can help you get that out through cooperation with the Ports Tenant Association, San Diego Association of Yacht Clubs, and cooperation with the Port Authority, who takes care of our launch ramps, and it would be a benefit to the community. And break. This is a fascinating call that you guys are having here. And I believe that our constitutional rights are being trampled on as well. And I support you, Supervisor Desmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6625.
6625.
6625. And again, if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you before the item concludes. Our next caller is 8100. Oh,
hello.
6625 is here.
Hello, my name is Aaron Della Vedova. I'm the owner of Guru Tattoo here in San Diego. And I'm just calling to talk a little bit about how safe tattoo shops are. One of the problems we had during the first shutdowns was when the reopenings started to occur. It was hair studios and barber shops got open before tattoo shops. And we were kind of miffed by that because, I mean, not many people may understand how a tattoo shop functions, but I work in a 8x10 cubicle alone. I see typically one client a day. Some of my artists see 2 maximum, where you have a hairdresser who's working next to another hairdresser. They're seeing, 8, 9, 10, 15 people a day. So, and on top of that, we've been trained. I've been tattooing for 26 years. I've owned my tattoo shops for 18 years. We've been trained in PPE, bloodborne pathogens. We wear gloves all day. We have all the hospital sterilization equipment in our studio. Every station is unlike a hair salon, it's not just kind of quickly cleaned up. It's wiped down with hospital-grade cleansers. All new equipment is placed into the studio. So, I'm not here to say that we're better than hair studios. I've heard that when they start, if they do another shutdown, we're in a different group. They're not putting us with the hair and barbering people. And I just don't feel it's fair, and I don't feel it's accurate or of what is more safe or not more safe. On top of that, something that everyone should be aware of is that during these shutdowns, I've owned these shops in San Diego for, like I said, 17 years. I'm in touch with all my peers, and I can honestly tell you that 90% of these people are just tattooing out of their houses. So now you've got people in their houses spreading who knows what, because they're not working in a professional environment. So there's that to be considered. And I'm not saying that we didn't do that, but most people are. So when you lock these businesses down, that's another health hazard that's being created by doing so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3647.
3647.
Hi, I'm Brittany Mayer. Let me get me off speakerphone. I'm Brittany Mayer, mother, educator. I'm a wife of a business owner employing over 200 San Diegans. I've been listening for the last number of hours and am so sobered by what I'm hearing. Every single call in support for us to constitutionally open up our county again. Suicides are up double digits, depression's up 30%, 85% of live organ transplants have been delayed, massive deaths among Alzheimer's patients. In a 12-month period, San Diego County is down nearly 200,000 jobs. This is the definitive result of reckless, irresponsible representation in government. We consented to 15 days of suspended liberties and shuttering of businesses 180 days ago. The U.S. District Judge William Stickman IV ruled yesterday in Pennsylvania that the pandemic restrictions are unconstitutional per the First and 14th Amendments. The declaratory judgment says, even in an emergency, the authority of government is not unfettered. The Constitution cannot accept the concept of a new normal where the basic liberties of the people can be subordinated to open-ended emergency mitigation measures. Rather, the Constitution sets certain lines that may not be crossed, even in an emergency. The mitigation orders violate the right of assembly enshrined in the First Amendment, the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. What is unconstitutional in one state is unconstitutional in all the United States. What is happening in San Diego is unconstitutional. We in San Diego are suffering not due to a virus that accounts for 7% of hospital beds in San Diego, roughly 300 of 4,200 occupied beds in the system, fewer than 100 of those in ICU beds with PPE widely available. We are suffering by the hands of government overreach beyond the boundaries of our Constitution, and we do not consent any longer. The Constitution will not be bribed by Sacramento's CARE funding to allow this any longer. This is the land of the free, and our Constitution rejects the state shackling of free citizens in San Diego County. I support Jim Desmond and the motion to open San Diego County and not enforce the state's unconstitutional rules.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9242.
9242.
Hold on.
9242.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Oh, good. Okay, I've been waiting for a long time to talk. I think it was unfair that we had to listen to an hour worth of things and that you guys didn't hold yourselves to 2 minutes and your presentations to 2 minutes each. Another thing is I would like to hold my right to privacy. I know you already have my name on a list, so I'd rather it not be announced here. Gosh. Okay, I would like live meetings. Look us in the eyes. Not just hear the passion in our voices, but look us and see the sorrow in our eyes. You need to see us. The other thing is if you want to keep us in our dining and everything at 25%, I ask that you vote to reduce your wages to 25%. It's important. It's important that you walk in our shoes because you know what? We're having a hard time walking in them. I ask you not to hold the businesses hostages. You're not only holding them hostage by reducing their capacity, you're asking them to basically be brown shirts and get our names and phone numbers. That's our personal information. And if you think that the people are okay with that, you might want to look at the list at the dine-in restaurants. I think the most popular phone number is 8675309. Yeah. Then you've got all kinds of famous people have been going. I mean, we've had Joe Biden, we've had Nancy Pelosi, we've had Abraham Lincoln. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger. You would be surprised the people that have been eating out. So if you think that then requiring our ID is going to make things better, that you'll get it, it won't work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2752.
2752.
2752.
Hi, Paula Stager, Artistic Laser Productions. I'm reminded of the old saying, the operation was a success, but the patient died. What good is preventing COVID spread if people lose their jobs and therefore the ability to pay bills like the ones for the roof over their heads and food? As the panel pointed out, there's a major rise of addiction and suicides due to the COVID shutdown of society. How is that good for us? What's worse, the restrictions Newsom has placed are so ridiculously inconsistent. It's okay for 100 people to go to church or a movie, but not to celebrate as a gathering, a life event, or enjoy a concert. On the national level, it's worse. Okay for the president to host 1,500 people at the White House for the RNC, but no entertainment venues can do the same? I'm confused. How does slowing the spread of COVID help economic recovery? The harsh reality is COVID will kill some people no matter what, but trying to prevent those deaths by shutting down society is absolutely doing irreparable damage to life and general well-being. The safety measures in place for the businesses allowed to operate now will also work for all businesses, and we are ready and willing to implement them. I urge the board to tell the state we can protect ourselves. It's time for this great social experiment to end before it kills all the guinea pigs. Our constitutional right to peaceful assembly and the pursuit of happiness cannot and should not continue to be violated anymore. I know my comments are repeating what's been said, but repetition is needed to drive the point home. Be sure to send this recording to the Sacramento so Newsom can hear how fed up we the people are. I also urge everyone to sign the Newsom recall petition, and let's get back to work. Thank you so much for time, and thank you so much, Board Member Vice Chairman Desmond, for spearheading this. You have been a real champion for businesses throughout this. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3705.
3705.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We
Hi.
can.
My name is Wendy Griffin, and I'm a business manager for a skin spa as well as a tattoo removal. And I would just like to reach out and say that I totally support Jim Desmond's plan or motion to reopen fully. Our practices of cleanliness have exceeded the expectations and guidelines long before COVID was ever in effect. And I watch these big weekends and these gatherings and these protests and just these massive amounts of people gathering, and then we get shut down because people are gathering in other places, and it is certainly not coming from us. We are not spreading COVID. And I'd also like to take a quick moment just to address that there are 22,000 homeless children in San Diego County, and closing these businesses allows their parents not the opportunity to work. They will not be able to have jobs, which will increase our homeless children numbers in staggering amounts. In addition to the fact that these, that these children can't even go to school to get an education or to be seen by their teachers. They're falling through the cracks. Even though we have online schooling, these children do not have the opportunity to utilize that online schooling. They don't have Wi-Fi. They don't have computers. They don't have parents who can stay home with them every day. The parents can't afford an extra penny for after-school care. The programs for free after-school care are not there anymore. And the unemployment benefits that were there for the parents when they were laid off of school, the extra $300 is no longer available. Causing our companies to close down and closing down our businesses will be catastrophic not only to families, business owners, but also to the children of those families and business owners. I hope that you all take a moment just to support Jim Desmond's motion and that you will prayerfully keep our businesses open. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0910.
0910.
Hello, Supervisors. This is John O'Reilly, business owner in Carlsbad. I'm also a proud member of the Carlsbad and North San Diego Business Chambers. Many thanks to Supervisor Desmond, and kudos to my fellow citizens who spoke about the unconstitutionality of this so-called state of emergency. In fact, kudos to all the speakers I've heard. We are blessed to be surrounded by amazing citizens. The average person out there knows that COVID-19 mainly affects older people. So let's aggressively protect our older population and completely open up all other activities and businesses. And let's state the risks of COVID in a way that makes sense to average citizens. For example, local data expert Justin Hart has reported that if you're between the ages of 20 and 40, you have less chance of dying of COVID than dying while playing football. If you're age 15 to 24, you have a better chance of dying from falling down the stairs than dying of COVID. Kids under 15 have a better chance of getting hit by lightning than dying of COVID. And healthy women under 40, your chances of dying of COVID-19 are about the same as dying in a plane crash. Supervisors, please listen carefully to Desmond's upcoming motion and vote yes. Open, save our county, and restore our freedoms now. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4575.
4575.
4575.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Snell. I'm calling from Claremont. I'm calling to thank Jim Desmond for initiating this motion to reopen business. And I'm fully in support of that motion. Just looking at the governor's new plan, I see that there is no he doesn't have an option to reopen. There is no reopening option. It's a plan to keep California closed indefinitely. And that's just not sustainable. It's not sustainable for anyone in California, but it's certainly not sustainable for San Diegans. So I'm asking you to please support his measure to ignore that order and to move forward with our plans, our localized plans for reopening in a safe way. I also want to address Supervisor Gaspar's concern about the $115 million that we would forfeit. I think that's a small price to pay to open up our economy again. The CARES funding was designed to fill in the gap as a result of businesses closing. And that funding wouldn't be necessary if we were allowed to fully reopen our economy. So I hope and pray that you won't cause that fear to prevent you from doing the right thing. I also want to reach out to my district supervisor, Nathan Fletcher. You are acting on behalf of the people who live in the heart of America's finest city, and I see that you have voted against all previous measures to move forward with the phase reopenings. And I'm asking you today to consider what your colleague Jim Desmond is proposing, and to hear the voices of all of those who have called to express support, and to just reconsider and act out of faith and not out of fear. I believe that a lot of these guidelines that are imposed on us are coming from a fear-based mentality, and our country wasn't founded on fear. We were founded on faith. So thank you so much for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3478.
3478.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Danielle Morales, and this is the first time I have ever felt compelled to make a public comment before the Board of Supervisors. I am a mother of 3 boys and a small business owner. I am calling to express my support of Supervisor Jim Desmond's motion to open up San Diego County. The color-coded tier system established by the governor makes opening up businesses, schools, and youth sports unattainable. In order to achieve yellow status to reopen businesses, our county must have less than 1 new case per 100K. Even with a vaccine, this is not realistic. can you please comment on whether you and the rest of the board supports a system of never being able to reopen businesses or schools or sports? Send a message to the governor that you support San Diego businesses, schools, and sports. Reopen safely and responsibly. Thank you, Jim Desmond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2588.
2588.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Cox and County Supervisors. Thank you for your time and for taking my call. Right to the point, the curve has definitely been flattened. Now, 15 days now long past, San Diego County residents have gone above and beyond to comply. I urge you to lift all restrictions as soon as possible. Our governor has tested our patience. It is time for San Diego County to move out on our own. The curve has been flattened. This so-called state of emergency is without a doubt unconstitutional. COVID attributed hospitalized cases and deaths are way down. Recovery from COVID is over 99%. Newsom's current color-coded circus is an impossible guideline and therefore tyrannical. There is no logical justification to keep the county closed on eternal lockdown. We need to attune ourselves to the real data and ask good and hard questions. Why are you hesitant to take a stand? Ask yourself. Is it the CARES Act funding that would be in jeopardy? We need to kiss that funding goodbye. It is not worth the suffering of many people. We do not consent. Businesses and families are struggling financially and emotionally. These stressors are monumental in comparison to the virus itself. I also wanted to address the fact that the subcommittee of Fletcher, Cox, and Wooten, I have heard, have been meeting to contrive different ways of, without Desmond and Gaspar as well. I'd ask you to reunite, come back together, and work as a team consistently. I ask you to support Supervisor Desmond's motion to open the county and do it today. I thank you for your time. I thank you for all the other citizens who have stepped up and waited all day to speak, and together we can do this. And again, as I say, we do not consent. The time is long past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3630.
3630.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much for taking my call. Thank you to the entire Board of Supervisors. My name is Austin Campbell. I'm the owner and franchisee of Sola Salons in San Diego. We have 15 locations in the county, which represents 600 beauty professionals. About 70% are hairstylists and 30% are other services, other personal services, which, should we go to the purple tier, would be closed back down. And even our hairdressers are very worried about the current situation because the goalposts continue to move from Newsom and state leadership. I just want to, make a couple quick points in the fact that our beauty professionals, whether it be estheticians or hairstylists, spend 1,600 hours in school, and most of which is dedicated towards sanitation. They're trained, licensed, and regulated in sanitation since day one, long before COVID existed. A shutdown not only causes people, many of which are single mothers, LGBT community, and first-generation immigrants in our industry, 550,000 throughout the state, about 40,000 in San Diego County. Not only does it affect us financially, but mentally and emotionally. Doing what we do for a living is actually a part of our identity, and when you take that away, it has so much more of a detrimental effect than only not being able to pay the bills. And I'm just asking that the Board of Supervisors acknowledge and respect that. Governor Newsom has always said that science, stats, and data dictate his decisions. If he truly did any research on the beauty industry, he'd realize that we are not part of the problem. There are no community spreads. He made the claim in the first shutdown that the first community spread in California was in a nail salon, and that ended up being completely false. He made an apology, or a staffer of his did, on a private phone call, but that claim was completely false. And we are the only state to ever close again. And I just ask that you give respect to an industry that's prepared for this.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Jim Desmond.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0990.
0990.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors and Chairman Cox, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Sheehan Bianchi, I'm the business development manager for Bright Event Rentals and one of the founding members of the California Association for Private Events. This was recently formed in response to the lack of representation of the event industry in our state. I spoke at the last Board of Supervisors meeting on June 23rd, and unfortunately, the event industry continues to be devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since I last spoke, our company laid off over 80% of its furloughed full-time employees. Our industry was the first to see the impact with the cancellations, and we're likely to be the last to recover. Our industry has not received any guidance from the governor in the latest blueprint for a safe economy. Events don't even have a category, although we bring in much more tax revenue than dog walkers, which are given a category. The CDC released a readiness and planning tool for events and gatherings. So why can't we use these to have our hosted private events? I'm asking the board to categorize private hosted events under the guidelines, which you approved at the June 23rd board meeting, or under restaurant guidelines, so that we can get back to work, back to the business of creating special memories for our guests. You know, wedding, graduation, milestone, birthday. These are special lifetime events which should be celebrated. Because of the private nature of these events, we have guest lists with contact information, train professionals to plan and make sure all safety guidelines are met and adhered to, have contract tracing, and they do not require any special permits. Bootleg events are happening right now as people are tired of waiting for guidance and of the goalposts being moved by the governor every time San Diego gets close or meets the metrics. We are going to have increased positivity counts due to the increased testing. However, our hospitalizations and deaths are down.
Thank you, ma'am.
COVID isn't going away anytime soon, and I am in support of Supervisor Desmond's upcoming motion and ask you that you do the same.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4451.
4451.
4451. We will move on to 7874.
7874.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I was actually wanted to speak about the Pennsylvania ruling today. I don't know if you guys had seen that their emergency coronavirus laws were declared unconstitutional. Here's how I feel about what's going on right now. Rather, the Constitution sets certain lines that may not be crossed, even in an emergency. Actions taken by current Governor Newsom crosses these lines. It is the duty of San Diego leadership to stand up and fight. This is an unconstitutional abuse of power. Laws prohibiting gatherings violates the right of assembly enshrined in the First Amendment. Stay-at-home orders violate the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. Business closure laws violate the Equal Protection Clause under the 14th Amendment. The government has overstepped and they should be tried in court for violating the Constitution. This is day 180 of a 15-day lockdown. Essential workers have a right to feed their families. Everyone has a right to work. End this now. Look at what Pennsylvania just did. Follow suit. The governor is acting unconstitutional and deserves to be tried in court. Thank you very much.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Janelle Sisting. I'm a local business owner with 20 employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0155.
0155.
0155.
Yeah, Jeremy Campbell here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much to everyone for your time. I am a small business owner in San Diego. I'm actually the brother of Austin, who recently spoke. And I just want to make just a fundamental point. Again, thank you so much for everyone's time, consideration. And that was just look to the core of what drives progress in our country. And that is the ability for individuals to take risks. My brother, Dad, and I have taken substantial risks opening and operating our business. And what the government of California has done has basically stepped in and said, you are not allowed to take a risk. We are going to make that decision for you. When I drive home to my family, to my 2 kids and my wife, I take a risk. If the county, if the state deems that risk to be too high, they're going to lower the speed limit to reduce that risk. You're not going to say you can't drive home. I just would ask, when you make this decision, you look at what is the core of progress. The core of progress is the ability for individuals to take that risk, knowing full well what the consequence is. So I would ask Jim Desmond, Fletcher, all of you who are doing a phenomenal job through this. I do not envy your shoes, but to think about, if you want the core of San Diego to continue to be a driver of progress in the state, in the country, to look at allowing us to continue to take the risk, to be smart about it, and to move forward as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0542.
5042.
Hi, my name is Jessica Paskovich. I'm calling to ask that you end the state of emergency. The California Constitution requires that the state of emergency be terminated as early as possible. That was back in April. You have been breaking the law for 5 months, and enough is enough. Why should we follow your laws when you can't even follow the Constitution? You cannot maintain a state of emergency simply because a virus exists within the community. You do realize there are 10 million viruses on our planet, right? 380 trillion inhabit the human virome, and 8% of the human genome is virus DNA. Our bodies are built for this, and yet you promote masks instead of health. The county should have been posting about ways to boost the immune system, not promoting mass shaming and fear. The only shame here is the way you've handled this pandemic. Why are Jim Desmond and Kristen Gaspar the only ones promoting health and exercise? Why is our public health officer not doing that? Going for a walk can immediately boost your natural killer cells, and these cells are linked to COVID-19 outcomes. Where is that post from the county? You have shown that we cannot trust you. You have failed us. Your job is not to pretend you know better. Your job is to listen to the needs of the residents of the county. Today, you heard about the impact, but don't pretend you didn't already know, because we've been telling you for months. Every single meeting since April, you have listened to call after call, begging you to end this nonsense, yet you completely reject the people you represent. No more passing the buck to Newsom. You can end this. We do not have to follow Newsom's irrational guidelines and impossible metrics. We cannot focus solely on case numbers. COVID-19 lives are not the only lives that matter. Nathan Fletcher is a lost cause, but Greg Cox and Diane Jacob, I'm begging you to stand up for the people who gave you this job and vote to end this illegal state emergency. Your terms are almost over. Don't go out on the wrong side of history. Thank you, Kristen Gaspar and Jim Desmond, for being the only voices of reason.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1858.
1858.
1858.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello, my name is Holly Calkin. I am the owner of a small business called Holly Calkin Weddings and a mother to 2 San Diego Unified School District children. I am calling today, like many others that have been on the phone today, to voice my support for Supervisor Desmond's motion. It is time to get the schools and all the businesses open fully. As a wedding planner, my business has been gravely affected. Our industry includes, as you all know, hotels, restaurants, caterers, photographers, florists, DJs, and the list goes on. Everyone in this category, including myself, has seen our successful businesses diminished or completely closed down practically overnight. Building a small business, as anyone who has done it knows, takes a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and finances. We want and need our businesses back. We are prepared and ready to operate safely. We spoke about those guidelines back at the June meeting and would love to have the opportunity to put them into place. It's hard for me to understand or accept that some areas of our society are open, yet we cannot have safe gatherings with a group of close family and friends to celebrate life's special moments. It's time for our industry to get back to work. Also, as a mother, my children need to get back to school. I often hear people speak of an inequality gap between the so-called privileged and non-privileged. If we do not get the schools open, that gap will only get wider. Those with resources are finding ways to educate their children, moving them to private schools that are open and or hiring tutors and teachers. Those with less resources will continue to fall behind. We must get the schools reopened as well. This has gone on long enough, It's time to allow San Diegans to have freedom of choice. Please, I urge you to support Supervisor Desmond's motion and fully reopen San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0076.
0076.
0076. Again, if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 7727.
7727.
Hello, you there?
Oh,
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is David Chittick. I'm a small business owner in Escondido, California. And just want to repeat pretty much what everybody else has said. This is getting kind of ridiculous. I look out my front door of my business and I see 4 other small business owners. Every single one of them have emptied their life savings. Some of them have unfinished bathrooms and bedrooms because they've spent all of their savings trying to keep their business afloat. Some people have their moms cleaning their windows and steps because they can't pay employees to stay in business anymore. Some people got an SBA loan or an SBA loan for $3,000 and means nothing to them. And we see this time and time again of people failing and businesses closing down because of these crazy mandates that are in place. And at the best case scenario, what we're hearing right now is that if everything gets better, all of our businesses can get 50% of our income, which is ridiculous. Think about that. What if we did that to you guys, where you got 50% of your pay, which is the best case scenario? At this point, I don't know what else to say other than we need to get things back open again. We need to stick to the Constitution. We need the right to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is our right. Right now, our rights are being taken away from us. Everything's being stripped from us. We need people back in office who can stand up and say enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1337.
1337.
My name is Carly Puglisi. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and currently a homemaker, wife, and mother to 3 young children. When the coronavirus hysteria began, our family was lucky because my husband already worked from home and we were homeschooling the children. So I admit we were not as adversely affected as others in the community. However, as the months dragged on and the quote-unquote emergency seemed never ending, I became increasingly anxious and depressed about when this government overreach would end and what life would be like for the future of my children. Not being able to connect with other moms or have my children connect with their friends has been detrimental to our mental health. Additionally, one of our favorite activities was to participate in an intergenerational garden club where we would visit with members of a memory care facility and visit with the grandmas and grandpas while we worked together. That's something we have not been able to do and something we miss dearly. Today, I want to appeal to Supervisor Fletcher. You are also a former Marine, and I want you to know that I voted for you. I thought that you held similar values and that you would honor the oath you once took to support and defend the U.S. Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Instead, your support of tyrannical lockdowns, business closures, and mandates that promote division and discrimination is disgraceful. You have become the enemy. To have my own father tell me that he would be uncomfortable being around me and his grandchildren was incredibly hurtful, all because of fear-mongering community leaders like you. Your support and perpetuation of this unconstitutional abuse of power has led me to do something that I have never done before, which is reach out to a suicide hotline. You and the rest of these supervisors are playing God with people's lives in a way that you can't imagine. Supervisor Fletcher, as the founder of a charity whose mission is to prevent depression and suicide among our nation's veterans, on behalf of me and my family, and veterans and community members who are struggling with depression because they are forced to wear a mask and social distance, I vehemently urge you to prove that you care about depression and suicide by supporting a motion today to end the health emergency in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7104.
7104.
7104.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, my name is Jeff Stoner. I am the owner of Endurance Race Series here in Oceanside. I operate a small business in the sports event industry and more specifically, the trail running space. Unlike larger races that see thousands of runners, we operate with 350 to 400 runners max at each of our events. We have successfully been able to produce these same type of events in the state of Colorado over the last month. We've done wave starts of 25 or less, added face masks and social distancing guidelines to make everything safe. And to see here in San Diego County, gyms and churches to be able to rent park space and allow those businesses to congregate is unfair to businesses like mine that are trying to do the same thing. We offer a fitness service for our runners where they have the opportunity to spread out through 6 to 13 miles of trails, not congregate in groups like I've seen in churches. I'm just worried in regards to the current state tier system that small events like mine won't even be considered. Parks should be available to events like mine, and we can provide adequate if you can provide adequate operation plans. If 200 people can make a choice to stand in a line for Costco to open on Saturday, we should be able to allow them to make a choice to attend an event outside in a park. All I can say is please support Supervisor Desmond's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2332.
2332.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andy Condor, and I work for a company that plans and hosts more than 500 wedding ceremonies and receptions every year. As you can imagine, this is a painful time for our employees, our company, and for our industry as a whole. It's made especially painful knowing that our businesses have been selected for sacrifice out of what feels very much like caprice or political expediency or even political pandering. We stand by and we watch as restaurants, bars, and retail locations shepherd hundreds or even thousands of people through their indoor and outdoor facilities every day, knowing that there's little adherence and poor enforcement of these safety regulations. Our industry can and will easily adhere to and comply with similar guidelines to what's required. These events are well-planned, professionally coordinated, and run through professional catering services. What we see is that the sacrifice of our industry and our employees and their families is frankly buying our fellow citizens nothing. To continue to move forward with the perceived illogical and unsupportable course that's costing thousands throughout the county their livelihoods and long-term career is unethical, disingenuous, and hurtful to our fellow citizens. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1766.
1766.
1766. We'll move on to, oh, here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Rosen, President and CEO for the North San Diego Business Chamber. As a regional chamber, we represent a large and diverse community of businesses, the majority of them being small. I don't need to tell you our small business community and their employees continue to struggle daily. What really concerns me is something I just saw in the news minutes ago and have spoken to several of our members about. The headlines were, County Health Officer says region's case rate needs to improve to avoid falling back. San Diego County's case rate is now high enough that it will cause the region to fall to the lowest tier of the state's reopening system if it continues for another week. Ms. Wooten indicated that the case rate is now 7.9, exceeding the limit of 7.0. Does this mean the business community needs to begin making plans for another shutdown? A federal judge ruled yesterday that the Pennsylvania governor's pandemic restrictions are unconstitutional. I'm really challenged with how one individual in Sacramento has so much power to control small businesses, community, and elected officials. How is it large companies can remain open with no barriers to closing? The small business community is being controlled and asked to jump through new hoops weekly. Today's headlines that just broke 30 minutes ago backs this statement up. I respectfully ask that you take back control from the governor and now allow businesses to open with proper opening plans with strict safety protocol in place. Thank you, Supervisors Gaspar and Desmond, for all your support for the business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9842.
9842.
Hello, this is Paul Hedgie, CEO of the San Diego County Medical Society. On behalf of over 4,500 practicing physicians, trainees, or retired physicians, I'd like to thank you and our county health officer, Dr. Wilma Wooden, for all you have done to contain the spread of COVID-19. Many have died from this novel virus and many, many more have been hurt. Yet we know the impacts could be much worse. About 3 weeks ago, the state of California abruptly changed the rules in dealing with the crisis. We recognize flexibility is needed in this situation as we learn more about the specifics of the virus, yet it also puts San Diego in a difficult position to pivot immediately. The new scheme allowed San Diego to open more broadly than any urban county in California. On one hand, that's something we should be very proud of, showing that we've been doing a much better job of containing the virus than others. Yet we must highlight that the risk is not over. I understand a proposal will be offered today to completely ignore all state guidelines and completely open activity. I cannot stress enough how reckless this would be. We are sympathetic to the economic struggles COVID-19 has thrust upon our community. Yet another reason we counsel a gradual reopening policy. By opening schools, restaurants, gyms, salons, theaters, and numerous other activities all at once, we risk not being able to isolate the highest risk practices. The outbreak at SDSU itself might thrust San Diego into the widespread risk category. In the absence of immediate change to current policy, we urge aggressive tracking of new data over the next few weeks and rapid response. Please consider targeted closings if there's any evidence certain type of businesses create a higher risk of transmission. Only with vigilance and action will we prevent another massive spike in infections, unnecessarily threatening the health of our community and returning to a universal lockdown yet again. Our duty is to protect the health of our community, and we know this is your highest priority. Just as patient care is a dynamic endeavor, please constantly consider the guidelines you allow so we safely open as we contain the outbreak. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3343.
3343.
3343. Our next caller is 5810.
5810.
5810.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Hello, can you hear me?
We've got.
This is 5810.
Okay. You can proceed.
Thank you. Thanks to Jim and everyone here in service of the people of San Diego County. I'll go quick and submit these in writing to Mr. Desmond to move fast. I believe most people have good intentions that we'll find a way to get through this moment in history together. That said, I encourage you all to emphatically support Mr. Desmond's motion and go further to fully denounce Newsom's ongoing rule by emergency fiat. My name is Dean. I'm a musician and startup founder. I have an associate's degree in business and bachelor's and graduate degrees in political science. I've invested decades in research on the topic of and habits of totalitarian and technocratic regimes. This is a wake-up call and a warning to all of you. I am terrified by what I see today in the state and around the world, and you should be too. The state of California has egregiously overstepped its boundaries and shamefully failed to protect the fundamental rights of its citizens throughout the pandemic. In no legal document does an elected civil servant have the right to declare indefinite emergency rule until a non-existent thing like a vaccine or cure is invented. That sentiment is madness, if not tantamount to extortion of the American people on behalf of pharmaceutical companies. Please consider the possibility that the motivation for these emergency powers may not be to slow the spread of COVID as is espoused, but to reset society and make way for intrusive government practices that citizens otherwise would never tolerate, not unlike the Patriot Act. Did we ever walk that back? No, that's not how civil rights work. Whether it's intentional or not, tyranny is happening right before your eyes. When people ask about moments in history, oh, but how could so many people have gone along with those terrible atrocities? Well, look out from over your mask. This is it. This is how we get there. Please familiarize yourself with two major NGOs founded by the same person that fund the WHO at a level higher than all 190 plus member states combined. Please read the WHO's International Health Regulations of 2005 that mandate member states responses to pandemics, including overturning local laws and norms and calling on celebrities to help sway public opinion toward things like masks and lockdowns. Please then familiarize yourself with the myriad conflicts of interest among these NGOs and their founders and other businesses, the pharmaceutical companies they invest in, and the technical infrastructure they've also patented to monitor and control American and other citizens around this world in the name of health and safety. Then go,
thank you,
well,
sir.
Thank you very much. None of these institutions have sovereignty over American citizens, none of them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3343.
3343.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Hi, this is Teresa, San Diego resident. As many people pointed out today, per the California Emergency Services Act, there is no medical emergency unless you can show data proving that our hospitals are overwhelmed. These orders are illegal. Now, I know that we're all between a rock and a hard place because we've got some government funding, some money that will be taken away. But I just want to let you know that even though it takes a while, the courts do come through eventually. And in the past, the government has actually taken back funds that were obtained under fraudulent methods. And even if the money is already spent, it's not uncommon for people, including politicians like yourself, to foot the bill. So just some 2 case studies. This past July, a Florida man was found guilty of fraudulently obtaining COVID funds. And even though the money was already spent, the government went, they drained his bank account, they repossessed his car. In March of last year, in Missouri, a man was found guilty of similar financial fraud, and not for COVID funds, but different federal monies. And again, even though the money was already spent, the IRS drained his bank account. He had his home, his yacht, his Bentley, and other personal property repossessed and seized. So I just want you to think about that. Even though we keep talking about, oh, we'll lose these millions of dollars, if it's not legally obtained, there is no emergency, it is not legal, you all may be forced to pay that money back, whether through your bank account, your properties, your cars. And I don't know what the governor promises you, but he cannot save anyone from the IRS. So I would just like you all to keep that in mind as you support Mr. Desmond's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8100.
8100.
81.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Kristen Hensley. Thanks, Jim Desmond, for responding to my email. It helps to know that voted officials are actually listening to the public. Today, I am asking you to do what is best for your community and open. Stop being a prisoner to the inept color-coded system. We are all suffering under the guise of being protected. Let small businesses open. Let people get their lives back. Look at the numbers. The data does not support a continued lockdown. In March, we were told we needed to shut down, so we did not inundate the hospitals. Here we are 6 months later. Our hospitals have plenty of beds and are not overwhelmed. We also now know who is at risk from this virus. It is the elderly and those with pre-existing conditions. So yes, take precautions to help keep them safe. With that being said, we do not need to keep our entire community shut down. Not one child has died in San Diego County from COVID, but these kids can't go back to school or play their sports or even go to the park to play on the playground. Why not? They are the least affected by COVID, yet we are stifling them the most. There is zero logic or attention to the data. This shutdown has done more harm than good. Yes, we know COVID is a problem. However, the ramifications of the continued arrestment far outweighs the benefits. People are losing their livelihoods, can't pay their bills, are going hungry. We are desperate. As Nathan Fletcher said yesterday on NBC7, quote, "We want to do everything we can as a community to come together and help one another through these difficult times," end quote. $2.5 million in grants for 500 small businesses only goes so far. It is just the tip of the iceberg. Let the people of San Diego open their businesses rather than offer inadequate handouts. Mental health has also been hugely impacted by our shutdown. Substance abuse, suicidal ideation are both continuing to rise. Kids are depressed and bored, and distance learning is not adequate. Kids have lost out on months of learning and social development. Schools should be the #1 priority, the most essential. And here we are 6 months later with most kids sitting at home. Why? We know they are not at risk. Why are we stifling them? At least open the playgrounds, parks, sports teams, Legoland. More kids have died this summer in San Diego County from car crashes than from COVID. Please put your trust into the people you represent. The ball's in your court. What are you going to do?
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1535.
1535.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Ashton. I'm the CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. State mandates continue to have a devastating impact on our small businesses. I'm calling today to urge our county leaders to do everything possible to ease the burdens on our businesses. The state of California has consistently demonstrated over the past 6 months that they have no intention of treating small businesses fairly. They continue to choose winners and losers, and that's completely unacceptable. Not only is it critical that we take control of our own destiny as a county, but I urge county leaders to not make things more difficult than they already are for our small businesses. With the most recent health order, the county public health department added new requirements that were not mandated by the state, and I'm specifically referring to the more stringent mask requirements and the requirement for restaurants to maintain a list of names and telephone numbers of guests. We have already heard from some of our local restaurant owners that they will not be opening indoor dining under these requirements. While we care about all small businesses, I feel it's important to point out that the disproportionate impact of shutdowns have had on women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. According to a recent report from the Stanford Institute of Economic Policy Research, the number of active business owners in the United States plummeted by 3.3 million, or 22%, over the crucial 2-month window from February to April 2020. African American businesses were hit especially hard, experiencing a 41% drop. Latino business owners fell by 32%, Asian business owners by 26%, and immigrant business owners experienced substantial losses of 36%. Female-owned businesses were also disproportionately hit by 25%. I'll close by saying that small businesses have been devastated by this pandemic, and we urge you, our county leaders, to bring them relief in any way that is within your power. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1519.
1519.
1519. Our next caller, here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Margie Jones. I'm the Executive Director of H3 Heroes Helping Heroes for Life, and along with founder Mark George, a USS Midway veteran, 79th Assembly District Veteran of the Year, and San Diego City firefighter and deputy fire marshal, 23 years, our minority and women-owned nonprofit social enterprise is dedicated to restoring dignity to tens of thousands of homeless veterans and their families who sacrificed for our country and deserve our help with solutions for behavioral health, suicide, and homelessness. As our county leadership now considers the difficult decisions on how we open up businesses and activities in the face of the coronavirus pandemic, we believe it is vitally important to protect public safety with proper COVID-19 testing for all. After listening to the calls, we can all see that no one of us is untouched by our present circumstances, from business owners to parents and children, to teachers, to our elected officials, and to those who've lost a loved one to this virus. We're here to be part of the solution. In order to open up safely, it is imperative that we provide free ongoing mobile COVID-19 testing to our most vulnerable communities who are not only at risk of infection themselves, but present a risk to employees, consumers, and visitors as we open up throughout the county to eating out, taking public transportation, and partaking of recreational activities. In partnership with epidemiologists at ruleoutcovid19.org, we are able to offer a mobile COVID-19 testing program with rapid 12-hour turnaround time and the ability to conduct hundreds of tests daily. Our homeless heroes suffer unique challenges with even higher rates than the general public of homelessness, substance abuse, PTSD, and sadly, suicide rates that approach 22 a day. Now the COVID-19 pandemic has put even more lives at risk for those living unsheltered on the streets, both veterans and other underserved individuals who have little or no access to health care and no place to self-isolate. On behalf of our organizations and other local nonprofits, we welcome the opportunity to wholeheartedly work in collaboration with the Chamber, the City, County of San Diego to expand ongoing testing to our most vulnerable communities and hotspots as they arise. Let's join forces.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7874.
7874.
7874.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Amy Klein. I grew up in San Diego. I started an IT company with my father here in 2004, and I am a huge supporter of the hospitality industry. So let's start with the facts. The CDC has just reduced the total number of COVID deaths to 6% of what they previously reported. That's like 10,000 people in the entire United States. All others had an average of more than 2 underlying health conditions. This is not airborne Ebola. This virus is not crushing us. Government's overreaction to it is. These continued lockdowns and restrictions are way over the top based on real data that we have today. Much of the country is opening up. I've traveled all over and I see it city by city. This pandemic is now 10% virus, 90% politics. San Diego is losing a large amount of business to other states and counties that are allowing meetings and events. I'm watching the President of the United States host large rallies all over the country without masks or social distancing. I'm thinking, why can't we have conventions in San Diego? I mean, we've been boondoggled. Orange County repealed their mandatory mask law, and that puts San Diego at a huge disadvantage for attracting businesses and leisure travelers alike. It is unfair to ask San Diego businesses to comply with illegal restrictions when our neighbors in Orange County have the courage to get back to normal. So based on CDC's revised numbers showing COVID-19 has a 99.8% survival rate, San Diego County should follow logic. I support Jim Desmond's measure. We should not make decisions based on unreliable, false positive PCR tests. Let's immediately open up all hotels, meeting rooms, conventions, restaurants to full capacity without restrictions, open all business, and we can deal with COVID like we deal with the flu. This new normal sucks. Let's get back to the old normal, please. I sure as heck miss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is 4356.
4356.
4356.
Hi, good afternoon. I live in the college area and I'm really concerned with the comments today. I'm recovering from COVID myself. I'm 24 years old and I have no pre-existing conditions. I was very ill and I did not have a good experience. But some callers here seem to be okay with me dying. I'm lucky to be speaking here today, but I know folks in my community that have died from this virus. And I feel for small business owners. My family owns a small business. And of course I want to see my friends and have a social life again. But what if instead of risking our lives and public health by opening everything up, we demand better financial support and resources and widespread testing from our government? I think that's the way to go. I've lived through COVID and I'm also ready to enjoy my life, but we need a real lockdown for the amount of time recommended by health officials. Please listen to reason and let's move on after a real lockdown. Thank you.
And could we get your name for the record, please? Oh, I believe we lost her. Well, that concludes public testimony on this item, Chairman Cox.
Very good. We sincerely thank all the testimony we heard this morning and into this afternoon. Obviously, there's a lot of information to absorb and certainly a lot of stories to be told, which I think we're all very heartfelt and very much appreciated. Item 6 was a presentation and therefore has no need for any action on the part of the Board of Supervisors. Item 7 does have 6 recommendations, and I know Vice Chairman Desmond wanted to be recognized for a motion, but I wonder if it would be appropriate before we hear from Supervisor Desmond to consider approval of items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the staff recommendations, which are basically procedural actions.
I'll move.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Fletcher. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Desmond. Any discussion on the part of the board?
I just would like to send a thank you to our CAO, Helen Robbins-Meyer, and our panelists for their time and information this morning. This is exactly what I had in mind when I made this request of my colleagues, and the information we received clearly helps build on months of data analysis. So thank you very much for a meaningful panel this morning.
And thank you, Supervisor Gasper. I think the information we got from the panel this morning was very helpful in kind of laying out what the issues are, the conditions are, And certainly the testimony we had this morning in the afternoon is added to that. Is there any discussion of the motion on the floor? If not, we do have a motion from Supervisor Fletcher, seconded by Supervisor Desmond, to approve the staff recommendations on item 7, including recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. Supervisor Desmond had asked to have an opportunity to make a motion, and I'll call on him at this time.
Well, thank you, Chair Cox. Appreciate it. I want to thank all the public speakers for calling in today, all the presenters. Everybody is very passionate in their pleas to us, and just appreciate all the time and effort that went into that. I also want to thank our public health doctors, the county staff for their continued efforts. My angst today is not against any of our local health professionals or county staff. I think they are all doing a fantastic job. I know and appreciate the efforts for our safety and for the San Diego County economy. The county staff, every time, and Dr. Wooten, every time businesses were allowed to open, you let them open. My wish is that the governor, with his ever-changing criteria, would give us and you local control. The new colored tier criteria that has backed us into a corner. I'm paraphrasing from the Placer County Board of Supervisors chair who stated, we cannot continue to keep segments of our economy shut down for some unknown, indefinite amounts of time as determined by ever-changing metrics of the governor. The state's one-size-fit-all approach is stifling business sectors. We heard today from the boating industry, hotels, the event industry, street fairs, travel industry, wedding venues. We all heard from them. And for example, restaurants and churches, regardless of their size and capacity, are limited to no more than 100 patrons indoors. Some larger churches in San Diego County have up to 3,500 seats, but the state has mandated no more than 100 people can worship in any facility, regardless of size. So I don't think there needs to be a choice between public safety and a strong economy. I still believe that we can do both. So in April, we were told we need to protect hospital beds, ICUs, and respirators, and that there was limited personal protective equipment. We achieved these goals, but I think we've lost sight of those original goals. As of September, now, we are in single-digit percentages of coronavirus patients in hospital beds. And we have proven we can identify, treat, and protect the most vulnerable people in San Diego County. Because of our county health professionals and staff, San Diego County is doing a great job. But the rules continue to change. The goalposts continue to move. We got off the watch list, and just a few days later, the governor changed the rules again to a flawed, color-coded system that now includes an adjustment factor that skews our actual data and our numbers. So in addition to changing rules, the state is now changing our data. The least restrictive color, yellow, only allows 50% capacities at gyms, restaurants, and churches, and has that requirement of less than one daily case per 100,000 people. Even if we had a vaccine, no vaccine is 100% effective, much less 100,000% effective. How are businesses and our economy supposed to thrive when we have these impossible metrics that keep businesses closed or at least partially closed indefinitely? We've been backed into a corner and we are left with no other choice. And you've heard from many businesses today, it's not about the money and the CARES Acts and those things. They want to get back to work. And I'm sure they're all willing to do it safely. And they have told me that they can't go on much longer, much less even reach the yellow regime. The gist of this effort here today is that once again, the state has given us unreasonable and unattainable opening restrictions. So I would like to add this motion, the item 6, apparently to item 7, that with the exemption of bars, we, San Diego County, no longer enforce what businesses should be open or closed, that we do enforce the health and safety protocols and let the state enforce their closing protocols, period. So I got a couple comments and I'll read it again in a second. So this motion does not do away with the county health order. It only restricts closure enforcement for the county. The state restrictions stay in place, that if a business, whether a business can be open or not, that we can't change that. But if a business does decide to open, it will be at their own risk. With the state mandates, the state may enforce. The county will enforce safety protocols. Like I said, we've been backed into a corner with unreasonable and unattainable expectation. We've played nice. We've done all that's been asked of us. It's time for us to take that local control we've been asking for, to stay safe, keep our businesses safe, protect our most vulnerable, and be open for business. So I'll read the motion one more time. That with the exemption of bars, we, San Diego County, no longer enforce what businesses should be open or closed. We will enforce health and safety protocols and let the state enforce their closing protocols. Thank you very much for the time, Chair Cox.
Okay, we do have a motion by Supervisor Desmond. Is there a second to that motion?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair, while we wait to see if there's a second.
Okay, well, I'm going to rule that the motion dies for the lack of a second. Supervisor Fletcher?
I just want to say that we heard from a lot of callers today, and I certainly understand that people are struggling out there. This is a very difficult time for our entire community. But the way that we get out of this is not acting like it's not there or acting like we can just wish it to go away. The way we get out of this is by heeding the advice that has been presented to us. It is about slowing the case count. It is about slowing the rate of spread, ensuring we protect the integrity of our healthcare system and start making wise decisions that will allow us to smoothly reopen our economy and not have this on again, off again type thing. And I'm grateful that the motion died for lack of a second because this effort simply would have made matters much worse. And as bad as the situation is today, it will be exponentially worse if you allow rampant, uncontrolled spread of COVID. You would see more economic decimation, much greater than we're seeing today, much greater complications of our mental health system, an increase in deaths. And so as challenging as these times are, we are shouldered with the responsibility to make decisions that are in the county's interest, even if they may not always be popular. And we know the difficult challenge ahead of us requires us to do the difficult things that we have to do to come together as a community and slow the spread. And so I hope that we can continue to chart that course. And it's also not lost on me that on a day where our case count is increasing to a higher tier, we ought to be coming together as a community to say, how do we once again slow the spread and get those numbers down? If we want more businesses to be open, we have a path in front of us for what we need to do. And so I hope as we move forward, we can do it out of that spirit of common interest, that the actions we take to open business are the same actions we take to slow the spread, to protect the vulnerable, and to get our community in a better place. And so I urge us to continue to exercise caution and chart our way through these difficult times in a thoughtful, responsible way. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Gaspar, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. As the only small business owner on this board, I have consistently been and will continue to be the champion for our small businesses in this county. This pandemic is a health crisis on multiple levels, from the virus to mental health to substance abuse. It has also spawned an economic crisis. Over the past 6 months, we've learned a lot. I've often said that I do not believe that protecting public health and safely reopening our economy should be mutually exclusive. Our community has been innovative and resilient in finding a level of certainty in these uncertain times. As you know, I've sent several letters to the governor asking for our local control because this state is simply too big for a one-size-fits-all approach. We have made significant changes to the world around us. We have built capacity in our healthcare system, and we have done everything that has been asked of us, but this virus continues. Over the past several weeks since our last shutdown, we have been trending in the right direction, but as you can see, the margin is razor thin. And we've had a pretty good wake-up call lately with students returning to SDSU. While this situation is being managed very well by our public health team and the university, the spike has exposed a fatal flaw in the state system. Our county is now on the precipice of moving back into the purple tier because of this outbreak, when this particular population is relatively healthy and not at risk of overwhelming our hospital system. I want to protect the most vulnerable in our population, and I want to protect our way of life. This new color-coded tiered system is fatally flawed. Like playing Candyland with my kids, there are frequent mid-game rules changes, and even worse, we cannot win. Just as we think we're headed to that magical candy castle, we're immediately pulled back into the molasses swamp. We need to return to our original goal and track hospitalizations and stop penalizing counties for arbitrary testing averages. We need to put health and safety first, the health and safety of our workers, the health and safety of our residents, and the health and safety of our businesses. Safety is paramount. This guiding principle got us through the toughest parts of this pandemic, and I believe it's the key to guiding us out. But we can only get there by working together and taking an evidence-based approach using our own local data. COVID policies affect both our lives and our livelihoods. Today, for the first time, we've seen the most comprehensive data to date to understand what has happened in San Diego County to our health, healthcare, and economy. I have been criticized at times for writing letters to the governor. But while some of these letters seemingly go unnoticed, I can tell you they are often the catalyst to a bigger conversation. On Friday, I sent a letter highlighting the SDSU situation. Consequently, over the weekend, I helped get our own CAO onto a kitchen cabinet of advisors from large urban counties in conjunction with the California State Association of Counties to better articulate how we're managing the virus here and how these new metrics simply do not work well for a county the size of San Diego. It's my understanding through conversations that the California Restaurant Association has a similar meeting next week. I believe the governor needs to see this holistic information and to better understand our unique approach. San Diego County has done a good job. And while I appreciate the sentiment behind Supervisor Desmond's motion, I believe there's a better way, a more collaborative way to get out of this impossible game and safely restore our economy using this new and comprehensive information and the strength of a coalition behind us, including all of the callers today. In the past 24 hours, I've spoken to the San Diego Regional Chamber, San Diego Restaurant Association, and the San Diego Mayor. While we all have our frustrations, it was clear to me that they are not yet ready to move into the uncertainty that comes with defying a state mandate. It's a risk assessment. We've seen instances where state licenses have been revoked, and this puts our restaurants and salons at risk. We know the state-operated strike teams will continue to investigate and monitor compliance with the state health order, whether we enforce or not. We know that with distancing requirements, that the 8,000 restaurants in this county would at best be operating at 75% capacity. And that is assuming they decide to take on the risk of opening at a greater capacity than the state mandate and face losing their liquor licenses. We know that there are many businesses that cannot move forward regardless of what we do today because these risks are involved or because their workforce continues to have childcare or underlying health concerns. We would also be putting this county at risk and on the hook to pay back tens of millions in emergency funding which we have already spent. We are all frustrated. However, in the midst of this frustration, I do not think it's prudent to put our economy at even greater risk for a symbolic gesture. I think there's a better way. We have seen that when we work together as a region, we have achieved our best success. Take the beaches, for example. Our regional leadership and partnership with our public health officer and mayor was successful in getting the governor to reverse course on pending closures. We can do it again, but we have a very short window. Let me be clear, San Diego will not tolerate a third shutdown, and neither will I. But this is a new approach, an approach with a powerful coalition equipped with comprehensive data. After speaking with our CAO this morning, I'm optimistic the governor's office is listening. The time to make our case is now. So I would like to offer a motion to give ourselves 1 week to allow our CAO time to work with this newly formed coalition and report back to this board. In addition, I respectfully ask the chairman to call a special meeting 1 week from today. We can no more turn our economy on and off than we can turn this virus on and off. With this more holistic view of our region and a collaborative approach, I believe we can find a way to live with both. Thank you.
I'll second the motion. Desmond.
Okay, and for the record, Supervisor Gaspar, could you go ahead and restate the motion?
Thank you. Yes, Chairman. The motion would be to give ourselves 1 week to allow our CAO time to work with this newly formed coalition and to report back to this board, and for you to call a special meeting 1 week from today to share the results of those meetings.
Okay, and there is a second to that by Vice Chairman Desmond. Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not on the motion, but I had some questions that I'd like to ask, and I have some comments of my own. I'm not that clear on the motion and actually what it would accomplish. It seems to me the CAO can work with any and every coalition that's out there without the direction of the board to do that. I mean, Helen has been doing that, in fact, and I know that there were conversations as recently as last evening with the governor's people on a couple of items. But I think it's important to get out a couple of answers to some questions that were raised by speakers. And I want to thank all the speakers. I've talked to a lot of my businesses in my district, and I have a lot of empathy for the environment and the difficult situation the businesses are in, and doing the best we can. And while I believe that the rules are not fair, that there are inconsistencies in how different business sectors are being treated, and even within a certain sector, the inconsistencies. But I don't believe that what was on the floor earlier is the way to go about it. I think there's a better way, and I don't know that this coalition is the best way either. I will need more information on that before we vote on that motion. Having said all that, I think some of the speakers raised some really questions, and one of those questions is kind of basic. Are we still in a state of emergency? And what would justify that at this point?
Supervisor Jacob, this is Tom. Yes, as far as we are concerned, as far as the CAO and the public health officer are concerned, we are still in a state of emergency. We are in a position in which we are needing to use and reach out for resources to be able to deal with the pandemic and to be able to deal with all the consequences of the pandemic. As we've been talking about, although the hospitalizations are now low, we need to be ready in case those hospitalizations change. We need to have the ability to be able to buy supplies immediately under emergency processes if we're running low of PPEs, those types of things. And that's where we would actually absolutely need to have that emergency in place.
Thank you, Tom. Another question to you. It was brought up several times about the Pennsylvania decision, the court decision. Could you please comment on that? And does that apply to San Diego County?
Yeah, Supervisor, I have not actually read the Pennsylvania opinion. I have read the media reports of it. I do have a copy of it. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. It would not apply in San Diego County. It's a trial court decision that is an analysis of a different state's public health order. And so because of the fact that it's in another state, it's at a trial court level, and it also, the media reports I have read said that it is, they are going to appeal, the state is going to appeal. All of those things lead to say that before it would be any kind of law that would be a precedent on the County of San Diego, it has a long way to go before it would be in that status as far as we're concerned.
So could I ask that you do review that decision? I understand the process, and I guess it would not apply at this point to San Diego County or anything we might want to do. But I would ask if you would review the decision that was made, and then let the board know what your analysis is of that in terms of the constitutionality of what they did in Pennsylvania.
Yes, we will certainly be doing that.
Okay, and we're in a very difficult situation. I don't like the position we're in. I called early on for asking the governor for more local control, that we could work with our local public health officer, because I do think we're different in San Diego County. We have not been allowed the type of flexibility that I believe we really need to have here. Having said that, while we had 90 speakers on the phone, I think we have to put that into perspective, that we've got well over 3 million people in the entire county, and all of the people, not just the people who were speaking up on the line today, which I appreciate very much, except for the one that was attacking Dr. Wooten. I didn't appreciate that. But I think we have to consider all of the other people in this county. And I wrote down something that Jerry Sanders said. He's with the Regional Chamber of Commerce, and he's been around a while, and he's seen a lot, both as a law enforcement officer and then from the business perspective. And Jerry said, what the chamber supports is smart, safe reopening. Smart, safe reopening. And not the back and forth kind of stuff, but the steady stuff. Jerry said other things too, but that kind of caught my eye. And safety comes first. And we do have a responsibility as a board for the public health and safety of the people in this region, all the people in this region, and to treat everybody as fairly as we possibly can, where we do have authority. And much as some would like to be able to direct the sheriff to do things, as I understand, we as a board do not have the authority to direct the sheriff not to enforce. I wanted to ask one more question on the enforcement. Have there been any businesses closed down since we declared the state of emergency and during the health orders? Have any businesses actually been down by the county?
This is Tom again. There are businesses that we have temporarily shut, that we have ordered to be temporarily shut so that they could come into compliance. Our reopening team has then worked with them after we've temporarily shut them down and worked to have them reopen. So yes, we have taken action that caused a temporary shutdown until they could come into compliance and then reopen.
About how many, Tom?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I can think of off the top of my head. There may be more than that.
So say, let's make it maybe a dozen businesses that we've had to take some action, and there's thousands of businesses in our county. And there are thousands of businesses in our county, and that's a very small number. And I think what the approach I see the county taking is, let's make sure everybody is in compliance so that there are not adverse effects on our businesses for not being in compliance. And whether we like the rules or not, We need to play by the rules. At the same time, work within the system to change the rules. And along those lines, I have 2 suggestions and 2 areas that I would like to zero in and see if we can't really push hard to make some changes on. Question first, on San Diego State University, obviously the students have raised our numbers. And a question, if we were to back out the numbers of cases at SDSU, where would we be with the numbers of cases and the positivities? Would we still be in the purple? And what impact is that having on our numbers? I know it's having some impact.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Jacob. If we backed out the nearly 700 cases associated with the San Diego State outbreak, our case rate would be 6. So we would still remain in the purple tier. I'm sorry, in the red tier. Thank you. We would still remain in the red tier. Yes.
So what that tells me, Dr. Wooten, is that opening up San Diego State University with the students going back, that they've increased our numbers, that puts us at risk of going back into the purple, which is not what I or any of us want to do. I know there were some discussions last night with the state folks. I don't, if you're able to share the outcome of those discussions on this particular issue, the issue being exempting the universities and the colleges here in San Diego and statewide, that's appropriate. I believe that there's no effect, little to no effect on the business community on businesses in San Diego with the universities and the colleges, and that they're a community in and of themselves. And I think there's a really good argument to be made to exempt the numbers coming out of San Diego State University and any of the other universities and colleges from our numbers. So anything you can share with this and in terms of conversations with the state at this point?
Thank you, Supervisor Jacob. This is Helen. I'm going to take a first crack at this because I'll talk to you about the kitchen cabinet meeting that I was a part of last night. I think Supervisor Gaspar referred to that. And then I'll let Wilma talk a little bit about her conversations that she's been having through CDPH. In essence, we're working a dual path here. Wilma through the CDPH and me directly with also Secretary Galley and Ana Montesantos through the governor's office with CSAC. I've been invited to be on, this was put together over the weekend, on a kitchen cabinet because of the urgency of what's about to happen in San Diego. And many of our other counties are watching us very, very closely. They are also at their wits' end in terms of kind of a tipping point of where do we start to break from the governor. Nobody wants to break from that. Everybody believes that the health data and the safe reopening is paramount. But there also is these unrealistic expectations in some cases where a one-size-fits-all across the entire state just doesn't make sense in counties. So Dr. Wooten has been working with her counterparts at CDPH and the public health officers, and now I've been a part of the kitchen cabinet. So I had the opportunity to speak last night on behalf of all the counties, but using San Diego State as an example. So I explained that we were very proud to be the first urban that was in the red category when they came with the tier system, and that we had done so by working diligently with the state, and that now, because of San Diego State and a couple super spreading events, we were in jeopardy of perhaps moving back to a tier 1. San Diego State is a community within a community. They have a separate set of NPIs, non-pharmaceutical interventions, that are appropriate. We've been working closely with the university, and therefore we believe we have done everything to protect the public, and that the general public and businesses are in no way, shape, or form at risk or responsible for us moving now into a numeric that would put us in a situation where we could be purple in a tier 1 and have to re-implement some of the closures. So I made that case fairly emphatically. I will tell you that Secretary Galley listened intently. We were having our meeting this morning. We were still doing that during his press conference, but my understanding is he did allude to that during his press conference, one of the questions specific about San Diego, and he reiterated what he said on the call last night, which was he is very willing to work with counties on these kind of one-off anomalies. My ask was that they take the San Diego State case numbers out of our calculation. And if that were the case, as Dr. Wooten had already just mentioned, that would keep us in the red category. That means next week, we would show on Tuesday that we were in red, and then we would be, in essence, managing our case count and everything accordingly, and hopefully stay well within the red range and be able to keep at this current level. I believe what Supervisor Gaspar was referring to earlier was just that. She's, I think, saying by next Tuesday, Helen, you better go have that fixed. I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but that was the way I interpreted her motion. I'll let her clarify that if I misinterpreted that. But I think what she was saying is, if you can keep us in the red and safely reopen, I'll be willing to allow you to have 7 days to try to do that. But if not, have a special board meeting and we're going to revisit what actions this board may want to take. That kind of gives you the summary of my kitchen cabinet discussion last night. I want to thank CSAC and my colleagues across the state. There was only a couple CAOs that were invited to be on the kitchen cabinet, and there's 6 supervisors from across the state, and they're very, very interested in what San Diego is doing, and I appreciated the opportunity for them to allow me to devote that meeting to our specific topic. I also will say that Supervisor Fletcher has also been using his back channels directly to the governor to also plead our case. And I think that if we can continue to put our data in front of them, I'm hopeful that they will recognize that the NPIs that we have in place and the cooperative nature that we have with San Diego State University will allow us to remain in the red category. But it would be an exception, and they would have to approve that before I could guarantee that. And they have not made that commitment. So let me be very clear. They have not said they would go there, but they at least have said they understand and they are willing to look at our data closely and work with us on that. They want to move slowly going in reopenings, but they also want to very, very slowly before they would shut anybody else down, because they do understand that the constant back and forth, open, close, open, close, open, close, is very detrimental to the human psyche and to public trust and our ability to run a compliant county that would safely be able to maneuver through this pandemic. Wilma, do you have anything to add from CDPH?
Well, thank you, Helen. I just would like to start out by saying the state has been very cooperative because we've had an issue with them collecting all of our tests. And they have been utilizing, for this week's report, they utilize our data. Our epidemiologists have provided them with a daily line list, and they're using our data to calculate the current adjusted and unadjusted case rates. We made the request last week. We were given an answer that we were not willing to accept, and we pushed back, and we have asked again for them to discount the San Diego State cases and not count them against us. So it is being reconsidered, and as Helen stated, we haven't got an answer yet, but at least they are listening and considering our request.
Hey, thank you both. I just really appreciate the tireless efforts, Helen and Dr. Wooten, all the time you put into that. And I think that report is very helpful. So sounds to me, Helen, like you're already doing what Supervisor Gaspar has in her motion with the exception of a special meeting. Is that right?
Well, it does give me a little bit more teeth if I can turn around and put a little pressure that the board may take a different action if I don't get this resolved in a week. So that is certainly helpful in putting a little bit more pressure on the governor and his team to consider a rapid answer to us on whether or not they would allow us to remove SDSU from the case count so that we could be safely in the red at this point.
And as the motion maker, Helen's right. I was trying to say in the kindest way possible to her, in consideration of all of the efforts she's putting in, fix the SDSU situation. You got a week to do it. We're not going back into the purple at all while Dr. Wooten simultaneously works on fixing the metrics and giving us local management of this situation back. So they're both at the table right now working. SDSU has given us a practical example to work with on why this isn't going to work long term. Ultimate goal, though, we will never reach that purple mark. And in a week, we're unwilling to go there and could use some help and support in the next week through their efforts. So thank you.
Okay, I get it now. I'm not, excuse me, I'm not sure we have to include directing the chair to call a special meeting, but I mean, I don't have a problem with that. If Helen, if that helps you in Sacramento, but I think there's another piece of this, and that is, I think, Helen, it might help to have a board action that would ask the state to exempt the numbers from San Diego State University from our numbers. Would that help?
What would happen if they didn't?
If they didn't, well, the board would just go on record so it in support of what you're already doing.
Understand? Okay. Yes, that would be fine. That would be great. Thank you.
How about, could I suggest maybe that we, if Supervisor Gaspar is agreeable, that we ask the CAO to prepare a letter for the chairman's signature illustrating the concern we have about the SDSU and other colleges being included, because they are really kind of self-contained communities. I think as Dr. Wooden said, we've had close to 700 cases, positive cases at SDSU, and only one that I'm aware of has been hospitalized, and that was for a very short period of time. But it certainly does skew our numbers. And maybe just as a suggestion, maybe we could have a placeholder for a meeting if we need to, but in the meantime, send a letter to the governor strongly requesting his consideration of modifying the criteria to not include university figures in county calculations. In our case, I mean, this is a situation I'm sure that presents itself in probably most of the other urban counties in California. I think there's 24 or 27 CSU campuses and 12 University of Californias and other private campuses. That this can't be a unique situation, but it is a kind of an isolated population. And I think, at least in our case, I think SDSU is acting as responsibly as they can, but it certainly is skewing our numbers.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think anything that you can do as the chair of this board to support this effort would be great. I did write a similar letter last week, kind of reinforcing what you're talking about, but I would love to see a letter come from you as the chair. We do need that meeting, and I just ask that you consider scheduling it, because I think the board needs to have the flexibility to take a different action if we find ourselves in that purple situation for a second week.
So would the intent be to have a placeholder for a meeting, and if we're successful in getting that consideration, we would not need to meet? Is that the intent?
I think it would still be important to circle back with the board, because there's another issue at play, and that's what's going to transpire with that kitchen cabinet, because you have your urban counties coming together and they're all asking for a review of the metrics in this new system overall. They're asking about whether there can be more flexibility with local control over the metrics using hospitalizations as a guide. So I think it just would be prudent to call a meeting, even if it's a short one, to get all of the information that we're going to obtain over the next week as those conversations transpire.
Okay. Other comments?
Actually, I had one other issue to bring up, but you might want to resolve this issue first. I wanted to talk about recreational boating as a separate issue, but I still think it's important for the board to clearly, you write the letter, but it'd be on behalf of the board and the board's position that we would take to exempt the university numbers out of our numbers. So I'm not sure where the motion is now. I think a placeholder for a meeting is fine. I don't think we have to schedule one today, but a placeholder for it is fine. If we're successful, fine. But you can always call a special meeting. I would leave that up to the chair. So I'm not sure that's the motion on the floor right now. So, I mean, I'm happy to put a substitute motion on the floor, or someone else could if you want to try, or if you want to.
The motion's consistent, I would say, with the original, that we have that opportunity for a special meeting pending the outcome of SDSU and the conversations with the state about the metrics and our ability to move forward safely. So the only additional thing that's been added is that letter from the chairman reinforcing that it's the board's position that we should consider the SDSU cases as a unique circumstance.
In other words, exempt, ask the state to exempt the numbers from San Diego State, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then the meeting would be a placeholder. I'm good with that. And if I could, after we vote on this motion, I'd like to come back to recreational boating.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't we deal with this motion first? So again, I just want to clarify with the maker of the motion and the seconder. So are we saying we will have a meeting next Tuesday, or we will have a meeting if we're not successful?
I would like to have a meeting. Let's schedule a meeting because we have a lot to talk about. We need to know how the urban counties are doing in their push for a reevaluation of the metrics. If we're going to continue along these razor thin margins of case counts being the main consideration without the flexibility of considering unique circumstances, that's something we need to know about. And also, if we find ourselves heading into a second week of purple and then shutdown, we need to know about that too, pending SDSU. So I say, let's just put the meeting on the books and go from there.
I can support that.
Do you want to specify a time at this point?
Up to you, Chairman.
All right, why don't we say 2 o'clock on Tuesday? Is that all right?
Sounds good.
Okay. Further discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think the San Diego State cases should be included. Dr. McDonald walked me through from an epidemiological standpoint why he doesn't feel that they should be included. And so I certainly support that effort to get them removed. I want to make one point that right now today we're focused on the SDSU cases as being the thing that's going to move us. But coming up in the next week and the week after is going to be the impact on all of the reopenings that we recently did, along with the impact of Labor Day. And so I don't want us to create a false sense that somehow if we just take the San Diego State cases out, then magically everything's going to be okay. We have some broader issues with community spread. And so this might help us for a week. But again, we have challenges moving forward based on our posture and based on what we're doing. And so I just want to present that word of caution that this, if it gets resolved, it might help us temporarily, but we still have some broader issues and there's some broader concerns about the rate of community transmission that I just want to make sure we're all aware of as we move forward.
Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, schedule wise, could we do 3 o'clock for the meeting instead of 2?
That works fine for me. Is that okay with the other supervisors?
Make it work.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond, are you okay with the motion as modified now?
Yes, I am as a seconder, but I just want to comment on this, the whole discussion here. And I agree that the San Diego State students should not they should be pulled out of the our numbers. But what I want to point out is our numbers last week were 6.9, and now without San Diego State, they would be at 6.0. Businesses at opening had nothing to do with this increase. It was all on San Diego State, yet we continue to punish our businesses by holding them back when they're in this factor. They don't even make a play in this factor at all. And they're the ones that you would get penalized if we go into purple. So I'll support the motion, and I'm fine with it the way it is. But I just want to emphasize that businesses had nothing to do with this increase.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, the motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, so the Board of Supervisors will have a special meeting at 3 p.m. next Tuesday. That would be on September 22nd. Supervisor Jacob, you had an additional motion you wanted to make?
Yes, I do. Just a little background. As my colleagues may remember, it was August 4th that we directed the CAO to work with the local recreational boating industry to develop standards of operation, which were provided to the state for considerations. The discussions have been ongoing, and I think that if Dr. Wooten would agree to include it in her health order, because I think this is a gray area that maybe we would have the ability to work with Dr. Wooten in including it. I think local action may be warranted at this point in order to include that in our local health order. So Dr. Wooten, I'd like to ask you, are you willing to put the recreational boating into the health order now?
Supervisor Jacob, I think that we will be getting some information from the state that will resolve this issue this week. It was expected to come out today, information about gatherings. Once that information is out, I think it will resolve the recreational boating issue.
Okay, so I guess if I would,
yes.
So the answer is yes, Supervisor.
The answer is yes. Okay, so if a motion is appropriate at this point, Mr. Chairman, I think the safety protocols that have been developed are reasonable, they're fair, and they're consistent with what we're allowing on the water with others that have boats. So I would ask my colleagues in the way of a motion to support that we request the local health order be modified to reflect the protocols in regards to the recreational boating industry. That would be my motion.
Supervisor, I'd like to second that, but I had a similar request in for street fairs, because I think street fairs are kind of fall in the same category in that there's some gray areas out there. And the street fair was street fairs, we allow swap meets, we allow farmers markets, but we don't allow street fairs. And I'd asked for that same, I think it was a meeting after that, when I had asked and hadn't officially heard back on how that went. But street fairs, I think should also be included in the health order if you would allow that to be part of your motion.
I'd like to do it one at a time. Take them one at a time.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to make it, after this motion, I'd like to make another one, please. Thanks.
Okay, well, do we have a second to the motion on the floor?
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond has seconded Supervisor Jacob's motion. Any further discussion? Okay, if not, would the clerk please call the roll? A motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by Vice Chairman Desmond to focus on modifying the guidelines for recreational boating. Is that correct?
Yes, and to include it in the health order, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Right.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond, you had an additional motion?
Well, yeah, I guess to Dr. Wooten as well. I mean, as far as the street fairs go, and I think we did hear back that the state said no was the answer that we had. Do you think there's gray area, or there's a possibility of allowing street fairs? Because a lot of these nonprofits, you know, this is how they make their money. I'm just curious if you have any opinion on street fairs, or if you think it's a worthy effort to try to get them included as well.
Supervisor Desmond, this is Tom, and I'll answer the legal part. If Dr. Wooten has anything to follow up, she can. There's a difference and distinction between street fairs, which is large gatherings of a bunch of different potential households, versus a recreational boating that is much more limited. And the recreational boating would probably fit within what we're expecting to come down from the state. Street fairs, I don't think would fit within that legally, and so we wouldn't have the same basis for being able to modify the order on that. As far as the public health issue, that would be for Dr. Wooten.
Well, Tom, I'm not really just comparing street fairs to boats. The street fair is, the comparison being swap meets and farmers markets that are out there. And I've even seen them on the county property with music in Vista. So I'm just curious if the potential of maybe getting the street fairs under the same swap meet umbrella or something to that effect might be a worthy effort by us, and maybe potentially through the state again.
Yes, and we can certainly continue to look at that and work with the state and see if they'll give us the authority to do that. I'm just saying that the change that we are expecting that would authorize us on the recreational boating would not necessarily fit there. So it would require additional work with the state to be able to get us to street fairs.
Well, I don't know, Dr. Wooten, do you think that's a worthy effort or not?
Mr. Desmond, we are actually in the process. We've been doing that for the past week or so. So we are exploring and running the answer back or the question back up to the state regarding street fairs, because we do recognize that it could be like a swap meet. So we have reviewed actually one plan. So we are exploring the possibility of allowing it.
Okay, well, I appreciate those efforts. I don't need to make a motion. I think that, I guess just going to the state, it always seems the answer from them, the immediate answer is no. But if there's, like with golf, we worked them into a different area, or we were able to justify that. I'm just wondering if that justification might, also work for maybe street fairs under, the justifications of swap meets and things like that. I think the answer we heard back was, swap meets are retail, and street fairs are not. So in retail is allowed to be open, but I don't know, my wife spends a lot of money at street fairs, so I don't know how the heck they're not considered retail. If that could be, I appreciate your efforts, and I guess I'll just say I hope you continue those. Thank you.
Maybe we can get an update on that when we meet next week.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps we can get a report back next week at our meeting on the progress of the fair issue.
Okay, very good. Good suggestion. I had hands up from Supervisor Jacob and Gaspar. Are those ones you've already covered?
Sorry, yeah. Chairman.
Okay. Anything else on this item? Okay, I think we've covered all the motions that we've had made. So I think we're ready to move on to the next item. I think what I'll do is just go back in numerical order and try to go ahead and deal with these items. Numerically, item 10 was a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego authorizing the joint application to the Home Key program. I believe there's a very short staff presentation, and I believe we have one caller on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the staff presentation begins, I would like to ask that the individual who has requested to speak on item 10, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. Thank you.
I believe it's the city manager of La Mesa that was calling in, but go ahead with the staff presentation, brief staff presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Let me introduce David Estrella, who will be giving the presentation.
Good afternoon. We have a brief presentation describing the Home Key program and to request your approval to adopt a resolution authorizing a Home Key application. The Home Key program makes available $600 million for the acquisition of hotels and other properties to convert to permanent housing. $550 million is from the state's allocation of federal CARES Act funds. The additional $50 million is funding from the state's general fund to supplement acquisition costs and/or provide funding for initial operations of awarded developments. As seen in other efforts by your board, the Home Key program provides the county an opportunity to leverage other public and local funds, similar to the county's Innovative Housing Trust Fund. The total cost of $36 million will be leveraged by the county, with over $21 million, which includes $19 million from the Home Key program and over $2 million from the County of San Diego. The remaining project costs will be funded through public and private funding sources. The Home Key program is truly designed with rapid implementation in mind, as evidenced by the state's short application window and quick expenditure requirements. Since this includes CARES Act funding, it is imperative that these funds be expended by December 30th, 2020. The priority application period was open from July 22nd through August 13th, with the non-priority period open August 14th through September 29th of this year. In order to demonstrate the required experience and meet the priority application deadline of August 13th, HHSA, with Affirmed Housing Group, submitted an application for the acquisition of an existing hotel on August 13th. During the priority application period, the state set aside funding by region. The region was allocated $30 million. In addition to the regional set-aside, a portion of the $120 million statewide set-aside may also be available to our region. Applications are reviewed and awarded based on the date and time submitted. We are aware that the City of San Diego submitted a request for funding and has received an award in upwards of $28 million in Home Key funding, which represents most of the San Diego region's regional allocation. If the county is unsuccessful during this round, we are well positioned for an award for any potential future rounds. The county's Home Key vision for this development has the following features. The short-term use will be interim housing with wraparound services and a requirement that the units be occupied within 90 days of close of escrow. The long-term project vision is to convert the units into permanent supportive housing for persons experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. This conversion will require rehabilitation of the property. The rehabilitation and conversion of units to permanent housing will begin within 18 to 24 months after acquiring the hotel, and will be done on a rolling basis so as to not displace any households residing at the property during the interim housing phase. The property will remain permanently affordable for 55 years. In order to continue in the application process and accept funding from the Home Key program, today we are requesting that your board adopt a resolution authorizing the joint application with Affirmed Housing Group to the Home Key program, and, if awarded, request your authority to enter into a partnership agreement with Affirmed, accept and administer the Home Key funds, and execute the standard agreement between the state, county, and Affirmed Housing. In line with other recent board efforts to address homelessness and increase the availability of affordable housing options, the Home Key program will make a significant impact to reduce homelessness and increase affordable housing inventory in our county. In recent years, your board has implemented numerous programs and efforts, including programs such as the Regional Hotel Assistance Program, the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, the No Place Like Home program, as well as the Local Rental Subsidy Program, which was approved in May of this year. And in addition, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program approved by your board in August. Collectively, these efforts have put forward over $235 million to address the region's housing and homeless needs. As of Monday, September 14th, the state has informed the county that the Home Key application has passed the threshold review and has been added to the wait list for potential funding if additional funds become available. Your approval of today's item will only build upon recent successes, ensuring safe and sanitary and decent housing. The Home Key program exemplifies the Housing and Community Development Housing Strategy to address housing needs by leveraging multiple funding sources and long-term development. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have our speaker online yet?
Mr. Chairman, we do.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear the speaker.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the speaker. The last four digits 1146, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon. This is Greg Humora, La Mesa City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item this afternoon. Homelessness is a very important issue to the City of La Mesa. The La Mesa City Council recently received a report from its Homeless Task Force on Homelessness and will be developing a homeless action plan for the city. At the council meeting tonight, staff will be asking the council to begin implementation for our own homeless outreach team. For this item, the City of La Mesa has not had an opportunity to participate in the selection of the location for this project. La Mesa supports the project concept, but not necessarily this location. Approval of this action should be delayed until there's an opportunity for the city to provide input. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. Supervisor Fletcher, did you have a comment you want to make?
Yeah, I thank you, Chairman Cox. I think obviously the state is moving fast. The proposal the city of San Diego did was considered much earlier, was put together much earlier. We obviously deliberated adding in some mental health services component to that at our budget, which we did in August. Some of those funds would certainly be available to support this project if appropriate and needed. I think we don't want to lose the opportunity to get the application moving forward. We don't want to lose the opportunity to get the money going, given La Mesa is going to have a meeting tonight where they can consider this. I would make a motion that we approve this, understanding that if the city of La Mesa comes back and is completely opposed to it and wants to abandon the whole thing, that we'll have a meeting next week, at which point we could revisit, or certainly if we were awarded the money, I'm sure the state would be happy to take it back. But because we are in a competitive process drawing down limited funds, I think that we need to take action now so that we preserve the option to get the funding. And again, La Mesa is going to meet tonight. If they come out in unanimous opposition to this and they don't want it, then certainly we could revisit that next week. But I think in order to not lose, if we delay this, we're at risk of losing the opportunity, which is millions of dollars in state funding to help us. And so I think that would give La Mesa a little bit of time to consider it. If they haven't affirmatively denied it or said they don't want it, then it would continue down the path. So I would make a motion to approve with us understanding we're going to potentially get some additional input from the city of La Mesa, and then we can revisit in the future.
Okay, Supervisor Jacob?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the city manager, Greg, would you be able to get this on your agenda to consider it tonight?
The only way we'd be able to do that is if it were an emergency item. And I can't speak, I don't think we're able to do that to get it on the agenda tonight, no.
Yeah, I'm really concerned. As I mentioned earlier, I received a call from the mayor, and his concern is about the location. They're not against finding an area to do this. In fact, Mark told me that there are several locations that would be preferable to this one. If we could adopt a motion to continue this item, and with the understanding that we have a deadline, I'm not sure just how to do this, but I'd like to give the city council an opportunity to hear this item, to weigh in on the location, and if we can preserve the money. If they reject it, if the city council rejects it, then we don't go forward. So if we could move forward with a motion with that understanding, that and not put a timeline on it, because they can't act tonight. It's too late. But if we move forward, I'd rather continue it. That would be my first option. But if that's not going to fly with my colleagues, then I would support moving forward with this with the condition that if the city council rejects it, then we do not move forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think there may be a problem in continuing the item. Let me ask the CAO if my understanding is correct, that if we really delay taking action on this today, it's basically denying it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let David speak to it, but let me first say that, there's really three pieces to this. We have the developer, we have the a seller, and then we have the state. And we had to have a project to be eligible, and it had to be ready to go. And they have a very aggressive timeline. And if we in any way do not meet that timeline, we are jeopardizing one, two, or all three of those pieces. So it is a very high likely outcome if we delay that one of those three or all of those three will back out and say, no funding from the state, or the owner will say, no way, not interested any longer, or the developer will say, I'm not going to put my money at risk and lose it. So this is a time-sensitive issue that really we need to move forward. And I understand La Mesa's concern. There will always be concern. You will never have 100% support on a homeless project in a city. We have been working out there to try to assure them of the project. I appreciate their support. And I know they are supportive of the homeless project. But a delay, in essence, I can't say 100%, but I can say it's well over 90% that this will never happen if you do not take action today. Thank you.
Well, let me ask a question. If this board took action to approve the resolution that's before us now, but we asked that we get a report back from the city of La Mesa within 30 days, would we have the ability to withdraw our application if we so chose?
I'll defer to you, David, on that.
Supervisor, this is David. Thank you for your question. So there's next steps that happen in this process. Right now, what would come from the state is a standard agreement if the county was approved for funding. What would accompany that standard agreement is the requirement that county submit a resolution executed by the applicant, in this case the county. We would accompany the resolution with the standard agreement back to the state with the understanding that funds would be expended by December 30th of this year. I remind the board that this is a real estate transaction. In essence, we're entering into an escrow where deposits need to be placed, a project needs to go through all the due diligence, and then in essence closing a deal prior to December 30th. So it's an ultra compressed time frame for a real estate acquisition, and it all begins with an approved resolution by the applicant, which is the county. So we would be, in essence, exposed if the state were to ask us for our resolution and we did not have it ready to go. We, in essence, would be passed over to another appropriate application.
But I guess my question is really, if we approve the resolution that is before us today, and subsequently we had, input from the city of La Mesa that made us decide that maybe we didn't want to go forward with this, would we have the ability to basically withdraw our application?
I understand your question, sir. So yes, we are an applicant. We could, in theory, withdraw our application, cognizant of the fact that this is we are co-applicants along with a development partner who is making an investment in preparing this deal and is in an escrow with a willing seller. So the county does have the ability as an applicant to withdraw, but it is an application with a partner.
Mr. Chairman, I have another idea. We're going to have a special board meeting next week. And David, is a week going to matter on a decision on this?
Thank you, Supervisor. At this point, we are waiting for news from the state of California. If they were to contact us within the next day, 2 days, or within that week period, and our application is not ready, we could potentially be passed over.
Well, the problem here is one of fairness. We talked a lot about fairness today. And the city has not had the opportunity to reach out to its community and go through the process. As I understand this home key funding, it exempts the city from zoning, their approvals, CEQA, everything. In other words, if we take this action without at least allowing the city to go through somewhat of a process here to determine whether or not this is a good location or not, then we're basically jamming it down their throats. And I do not support that. I think process-wise, that is very, very bad. And so I would support continuing this for a week. We're having a special meeting. See if the city council can call a special meeting to hold and we can get an update week. I doubt that it's too late to do anything. I mean, it's just 5 business days. So I would put a motion on the floor to continue this for 1 week and put it on the special meeting agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacob. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion. I agree with Supervisor Jacob wholeheartedly. This process makes me uncomfortable. I was unaware that because of the tight timelines that we would be in certain situations circumventing that public process and even the public process of the council's awareness of a project. I just really worry about circumventing not only the community, but the council as well. So a week, I'm sure that will give the city of La Mesa some time to reorganize. When I spoke with the city manager there, it seems as though they found out just 2 days before the application went to the state. Please don't get me wrong. Affirmed is a reputable developer. I hold them in high regard. I understand the tight timelines that we're up against, but at the same time, I just can't support circumventing a public process that I think is very necessary, and also to garner some level of public support will be important.
Okay, Vice Chair Desmond.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. Why? It sounds like the city didn't even know about this. Why is this taking so long? You know, the money is available. This isn't something new. You know, why is it taking so long for them even, I guess, to be aware of it or to take an action on it? And I'm not comfortable with saying that if they deny it, then we won't do it. We got a housing shortage. We've got transitional housing that we need in the county. And I know no community is going to want it. And as far as location, this is an existing hotel that they're converting. There's no other location, I guess, that I guess there could be, but this is the prime property. So I think we should move forward, get the money. We can always withdraw our application later, but it's better to have the money in hand than to wait. And I do agree maybe La Mesa should have an emergency meeting or try to schedule that, but we should take the money in hand at the time it's available. And if we have the option to withdraw later, you know, if La Mesa's reasons are compelling enough, I think that's the safest course to take.
Supervisor Desmond, this is David. You had asked a question about the time frame. We're all cognizant very much of the compressed time frame. However, we did communicate with staff of La Mesa at the point where this program became available, and then there was a submission that was going to be submitted. So we did have an opportunity to speak with City of La Mesa staff, and the developer also had an opportunity to speak with staff at La Mesa and members of the council. So
how long ago?
Within the past 3 weeks, Supervisor.
3 weeks, okay.
And not at the major milestones of the submission.
Well, that is tight, I guess, with the way if they probably have meetings every 2 weeks or something like that. But okay.
Yeah, well, I think the whole process has been pretty compressed. Supervisor Fletcher, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I just think I actually agree with Supervisor Desmond on this one. I think you have available money, you have a challenge in siting these. This location is really ideally suited near a major healthcare facility. It's not in a residential area. It's always going to be a challenge to site housing for homeless, but we have an opportunity to draw down millions of dollars of money. And we've already moved as a county to be in a position to help provide supportive services if appropriate. And, you know, if we delay, this is a competitive process and a lot of people are putting in applications. And when we think about, I get it's a compressed timeline, but we're at the back end of a compressed timeline. I was a part of discussions on this program months ago with the city of San Diego, where we actually got our stuff together and got it done and had buy-in and had collaboration and had stakeholders and moved. And so if we delay, you're potentially missing out on an opportunity to get millions of dollars to address one of the most challenging issues that we face in our region. And so, you know, I think we have an opportunity in front of us to move and to give ourselves an advantage to try and tackle the problem of homelessness. And I think we should do it. And I think we should move forward now. And, you know, La Mesa's had an opportunity. They've known about this. If they want to weigh in and say, please stop, we're against getting millions of dollars from the state to tackle our homeless issue, then they can certainly do that. And we could consider that at a future point. But I think we miss an opportunity. And, you know, it may not seem like long, but we're at the tail end of this compressed process. Other folks submitted much earlier and managed to do this. And so I think it would be a loss for our region if we were to lose these funds. And so I would say we should move forward.
I think the issue here is the fact that we have an opportunity to get 141 units of affordable housing that we desperately need in this region. Everybody talks about the need for more affordable housing, and particularly for this population that would be served. I would like to, and the fact that there's $19 million in state grants, another 14.4 million invested by the private sector. We would contribute, as I understand it, 2.6 million from our Health and Human Services Agency and funds that we have available for this project. I'm going to offer a substitute motion that would be that we go ahead and accept the staff recommendations that are presented in the board letter, but we provide an opportunity, since we're going to be meeting next Tuesday, we can have a report back. If this is that important of an issue to the city of La Mesa, I'm sure that between now and next Tuesday, they could have a special board meeting to give us their input. But I think opportunities like this don't come along too often. So my motion would be to approve the recommendations that are before us by staff and ask that we get a report back from the city of La Mesa on this item at our special meeting next Tuesday.
Second.
Further discussion on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one more point I'd like to make. A lot has been talked about the millions of dollars that would be brought in to build this project. Well, how about talking about the $500,000 that the city of La Mesa would lose because of the TOT revenue? And that was something the mayor shared with me. Tight budget times, we're in a recession, businesses are hurting. Cities cannot afford to lose any money like this. So, you know, you've got a city council that's willing to work with the county, and it's unfortunate we're at this point, kind of the last minute, last resort in order to make a decision on this. I'm going to vote no on this because I think there's better locations, and it's been indicated to me the city of La Mesa is willing to work with the county, work with the developer. Somebody really dropped the ball on this because the council had not had a chance to weigh in. And I think as the elected officials and the mayor of the city, they should have had a chance to do it. So I object to the short timeline, the process, and the fact that the Home Key program demands a complete waiver of zoning and CEQA requirements for a project. I just think that's absolutely wrong. And if this goes forward, it's basically the county. I know there's three parties, but if we don't approve the resolution, it won't happen. But it's basically the county, the big county, jamming it down the throats of the people of La Mesa. I don't know if they want it or not, but they should have a chance to weigh in. So if this comes back next week, fine, we can take it up again. I mean, that part is okay, but I can't vote on supporting this resolution today. Thank you.
Hey, is there further discussion? If not, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
No.
Supervisor Gaspar?
No.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisors Jacob and Gaspar voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 23, which is to receive an update on the Office of Equity and Racial Justice and the county's Diversity and Inclusion Initiative. And I understand we have a staff report, which I hope is relatively brief.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin the staff presentation, we do have two requests to speak on this item, so I'd ask that those individuals please call into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce my Chief of Staff, Andrew Strong, who's going to be leading our presentation today. Andrew, I can't see you. I know you're over there, so you're kind of behind the curtain there, but proceed. And you heard his, he hopes it's not too long, so we'll have to go relatively expeditiously through the slides. Thank you very much.
Understood. Chairman Cox, members of the board. On June 23rd of this year, your board established the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, asked that staff contract with the consultant to assist the Human Relations Commission in developing the mission statement for the office, and instructed staff to return to your board with a progress update and recommendations for staffing the office. The board also requested staff return with a report on actions we've taken throughout the enterprise to address our region's diversity, inclusion, and equity needs. Today's action requests your board receive the report back on these requests. This presentation will cover the county's cultures of diversity, equity, and inclusion. What we have done so far only scratches the surface of what we can truly accomplish. We recognize that this is a journey, and we need all voices at the table to take us deeper on this journey. Today, we're going to talk about new structures that will add diverse community voices to the table. This will include an update on the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission, the request for proposals to develop an Office of Equity and Racial Justice mission statement, and next steps with the Office of Equity and Racial Justice. Holly Norton, our diversity and inclusion lead from the Department of Human Resources, will discuss our employee culture of diversity, inclusion, and equity. And lastly, Elizabeth Bustos, HHSA Community Development Liaison, and I will discuss a few county programs and initiatives in place to address disparities, disproportionalities, and inequities in the communities we serve. On May 19th of this year, your board added more community voices to the table by establishing the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission. The commission first held its meeting on July 28th. Since then, the commission has met bi-weekly for a total of 4 meetings. They've had vigorous conversations on the commission's structures and representation. They've also been given an in-depth Brown Act training and a county budget overview by County Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Ebony Shelton. 2 new members will join the commission as appointees after the action for appointments today on the agenda is approved. This means your board will have filled 26 of the 31 seats. Next steps for the commission will be to fill the remaining 5 seats and establish their goals, mission, and direction. We're very excited about the work that they're about to embark on, as there is much work to do. Next, I'll provide a brief update on the request for proposals for the contractor to assist the Human Relations Commission. The request for proposals was posted on August 24th and was open for 3 weeks, closing on September 10th. In addition to assisting the HRC with the mission statement for the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, this consultant would also advise the CAO on the office's structure, objectives, and goals. We met with the Human Relations Commission over 2 meetings to review the request for proposal. They provided robust feedback that was included in the RFP prior to posting. Additionally, 3 Human Relations Commissioners were identified to represent the Commission's interests on the source selection committee. We anticipated completing this process and selecting a consultant within the next 2 weeks. $5 million in funding for the Office of Equity and Racial Justice was approved by your board on August 25th of this year. In a separate action on today's agenda, your board is being asked to approve changes to the compensation ordinance that will include authorizing the new director's position. After the second reading of the compensation ordinance, and at your next board meeting, and after a 30-day waiting period, the director position may be filled. One of the first duties of the consultant will be to advise the CAO on the number of staff for the office, including roles and responsibilities for each position. The Office of Equity and Racial Justice will be located here at the County Administration Center and will organizationally fall under the Chief Administrative Office. Although the mission, vision, and goals for the office have yet to be established, we are excited for this office to lead our county's diversity, inclusion, and equity efforts in the future. Next, Holly Norton, Diversity and Inclusion Lead for the Department of Human Resources, will discuss our employee culture of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Holly?
Thank you, Andrew. The County of San Diego's diversity and inclusion culture is rooted in our D&I strategic plan developed in 2014 by an inclusive team of county employees and leaders. From the beginning, this has been viewed as a journey, not a destination, to continually seek ways to create an inclusive culture that embraces diversity, so our employees feel valued and fully engaged. The strategic plan sets forth the vision, mission, and desired outcomes and goals of a robust D&I program. This foundational document also outlines the structure of the program, establishes an executive council that determines and drives D&I goals throughout the enterprise, and creates the concept of the D&I champion throughout every county department. Our county culture is meant to be inclusive every step of the way. One of our diversity goals is to have our workforce reflect those we serve in our communities. As highlighted, we are in alignment with the available workforce in San Diego County as determined by the 2010 census. When the 2020 census results are released, we will use the data to inform our continued diversity and inclusion efforts. By ensuring the ethnic and gender diversity of our workforce, we are better able to provide a world-class service for our 3.3 million residents and strengthen our community relationships. Communicating our inclusive culture begins the moment an individual considers starting their county career. Furthermore, every person who serves on an interview panel is trained in unconscious biases and how to focus on job-related factors in selecting who to hire. On their first day, each county employee receives training on the D&I strategic plan and our inclusive county culture. Throughout their county career, employees participate in multiple D&I-focused trainings and activities such as cultural competency, supervisory training, and serving diverse customers, just to name a few. We also hold workshops and events for our D&I champions, most recently hosting a webinar that focused on leveraging linguistic diversity. We also distribute quarterly D&I newsletters full of great resources for our employees to learn more about culture, diversity, equity, and inclusion. The 4 desired outcomes that you see on the screen are the very heart of the county's D&I culture. I'd like to share some specific examples of these efforts. Our libraries are inclusive community hubs that continue to provide impact-based services tailored to unique demographics and needs of their customers, such as citizenship courses, cultural heritage celebrations, bilingual story times, and much more. The Health and Human Services Agency's D&I transformational team took a deep dive into the employee engagement data related to experiences of inclusion for different identity groups within the agency. This data was presented to the HHSA executive team and over 500 managers and leaders at the Managers Forum. Discussions and brainstorming took place to identify strategies to enhance experiences of inclusion for those groups who reported lower levels. The Department of Human Resources recently announced the formation of the new Human Resources Division dedicated to leading countywide diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts by reviewing county policies to look for systemic racism, expanding the use of analytics to help guide our practices, creating a mentorship and talent pipeline program, and standardizing pre-employment procedures. The Office of Public Defender received a NACO award for their Fresh Start program that educates and advocates for people previously convicted of nonviolent crimes who want to move past their previous mistakes and start anew. Part of the county's thriving culture is our 10 employee resource groups, ERGs. Their efforts enhance cultural awareness, support workforce and outreach, recruitment and retention, partnership with departments and community organizations to promote county initiatives, and provide professional development and networking opportunities. This slide lists our current ERGs and their presidents. We want to thank them for their tireless efforts, and we are excited about their work that we'll be doing in the future. Most recently, ERG Council hosted listening sessions virtually. The sessions centered on hearing Black voices and addressing social justice, equity, and identity issues to improve our county workforce and customer service experiences. Attendees were encouraged to listen with an open mind and support our courageous peers as they shared experiences, concerns, and suggestions. The sessions have been very impactful with over 200 participants in each of the 4 sessions, and actions are already being taken based on their feedback. Now, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth for an update on Live Well Communities efforts.
Thank you, Holly. In 2016, the county partnered with the community to launch the Live Well Communities initiative. Live Well Communities engages historically underserved residents of the county and collaboratively implement strategies to address the disproportionalities that are creating barriers for these residents to live well and to thrive. Thank you. A data-driven approach identified the neighborhoods of southeastern San Diego and surrounding areas within the cities of Lemon Grove, National City, and unincorporated Spring Valley as the County of San Diego's first Live Well Communities Initiative site. In partnership with community stakeholders and spearheaded by Barbara Jimenez, Director of Central and South Regions for the agency, the goal of Live Well Communities is to address longstanding inequities, to address unjust and biased disproportionality of income, resources, and goods in that geographic area. By implementing key interventions to engage the community and strengthen existing services, Live Well Community seeks to decrease extreme disparity in health, the standard of living, education, and safety, starting in southeastern San Diego. The largest impact of Live Well Communities is the strengthening of communication channels between county leadership and the community. This has led to a more focused and evolving equitable approach to engaging the community in addressing their identified needs and priorities. By acknowledging community voices as the subject matter experts, the Live Well Communities approach championed residents in creating solutions for their community identified priorities. And the county has responded by implementing a continuum of large-scale procedural changes, as well as specific programs and services in response to these priorities identified. The following highlights of activities and accomplishments demonstrate the passion, effort, and commitment of all those involved. Southeastern Live Well Center. This center will be built in the heart of southeastern San Diego and will be the county's 6th regional community service hub, providing a variety of health and family strengthening services to residents. Community stakeholders spoke clearly about the need to better outreach and engagement to those whose lives would be impacted by this new center. Live Well Communities created a variety of resident listening and learning opportunities for those community voices to be heard. This feedback was incorporated into all aspects of the project. But also key, a Southeastern Live Well Center project's source selection committee and a technical advisory committee that included expert voices of community residents in full partnership with county representatives. I'd like to also lift the voices of the Community Mentor Summit. In September 2018, the first annual Community Mentor Summit was convened by 6 partner local community mentor organizations. They were Project Aware, Youth Voice, Youth Empowerment, Paving Great Futures, Epiphany Women in Focus, and Community Wraparound. This summit primarily focused on the communities of southeastern San Diego and Mid-City San Diego and brought together 189 individuals representing the mentorship movement. And those are the grassroots mentors with lived experience in the juvenile and community justice systems, key juvenile justice leaders, and government and civic leaders as well. Today, the Mentor Summit continues as an annual event, but most importantly, it has seeded several local youth-led advocacy movements throughout the region. And the county is privileged to have been invited to have a presence at these very important tables. Next is the Clinton Health Matters Initiative, Strong Families, Thriving Communities. In May 2017, the Clinton Health Matters Initiative, the County of San Diego, and the San Diego Foundation partnered in a broad-based multicultural coalition to improve the health and wellness of children and families who are served by the county's child welfare and juvenile justice agencies. This coalition has identified solutions which they have coined as bold action steps to address the social determinants of health for San Diego's children and families, including meaningful access to education, transportation, behavioral health services, substance abuse treatment, nutrition and exercise, and community safety, all with a trauma-informed lens to guide this work. As Live Well Communities sought to address longstanding inequities, challenges were encountered. This necessitated the imperative for the county to become the listener and the learning, and to lean in on culturally responsive approaches. It meant creating those safe spaces for community stakeholders to exercise agency and identify their own priorities, identifying and sharing what mattered to them. And as subject matter experts, it meant community residents bringing forth solutions that would work for them. As a community, we all learn and continue to learn. This concludes my presentation on the Livable Communities Initiative. Now I would like to turn it back to Andrew Strong to present updates on the framework to improve practices and expand participation in county contracting. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. In February 2019, the Chief Administrative Officer assembled a working group to remove barriers and reduce challenges in our contracting processes and increase the diversity of our suppliers. The framework focused on 3 priority goals as seen on this slide: increasing opportunities for participation and diversification of the supplier base, simplifying the contracting process and removing barriers for participation, and public accountability and compliance. The working group developed a framework of 33 action items. 15 have been implemented, 9 are in progress, and 9 are set to be implemented soon. Highlighted on this slide are 3 of the more significant efforts. We developed a technical assistance program with the Small Business Development Center. We expanded and enhanced opportunities for local businesses, small business enterprises, veteran-owned businesses, and disabled veteran business enterprises through a new preference program that went into effect January 1st of this year. Lastly, we enhanced coordination with other entities for outreach and education forums, workshops, and trainings tailored to specific community trades. Recently, due to COVID-19, we transitioned to web-based events that are open to all interested small businesses. In fact, earlier this year, prior to COVID-19, the Department of Purchasing and Contracting held their first joint outreach meeting with the Strategic Alliance of San Diego Ethnic Chambers of Commerce. Our contracting team has held over 30 events since these efforts have started. And later this year, they'll be co-hosting a virtual event with the U.S. Veterans Business Alliance. In closing, what we have discussed today is by far not a complete list of what we have done or what we are doing. However, we still have much to do. We're going to focus on increasing diversity and representation in the management and leadership throughout the county. We need to develop better outcome-driven measures to show progress on what we have done and where we need to course correct. We have significant work to do in the area of racial justice, in the systems and structures within our county, and we need to focus on our translation services and refugee and immigrant services as well. There are people hurting in our region, and there are inequities and injustices all around us. Now it's time to act. This is why we're very excited to have the community voices from the Human Relations Commission and the future leadership and guidance from the Office of Equity and Racial Justice to provide direction and leadership in all areas of diversity, inclusion, and equity for our region. This concludes our presentation. Pending any questions from your board.
Thank you very much for what I think is a very excellent and comprehensive report, which you were able to put together in the last 2.5 months. That's really great. Any comments by my colleagues? This is just a report. I would move that we accept the report and again, thank everybody for their involvement in bringing it forward to this level. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
Further discussion? Supervisor Jacob, or excuse me, Supervisor Fletcher? Okay. No. Supervisor Jacob, I see your hand up. Was that for a previous item? All right. If there's no discussion, may I ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll. We have a motion by the chair, second by Supervisor Fletcher to accept the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just note for the record that we had 2 individuals that requested to speak on this item, and neither individual has called into the meeting. We did receive 1 e-comment on this item as well. So with that, Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob? Supervisor Jacob? Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We'll move on to item number 24, which is the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board report back. And let me ask, I understand there's a brief staff presentation.
Chairman Cox, members of the board, this summer, in light of social unrest across the nation and many parts of the globe, under the leadership of Supervisor Fletcher, your board took swift and decisive action to ensure that the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board has the proper authority and resources to do its job of fulfilling the public's expectations and ensuring that the organization maintains the public's trust. Since that time, there have been several actions to fulfill your board's directive. Here today to provide an update is the Executive Officer of the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board, Julio Estrada. Julio has prepared a short but informative presentation to bring your board up to speed on the actions that have been taken to implement the recommendations up to this point. Julio?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. On June 23, 2020, Board Supervisor Fletcher introduced agenda item number 24, in which he requested increasing independence and strengthening oversight of the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board. To accomplish these goals, Supervisor Fletcher made several recommendations that were approved by your board. These recommendations include direction to me as CLERB Executive Officer to present CLERB's annual report to your board within 60 days of adoption. Today, I will present the annual report as well as provide updates on the status of the remaining actions approved by your board. We will start with the first recommendation, which was to reassign CLERB functions and staff positions from the Public Safety Group to the Finance and General Government Group. After a thorough impact analysis, CLERB was reassigned to FG3 effective July 1st, 2020. The transfer was seamless, and FG3, just like PSG, has been very supportive of CLERB. The second recommendation was to revise the nomination and selection of board members. A CLERB board member subcommittee was formed, and a new nomination and selection process was defined. The process is a two-pronged approach. The foundation for this approach is mainly community outreach. The first of those prongs is public awareness. The second being increase of community representation. What we're planning to do is once we know that there's an upcoming vacancy in the board, we will send notices to the public with 120 days prior to the vacancy. The committee added that one of the requirements for an applicant is to attend at least one CLERB board meeting. Applicants might be endorsed by civic organizations, and the process includes submitting that application to the district supervisor, which will make the recommendation to the public finance director or her designee. They will be interviewed by the public finance director or her designee. There will be a background check and the nomination by the chief administrative officer to the Board of Supervisors. The third recommendation included changes to the budget for staffing, services, and supplies. This was to ensure the successful implementation of the recommendations and timely completion of investigations. Based on the findings of a workload analysis, it is estimated that there will be an extra 37 cases annually due to the CLERB expansion of authority and the review of cases involving the discharge of firearms, the use of force resulting in great bodily injury. Altogether, the projected workload, coupled with existing workload from complaint investigations and the detention facility inspections, will be about 196 cases annually. With an addition of 3 staff, the CLERB now will have a total of 5 investigators and a new supervising investigator, resulting in a projected caseload of 39 cases per investigator. The additional staff and increase in budget needed to support them was included in the fiscal year 2020-2021 operational plan. The fourth recommendation and focus of today's presentation is a presentation of the 2019 CLERB annual report. This chart on this slide provides a high-level summary of the 2019 annual report, focusing on new cases in comparison with the prior year. In reviewing the detail of the chart on the left, you can see that there was a 3% decrease on the total number of complaints. We went from 155 to 150. A 24% decrease in allegations. We went from 650 to 512. And a good number is there was a 17% decrease in death investigations from 24 to 19. On the next slide, we will review the 2019 complaints in more detail. The chart on this slide depicts complaints by agency. The complaints against the San Diego Sheriff's Department Law Enforcement Bureau are depicted on the right side of the chart in blue. The complaints against the Detention Bureau are depicted in orange, with the complaints against probation in color gray. As you can see, the majority of the complaints are against the Sheriff's Department, and the Probation Department has a very low number of complaints filed. On the next slide, we will focus on the composition of the type of allegations included in the complaints. The chart on this side depicts the categories of allegation. The two largest categories are misconduct and excessive force. I will note that misconduct includes discourtesy, harassment, intimidation, procedure, medical, retaliation, and truthfulness. With this information as background, we will now move on to the case closures. This chart represents the cases closure with findings. 58 cases, 39% of those were closed when the complainant failed to follow up with submitting documentation to follow up on the complaint, or the complainant failed to maintain contact with our office. 11 cases were summarily dismissed when either clerk had no jurisdiction or the subject's officer had retired or when the allegations were not credible. 79 cases were fully investigated, and the findings were as follows. Out of those allegations and on each one of those complaints, 223 of the allegations, the actions of the deputies were justified. 92 allegations, were not sustained, which means that the evidence that we review were not sufficient to prove or disprove the allegation. 76 of those cases were summarily dismissed for several reasons. There were 75 cases that were unfounded, the incident did not occur, and there were 10 sustained cases which does not arrive to 10% of the allegations. Now, when there's a sustained finding, we have the ability to make policy recommendations to the departments. The following chart details those activities. So we submitted 8 policy recommendations. You need to know that once we submit a policy recommendation as the nature of CLERB being an advisory group, those recommendations take a while to be revised and implemented. As of now, all the 8 recommendations that we made last year, they're still being reviewed. A good number, again, we had 19 death investigations last year, and for this year, 2020, I'm very happy to report that we only have 6 death investigations. Being the foundation of the next steps to get new board members, we started 2 years ago with public presentations. Last year, we were able to provide 6 public presentations, and we had something that is first for CLERB. We had opportunity to train new officers, both in probation and in the Sheriff's Department, to increase the understanding of CLERB. The other thing worth mentioning is that a couple years ago, CLERB was on the spotlight when there were several cases summarily dismissed. For the last 2 years, we have not had a single case dismissed. The 5th recommendation was to change CLERB's authority by amending Ordinance 340.9. The county is currently working with Labor Relations, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the Probation Officer Association to discuss the proposed changes. County Council will return to the board with an update on the draft ordinance. Subject to your questions, that concludes my presentation.
Julio, thank you for that presentation. And I want to acknowledge that Julio is actually retiring, I believe, next month after over 20 years of service to the County of San Diego. Some 20 years, I think, with the Medical Examiner's Office as an investigator, and then the last couple of years chairing CLERB. So thank you very much for your service. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As well. So this is a report. I would move to accept the report.
I would second that motion, Mr. Chair. I would, if I may, I want to thank the CLRB staff, Julio in particular, and the entire team. We threw a lot at you, and I'm really pleased with you. Seamlessly made the move in terms of reporting authority. I think you put in place a really good enhanced public engagement process in terms of the application process for how people can be considered for an appointment to CLRB. And I think you're incorporating the new staffing and some of the expanded authorities in a really good way. And I'm really pleased to see what is happening and what is moving forward. I do have a question for you. Some of the recommendations do not yet have a response from the sheriff. And I'm just curious if you can enlighten me on what is the normal timeline? What is the average timeline to get a response to, obviously they're just recommendations, but you do get a response. What is the normal timeline for a response to recommendations?
It depends on the recommendation, Supervisor. We had a recommendation a couple months ago that was approved the following month. The investigations that we're doing, they have a lot of depth, and we are proud to say that one of those recommendations is taking up to 2 years because they're reholding the whole process in that specific area. So the Sheriff's Department mostly take our recommendations very seriously, and they take it to the detail.
Good, that's good to hear. So with that, was pleased to bring forward the changes and appreciate all the hard work you and your team have done to implement them. So pleased to second the acceptance of the report.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments? Seeing none from my colleagues, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll. We have a motion by the chair, second by Supervisor Fletcher to approve the staff recommendations on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also note for the record that we did have one request to speak on this item, but that individual did not call into the meeting. With that, Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye, and if I could, I had some technical issues on item 23, and if I could, I would like to record a yes vote.
Yeah, I was going to call on you after this item, but that's okay. I think because of the virtual meetings that we're having, we sometimes have these technical difficulties. So if the clerk would please record an aye vote for Supervisor Jacob on item number 23.
The record will reflect that. Thank you. Supervisor Gaspar? Supervisor Gaspar? Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, we'll proceed on now to item number 32. This is a request for support for the California Proposition 20, the Reducing Crime and Keeping California Safe Act of 2020. This was brought forward by Supervisor Jacob and Vice Chairman Jim Desmond. So which you want to speak first?
Mr. Chairman, before the supervisors begin, any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chairman Desmond.
Thank you. And I want to thank Supervisor Jacob for partnering with me on this board item. Proposition 20, the Reducing Crime and Keeping California Safe Act, fixes some unintended consequences contained in recent criminal justice reforms. First of all, in violent crimes, Proposition 20 expands the list of violent crimes for which early release is not an option. That includes rape of an unconscious person, trafficking of a child for sex, assault of a peace officer, a felony domestic violence, and other similar crimes that are not classified as violent felonies. This also gives victims a reasonable notice of inmates' release and the right to submit a confidential statement to the Board of Parole hearings. It also fixes serial theft. Prop 47 changed the dollar threshold for theft to be considered a felony from $450 to $950. As a result, there's been an explosion of serial theft and an inability of law enforcement to prosecute these crimes effectively. Prop 47's adoption in 2014, or since the adoption in 2014, theft has increased by 12 to 25% with losses of billions of dollars since the law was passed. Prop 20 revises the theft threshold by adding a felony for serial theft. When a person is caught for the third time, a value of $250. It fixes parole violations. Prop 20 fixes a flaw in AB 109 for parole consideration and parole violations. It will now require the Board of Parole hearings to consider an inmate's entire criminal history when deciding parole, not just the most recent offense, and also requires a mandatory hearing to determine whether parole should be revoked for a parolee who violates the terms of his parole for the third time. DNA collection. Prop 20 reinstates DNA collection for certain crimes that were reduced to misdemeanors as part of Prop 47. Studies have shown that DNA collected from theft and drug crimes has helped solve other violent crimes, including robbery, rape, and murder. Since the passage of Prop 47, cold case hits from DNA has dropped significantly. So Prop 20 is supported by law enforcement throughout the state, including our own Sheriff Gore, San Diego Deputy Sheriff's Association, the San Diego Police Officers Association, business and civics groups, including the League of California Cities, California Chamber of Commerce, California Grocers Association, and the California Retailers Association. Our neighboring Orange County and Riverside Board of Supervisors have also taken a position of support for Prop 20. I hope we can add this Board of Supervisors to that list, and I'd urge my fellow board members to support yes on 20 with a yes vote today. But I'd like to make a motion to support Proposition 20 and adopt the resolution.
And I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Desmond said it all. I would just like to conclude by saying, unfortunately, many of the low-level offenses are in the best interest of criminals, and it's being placed above the interest of the victims right now. And Proposition 20 will level that playing field and put in place a fair balance. So I strongly support Proposition 20.
It's my understanding we may have some callers that wish to speak on this item. So let me ask the clerk of the board to go ahead and call those callers at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also note for the record that we received 907 e-comments on this item. We received 14 requests to speak on this item. It looks like there are 3 callers on the line to address the board. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. That's *6 to unmute your phone before you begin speaking. And each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and you will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. With that, we'll identify the first caller. Aaron, please.
The first caller is 1605.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. My name is David Leonardi. I'm the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association of San Diego County. On behalf of over 2,500 sheriff deputies in San Diego County, I ask you to endorse Proposition 20. Current law finds that individuals convicted of sex trafficking of children, rape of an unconscious person, felony assault with a deadly weapon, battery on a police officer, and felony domestic violence are considered non-violent offenses in California. Proposition 20, the Reducing Crime and Keeping California Safe Act, will reform the law so that these so-called non-violent crimes are reclassified as they should be as violent, and that felons who violate the terms of their release can be brought back to court and actually held accountable. Proposition 20 will also fix the loopholes created by Proposition 47 that allowed approximately $78 worth of property to be stolen every second in California. That totals $7.5 billion and counting since the proposition of Prop 47. For these reasons, I urge you please to vote yes on item number 32 and support Proposition 20. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5956. And again, this is on item 32, support for Proposition 20.
Hi, this is Charles Davenport. I'm just a concerned citizen. I wanted to say no on Prop 20. I just read that 2019 saw the lowest crime rate in California history. And so I think I think in a lot of ways, the police and law enforcement are doing a great job, but I'd also like to see us use our resources to try some other avenues rather than like over policing and imprisoning people. And so I'd like to see us invest more in like our communities and our education and our housing and our healthcare services and things like that that can support communities and give people less of a reason to turn to crime in the first place. And I think with the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, we've had a lot of national interest in evolving the way we approach crime reduction. And I think we have an opportunity with such low crime rates that we can try some new approaches and make our communities safe. Thank you.
Could you please restate your name for the record? Oh, that caller hung up. Our next caller is 0236.
Hi, yes, this is Layla Aziz from District 4. I am in opposition of passing the support for Proposition 20. One of the biggest reasons is after Prop 47 was passed, there were millions upon millions of dollars given to local counties to give people the services that they needed, mental health services, drug treatment services. And instead of doing this, our county hoarded that money, ensured that it did not go to stop crime, and then purposely tried to make this ballot initiative fail. Before anything is done, where this Board of Supervisors takes a position, they need to audit the Prop 47 money and make sure it gets to the people. During a pandemic, to hold millions upon millions of dollars of money to help people is just unconscionable. Another issue that we're having is we're going to stack the prisons back up with low-level crimes. There has to be another way of dealing with that. And one of the best ways are the restorative measures in the treatment that was supposed to come to San Diego that this county decided not to allow the people to have. I strongly oppose it. Please vote no.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4082.
Hello, this is Seska Kabuhat calling from District 1. I strongly oppose Proposition 20. This is another tool for law enforcement to overcharge Black, Indigenous, and people of color for minor crimes. This title states under false pretense that Prop 20 will keep communities safe from quote-unquote criminals, when the Black and Brown communities have disproportionately been tagged as criminals. Prop 20 would continue the punishment of oppressed people and protect law enforcement when they use racist practices. Jailing people is not the answer. Restorative justice is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6983. 6983.
Hi, my name is Elise Miller, and I live in the University Heights community. I'm calling today to strongly oppose Proposition 20. This proposition falsely claims that it will reduce crime in San Diego, when in reality, all it will do is disproportionately harm our communities of color by increasing incarceration rates and the money owned on petty theft crimes. The increase in these fees will drive people further into poverty instead of helping them when they've probably only stolen items in order to feed themselves and their families. Everyone on this board really, really needs to ask themselves why they value property over people's livelihoods. In light of the Black Lives Matter movement, this proposition is appalling, and the last thing we need to do is to give our racist police force more power. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
Okay, is there any further staff, or excuse me, any further comments by my colleagues? Okay, You know, the problem I have with all these propositions is that they lock things in that it's very difficult to really meaningful implement laws. Proposition 47 has some good things. I think the DNA collections for certain drug and theft crimes, I think is a good thing. It has always bothered me with some of the other propositions that the whole issue of establishing a threshold of $950 for each occurrence when there's many cases where people continue to steal items of less value than 950 is a bother. So I have kind of mixed emotions on this particular proposition. And I guess I'll have to decide what I'm going to do by the time the roll is called. Are there any further comments? If not, would the clerk go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Wow, that was quick. I'll vote aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
No.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, our last item for action today is item number 34. This is opposition to the California Proposition 15 tax on commercial and industrial properties for education and local government funding initiative. And this was brought forward by our Vice Chairman, Jim Desmond, and our Assessor Recorder Clerk, Ernie Dronenberg. Supervisor Desmond, do you have some comments you want to make?
Before the Vice Chairman begins, any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, this item 34, this is in opposition to Proposition 15. I want to thank our County Assessor, Ernie Dronenberg, for being part of this board letter. Proposition 15 is bad for business, and especially under the time of COVID here, the COVID pandemic, we cannot, we should not be adding another layer of costs to local business owners. Raising taxes on businesses at this point is like really kicking them when they're down. So I'd like to introduce our fine county assessor, Mr. Ernie Dronenberg. He's going to make a few remarks and he has a short presentation. Thank you.
Supervisor, we're looking for Mr. Dronenberg, so if you'll give us a minute, I think he might be outside of the chamber. Tim, is that correct? Okay, they're on their way up. So if you'd like to make a couple more comments as filler. Oh, here he comes right now. I see the bow tie.
Okay,
Can
good.
I make a comment to the clerk while there's space here? On the item before last, I had a technical issue and couldn't register my yes vote. So if it's not too late, if you could do that, that would be great.
That would be on item 24?
24?
Yes.
Okay, very good. If the clerk would please record that.
Thank you. I will note that for the record. Thank you.
And now I understand that our bow tie clad assessor recorder clerk is in the chambers. We'll turn it over to him.
I don't know how to address Greg when he's not here, but I'll start anyway. Good afternoon, Chairman Gregg and members of the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank Supervisor Desmond for asking me to join him in this presenting this resolution for opposing Prop 13. This eliminating, gotta start again. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for asking me to join you in presenting this resolution opposing Proposition 15, eliminating Prop 13's protection for property tax owners. As the San Diego County Assessor, I view my role as a technical administrator of property tax assessments. As the president-elect of the California Assessors Associations, I view my role as being a voice for property tax administration throughout the state. Before us today is Prop 15. The initiative proposes the largest tax increase in California history. expected to generate between $6 and $12 billion, with 60% going to government funding and 40% to colleges and schools. The initiative has a catchy title. The initiative was written carelessly and deliberately ignored the expert advice of the California Assessors Association. The details of this initiative, if implemented, will cause irreparable harm to the public, San Diego small business, and our community. That's the major reason that I speak here today. The first point I want to emphasize is Proposition 13 is working. It is delivering tax limitation protection for property owners, making property ownership affordable. Second, it has provided stable and increasing revenue sources for government, with our county receiving an over 5% increase in revenue for the past 6 years. While we have seen COVID-19 bust our revenue from sales tax and income tax, it is thanks to Proposition 13 during the COVID-19, we have seen revenue from property taxes be stable and actually increase over 5% a year. The California Assessors Association met over the past 2 years with the proponents of Proposition 15. They ignored our guidance from the bipartisan elected assessor members. They only listened to the guidance when we pointed out the first poorly drafted initiative 2 years ago would not garner as much revenue because its tax terminology was incorrectly used. The proponents rewrote the initiative hastily and ignored our guidance again. They had to collect millions of signatures and again to requalify the initiative before us today. And over the 100-year history of the Assessors Association, we have never taken a position on a ballot initiative. Today, Republicans, Democrats, liberals, and conservative assessors from across California have come together to unite to oppose this Proposition 15. Proposition 15 is an administrative nightmare, nearly impossible to implement properly. It is the largest tax increase in California history and will be a tidal wave wiping out small businesses that are already on their deathbeds from the COVID initiative. It will disproportionately hurt our minority and women businesses. It will make affordable housing and housing homeless solutions more expensive. There are 5 false premises made by the proponents that make my presentation. I will address all of them. First and foremost, businesses do pay their fair share in taxes. Despite their claims by the proponents, the tax roll from 1979 to today shows residential parcels have increased by 10 times in tax value, while commercial industrial have increased 20 times. You can see this from the slide over there. You can see using the factual numbers, commercial property has added more taxable value than residential. Let's be clear, there are no tax loopholes here. It's very dramatic, the difference. Last, the corporate taxpayer across the state, SDG&E, the AT&T, PacBell, Verizon, and more are already annually reassessed as the proponents would propose. You will not get any additional revenue from them. For Proposition 15 to work, they must hit small business hard. Simply, this is the wrong idea at the wrong time. I have asked my taxpayer advocate, Jordan Marks, to discuss tangible facts and provide real examples on how Proposition 13 will not close a corporate loophole, but actually close doors on small businesses in San Diego. Jordan?
Thank you, Ernie. False premise number 2 put forward by Proposition 15 is 10% will pay 90% of the taxes, the top 10% of businesses. Proposition 15 language to protect small businesses exempts commercial and industrial properties worth less than $3 million in aggregated value. Based on the 2020 tax roll, we found the average commercial and industrial parcel today is over $3 million, $3,155,000 to be exact. If a single owner owns multiple properties and the total value of those properties are over $3 million, they are not exempt. Please look at the example of Felipe's Pizza Grotto, a small business we all know well that will be hit by this tax increase. False premise number 3, it won't impact renters. The standard commercial lease, triple net lease, they agree to pay property taxes, the renters. The largest tax increase in California history will be passed on to renters. These dozen or so small businesses, as you can see here in San Marcos, will see their taxes go from $6,000 to $51,000. That's a 720% increase. On your left, you'll see 4 business renters in Hillcrest hit with a $22,000 increase, a 56% increase. On your right, you have DeMille's Restaurant on Adams Avenue. Their cost is going to go from $11,000 to $55,000 a year annually. That's a 372% increase. False promise number 4, it won't impact women and minority-owned businesses. So then we have to ask ourselves, why does the NAACP, other civil rights leaders, and social justice groups opposes? The NAACP found in their research that this $11.5 billion tax increase will go directly to hurting disproportionately female and minority-owned businesses. It will increase gentrification, and it will also make the homeless crisis worse. They found that this tax increase will be passed on to minority and women-owned businesses. If you look at the next opportunity, we have Los Taquitos in Chula Vista. They're going to see a 77% increase. That's on the top right. And in Oceanside, if you go to Davina's Grill, they're going to see their taxes go from $32,000 to over $60,000 annually. That's a 188% increase. In communities like Barrio Logan, where you see residential and commercial intermix, we're going to see gentrification take place, something that the community has fought hard against, and they've worked hard to reinforce and help out minority-owned businesses. On the bottom left, you see a T-Mobile store. That national chain owns that property or rents, they're going to get reassessed. On the bottom right is office space. Even though it's in a single-family residence, they could be reassessed. The top 2, Los Cuatros Milpos, and the corner store that has residential behind it, that mixed use will be reassessed. And they will all pay the Prop 15 increase. If you look on the top left, the 5th and final promise, false promise, is it won't impact residential housing. There are 3 ways that we see it will impact the cost of residential housing. First, if a mixed-use property has 25% more of commercial, it gets reassessed. If raw land can be used for residential, commercial, or industrial, it will be reassessed and drive up the price of raw land. And then lastly, if it's residential, but it's used for a commercial purpose, it will get reassessed. And the 2 examples that we have here, you have a hotel in Escondido. They're looking to convert that into residential purposes. Before they can do that, if Prop 15 is in effect, they're going to get a $71,000 increase in property taxes, going from $39,000 to over $111,000 in property taxes. On the right, we have a property right near downtown here. Their annual taxes are $9,000 right now. They're going to go over to $60,000. That's an office space, a Victorian that's used for office space. All of these properties will be reassessed, and if you bring that property back from being a residential to commercial, from commercial to residential, the taxes will stay higher under Prop 15, driving up the cost of residential. Thank you so much for allowing me, and I'm going to turn it back to Assessor Dronenberg.
Thank you, Jordan, and to my staff for their work to put together these facts and real-life examples of Prop 15 discussion so that the supervisors can make an informed decision today. As I said, this is a wrong idea, definitely at the wrong time, and Prop 15 won't close the doors on any imaginary corporate loopholes, but will close the door on real small businesses in San Diego. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions now or in my office later.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Dronenberg. My understanding is we have a number of speakers on this item, so I'm going to ask the clerk if they will go ahead and start calling those individuals to speak at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also note for the record that we received 314 e-comments on this item. We have 16 callers on the line to address the board. We'll be calling the speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, you'll need to press *6 to begin speaking. Each caller will ask to state their name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, our first caller is 1416. One, 416.
1416.
Hello?
Hello.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and County Supervisors. My name is Derby Pattengill. I'm a homeowner in the city of San Diego, and I'm an active volunteer with the Parent-Teacher Association. And my children both recently graduated from San Diego Unified Schools. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, the 9th District PTA, which serves and supports the PTAs in San Diego County, as well as the California State PTA. In the years following World War II, California built an education system that was the envy of the world. Our investment in public education helped California develop into the 5th largest economy in the world. Today, however, our public schools, which are funded largely by property taxes, are struggling. How is that so if there are no tax loopholes? California currently is 41st in the nation in per pupil spending, according to the California Budget Policy Center and the National Education Association. And estimates from the Education Coalition point to an upcoming $20 billion deficit in education spending if we do not address the situation. Proposition 15 is not an attack on Proposition 13 or our economy. It's about closing a tax loophole and paying our fair share to support our communities and our public education system. I urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0620.
0620.
0620. We will move on to 8039. And again, we will come back to people if they don't respond when we call on them. So our next caller is 8039.
8039.
8039, we see you have your hand raised.
This is 8039.
Hi there. We can hear you.
Hi. My name is Christopher Rice Wilson, and I'm the Associate Director at Alliance San Diego. Thank you, Chairman Cox and fellow board members for hearing me today. I also have 2 small children who attend public schools. And I just want to say we stand in strong support of Prop 15, the California Schools and Locals Community Funding Act, also known as Schools and Communities First. And we oppose this resolution today. Earlier today, we heard Chairman Cox speak very eloquently about not having enough money to give out enough grants to the tune of $174 million in his district. We also heard about the myriad negative impacts on communities in terms of healthcare, jobs, childcare, and recreation posed by the COVID pandemic. And we just experienced a very early wildfire in our region that drove down resources and supplies. And again, fire season haven't even hit. In all of the testimony today, we've heard about how hard hit San Diego County is going to be financially. But what we haven't heard is a plan on where we're going to get the resources to pay for any programs, projects, or solutions to the dangers on the horizon. We haven't heard a concrete plan to address the needs of the hardest hit residents or small business. So my statement to you today is, supervisors, you have a choice. You have a very clear choice. You can vote to support a corporate tax loophole that stood for 40 years and has deprived our communities and our schools of critical funding for decades, or you can vote to stand with families and workers and communities to support a historic, systemic, equitable, and long-term solution that is fair and balanced, that will usher in a new era of investment into what matters most,
our children, our families, and our future. History will tell the story. Vote right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5700.
5700.
5700. And again, you'll have to press *6 to unmute yourself after we unmute you.
Les recordamos que tienen que apretar *6 para poder hablar.
We'll move on to 5192.
5912.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. This is Shane Harris. I will first speak as a county commissioner, the Human Relations Commission, not on behalf of the Human Relations Commission, but on behalf of my stance as a county commissioner. And then I will share the organization that I lead, the People's Alliance for Justice's position. I want to say that there is no doubt that our schools need investment during these very challenging times. I have been one of the biggest champions as a former foster youth understanding the safe haven that our schools symbolize. However, I've also been fighting the same school systems regarding systemic racism our children are facing, just trying to get an equal and equitable education. You want to go to the facts? Nearly 86% of Black children are not meeting state grade level standards for math. Nearly 65% of our Black students can't read at grade level, which is why I am not giving my endorsement or vote to any policy moving forward that does not address systemic racism and that is asking for voters to give money to systems that deny equity, fairness, and opportunity to all children. This policy has a fundamental problem with its implementation that county assessors can't even do the work, and small inner city urban business owners, as well as possibly home-based businesses, could all be impacted by this. And we have all seen the lack of support from our government, specifically for small Black and minority businesses. I have the facts on that too. And ultimately, when it comes to equity for communities who need it most, I'm asking for San Diego Board of Supervisors to approve the opposition to Prop 15 today, vote in support of it. The People's Alliance for Justice, I also am the president and founder of. And even though we cannot take a position on this, in the law context, we can take an advocacy position. And our analysis shows that Black and minority communities were not included in this proposition's creation. Our analysis shows that Black and minority communities are not included. Systemic racism is not included in this proposition. That is the analysis of the TAJ. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7118.
7118.
Hello, County Board of Supervisors. I oppose item 34. Proposition 15 closes a property tax loophole that enables the largest, wealthiest corporations to avoid paying their fair share. Proposition 15 is a historic, systemic, equitable, and long-term solution that will invest in what matters most: our children, our families, and our future. The corporate loophole it will close has been devastating and has starved our schools and communities for decades. We cannot say we are committed to racial, economic, and social justice, yet ignore the harm caused by chronic disinvestment that has disproportionately harmed communities of color. We don't need to look far to find these inequities and disinvestment. There are multiple exclusive country clubs in San Diego County, many of which have historically excluded Jewish, Black, Latino, Asian, and immigrant community members who still have limited access to this day. These clubs have vast amounts of land, charge exorbitant fees, and benefit from extremely low property taxes, which act as a subsidy for their businesses. One such club is the San Diego Country Club, which is located in Chula Vista and pays pennies per square foot in property taxes, while new homeowners in the area pay nearly 50 times as much. And while the city struggles to create green space and provide basic essential services to its residents. The consequences of chronic disinvestment are many, leaving us underprepared for the current COVID and climate crisis, as well as future ones. With Proposition 15, we can reverse this trend and reinvest in the public institutions that help everyone, especially communities of color and low-income communities.
Thank you.
Yes, on 15.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you please state your name for the record? And she left the Zoom meeting, so we'll move on to 0463.
0463.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Baker, and I live in Chula Vista, and I'm calling on behalf of South Bay People Power. We oppose the resolution on the board's agenda. Since passage of Prop 13 in 1978, we have all watched with dismay as much needed funding for our schools and local government has been decimated, while powerful corporations have exploited tax loopholes to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Large businesses were not the intended beneficiary of that proposition, and now, finally, Prop 15 will fix that. Today, the vast majority of your constituents and those providing e-comments and who were unable to stay on this lengthy board meeting today are demanding that you support Prop 15. We need Prop 15 to provide funding for public schools, community colleges, fire and water, other important local public services, all areas that I'm sure you will agree are being negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for Prop 15 could not be more clear at this time. To fail to support its passage would be foolish. Vote no on the resolution and support Prop 15. And thank you for your patience with all of this day's large agenda.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3640.
3640.
Yes, my name is David Garcias. I am the president of SEIU Local 221. Our local governments and schools are facing a serious challenge of increased need for essential services and unprecedented budget shortfalls. Prop 15 is a feasible, tangible, and fair way to generate billions of dollars of reliable, stable revenue for cities, counties, and special districts that are now facing unprecedented budget deficits. It will provide long-term sustainable revenue for local governments without raising taxes on individuals, working families, small businesses, or homeowners. Prop 15 is just common sense. It will simply put our state on par with how the rest of the country taxes large commercial properties, while still keeping California's 1% property tax rate, which is one of the lowest in the nation. Prop 15 provides small businesses with a $1 billion tax cut by eliminating the cumbersome tax on business equipment for the vast majority of businesses in California. At this unprecedented time, local elected officials have two options: make massive and potentially harmful and permanent cuts to community services that people need now more than ever, or work to support a ballot measure that a majority of California voters support as a key to our economic recovery. Currently, nearly every other state in the country assesses property this way, including Texas. Prop 15 actually empowers assessors by improving the costly and time-intensive appeals process used by property owners who can afford expensive lawyers. Every single county, including rural and small counties, will benefit from Prop 15 by receiving school funding for Prop 15. And in closing, equity and fairness should be the rule, and this would make property taxes for corporations fair and equal.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8032.
8032.
8032.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Chair Cox and members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. This is Craig Benedetto speaking on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of San Diego, as well as NAIOP San Diego, the Commercial Real Estate Association. We are speaking today in support of the resolution to oppose restate Proposition 15. Prop 13's protections are critical to business continuity in California and to the success of commercial properties in particular. Our tenants, mostly small businesses, are the ones who will carry the burden of this massive tax increase. This is of profound concern, particularly in light of the COVID-caused interruption to normal business activity. Most of our members' properties are largely empty, which has caused operational rethinking by many tenants. As a result, you are already seeing a significant softening in the market that is affecting rents. Adding a significant new tax burden will only exacerbate this trend. Additionally, a tax increase will inevitably result in higher costs on goods and services for everyday consumers. In short, this is the worst possible time for a tax increase, particularly one that targets job creation, small business, and consumers. This is why BOMA and NAIOP and our members are encouraging your support for the resolution to oppose Prop 15. Please send a message to your constituents that you stand with jobs, economic recovery, and in support of Prop 13's protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3692.
3692.
3692.
My name is Ashley. I'm calling today in support of Prop 15 and in opposition to this resolution. The wealthy few in California have been hoarding the vast wealth that California workers have created for decades. Prop 15 would redistribute some of that wealth to ordinary Californians. Please don't believe the lies about Prop 15. All residential and agricultural properties, as well as commercial properties worth under $3 million, are in fact exempt. It will only affect California's wealthiest commercial property owners who are getting richer using a very real tax loophole created by Prop 13 in 1979 to deprive our communities of much needed funding for decades. Prop 15 will close that loophole. The children of San Diego are being traumatized as their communities face economic instability, displacement, and homelessness during this COVID pandemic, worsening their educational outcomes, causing long-term damage to their emotional well-being and overall chances in life. Prop 15 will help to prevent or offset devastating budget cuts to schools and necessary public services due to the impact of the economic depression related to the pandemic. Prop 15 will help fund those public services, which provide children with some semblance of much-needed stability, safety, and hope. So if you care at all about the communities you represent and the collective future of the people of San Diego, you will oppose this unconscionable resolution to oppose Prop 15. Otherwise, it will be blatantly clear whose interests you serve. Not the people, not small business owners, but only California's wealthiest corporations who are robbing our communities and our struggling families of the services they need and deserve.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0338.
0338.
0338.
Hi, my name is Tyler Davis. I'm calling not as a board member or something, but as a parent. I'm calling because learning about Prop 15 and what it could mean for schooling and what it could mean for my little one that's growing up right now is really important. I'm calling because, you know, we look at this loophole that that has been going on since the 70s, and we look at what's happening in California schools. I'm a California native and grew up in California schools, and looking at what has happened to California schools. We used to be the envy of the nation, and now, you know, our schools are in disrepair. And so I think that it's important that we look at closing this loophole, that we look at investing in our youth and investing in our kids, and that we, you know, make sure these corporations that get so much out of California, you know, we have the 5th largest economy in the world, and these corporations are getting so much, and yet they don't want to pay their fair share. So I think that it's important that they pay their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9444.
9444.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Julia Adrian, and I'm a PhD student at UC San Diego. I'm speaking here today in support of Prop 15, and I urge you to vote no on the resolution to oppose Prop 15. The presentations we just heard simply make false claims and frankly too many to address here. Prop 15 restores the balance to the property tax. Since Prop 13 passed, the residential share of property taxes has skyrocketed from 55% to 72%, and the non-residential commercial share has fallen. Meanwhile, we're paying more in fees, fines, and other taxes, and Prop 15 rebalances the scales. The proposition reclaims $12 billion per year for California schools and communities, and it includes tax breaks of $500,000 for all businesses and even more for small businesses. Prop 15 is endorsed by more than 1,000 organizations, including the California Teachers Association. The CTA also provides a tool on their website to calculate the amount of additional funding that will be received by each school district, and I would like to encourage you all to check it out for yourself. Supervisor Desmond, for the 5th supervisorial district, for example, this will be $11.5 million for Oceanside Unified School District, $12.5 million for San Marcos Unified, $6.6 million for Carlsbad Unified, and $13.7 million for Vista Unified. It would be great to hear why you think that this money is not necessary for the students in your district. For our children's future and for all of our future, vote yes on Prop 15 and no on the resolution to oppose Prop 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1360.
1360.
1360.
Hello, my name is Keisha Borden. I'm here today as a 23-year teacher in the San Diego Unified School District. I'm also the president of the San Diego Education Association, representing 6,500 educators in the San Diego Unified School District. In my years as an educator, I have seen the sharp decline in people and resources that support teaching and learning in our schools, which is a direct result of the Prop 13 loopholes that corporations are utilizing. We used to have a school nurse every day in every school to meet the medical needs of our students. Now a school nurse could be at 3 different schools in 1 week. We've seen the staffing for elementary school counselors reduced to 1 to 2 days a week, and high school counselors attempting to meet the needs of nearly 500 students per counselor. All the while, our students are coming to school with increasingly complex medical and emotional issues. Our students come to us having suffered neglect, abuse, and all sorts of trauma you couldn't imagine. Unless their emotional needs are being met, it doesn't matter what I teach or what curriculum I'm using. California has the world's 6th largest economy, but we are in the bottom 10 of 50 in per student funding. We cannot expect to provide quality education to the children of California without investing in our schools and communities. Prop 15 would mean an additional $300 million for TK-12 schools in San Diego County. That is a huge number. It won't solve all of our problems, but it is a good start. For too many years, our schools and educators have been asked to do more with less. $300 million could put a nurse in every one of our schools. $300 million could make sure there are enough counselors in our schools to support the emotional needs of our students. $300 million could ensure that our students receive a well-rounded education that includes art and music and the performing arts. We must bring back the people and resources that support our students, our schools, and our teachers. Please support Prop 15.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3410.
3410.
3410. We'll go on to 0527. 0527.
0527.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello. My name is Satomi Raz-Ziegler, and I'm the Program Development and Outreach Director of the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council. And I'm here on behalf of the 200,000 working families we represent. I am also a resident of District 2. We vehemently oppose the resolution in opposition to Proposition 15. Prop 15 puts an end to corporate loopholes and begins to address the systemic inequality that continues to be perpetuated by the lack of access to funding and resources that has historically had a disproportionate impact on communities of color. Prop 15 would generate over $12 billion in revenue. $12 billion in public funding, $12 billion that would benefit all residents and not just a few privileged corporations that continue to take advantage of hackneyed and inequitable tax laws. As elected officials, you have a duty to represent the best interests of San Diego County residents, not corporate interests. Supporting a resolution that is in direct opposition of correcting a severely problematic corporate tax loophole is not in the best interest of your constituents. Because not only is it a fiduciary, it's not only fiduciary irresponsible, it's morally reprehensible because it is a deliberate move to reinforce and uphold systems of inequality. Choose to be part of the solution and vote no on item 34. Support Proposition 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0620.
0620.
0620.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Andrea Guerrero, and I currently live in Supervisor Fletcher's district, although when my family came from Mexico, they settled in Diane Jacobs' district in Spring Valley. I remember growing up in a California that invested in public institutions, infrastructure, and services. I remember my brother and sisters going to school with enough teachers, counselors, and nurses to feel supported. And I remember the shared sense of purpose that elected leaders had in funding the common good, which was especially important to our family, a mid-income immigrant family that believed in the California dream. California invested in us, and now my family and I are invested in California, building businesses, raising children, and reaching for our full potential. But the public school that my son goes to, San Diego High, struggles with the resources that it needs because of the chronic underfunding caused by the Prop 13 loophole that corporations use to avoid paying their fair share. The water lines, gas lines, and streets in my neighborhood are in desperate need of repair. And the health clinic that my family members have turned to in times of need are understaffed, all because of the disinvestment in the things that matter most, our families. Prop 15 is reasonable. It closes a loophole that requires corporations to pay their fair share. It is reasonable that large commercial properties near me would pay a comparable property tax per square foot, but they don't. And it is critical that the kind of support provided to small businesses like the ones my father built, I built, and my husband built, it's critical that those supports come to pass. Those supports are embedded in Prop 15. The tax exemptions in Prop 15 will help these businesses like my father's landscape business, my husband's music business, and my own small business by exempting investments in machinery, computers, furniture, and other fixtures. Prop 15 is good for small business, it's good for our families, and it's good for our future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5700.
5700.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is John Wee. I'm Director Advocacy for We the People of San Diego. I'm calling to oppose this resolution that the County Board of Supervisors is about to vote to against the Prop 15. This is a good proposition because it is allow us to finally close the loophole, the property tax loophole that the wealthy corporation have been taking advantage over 4 decades. And the money, the revenue going to come back to us and support the, giving the school and fix our roads and a lot of help support a lot of county services as well. So I urge the supervisor, do not vote yes on this resolution today. And I'm also very disappointed that when the last item was for you guys to oh my God, I'm lost in my book. The one that you support, the Prop 20, you didn't even barely gave the public any time for public comments at all. And I very disappointed at that because there were a lot of people waiting to speak on that issue. I mean, on that resolution as well. And, the community coming out to against both of the resolution that you're about to vote. And so I would urge you to reconsider that vote and as well as this vote to not go through with your resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3410.
3410.
3410.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Matt Pappalardo. I'm a substitute teacher, primarily in San Diego Unified School District, resident of District 3. And I'm calling in to speak to my opposition to this resolution. I'm in classrooms every day, and I can just speak to the lack of resources that I see. And I see the pain that students and families have to go through. Not only is California bottom 10 in terms of school funding, but we have one of the worst child poverty rates in the country. And it's a shame that we have one of the members who is motivating this resolution went on to Fox News to say California has a war against business. If anything, there's a war against children. And it's a shame, and enough is enough. The time is now. We need to invest in our community.
I think you have bad cell reception. We can no longer hear you. We lost that caller, so we'll move on to 4082.
4082.
4082.
Hello, my name is Seska Kabuhat, calling from District 4.
We're having a hard time hearing you. We cannot hear you, so we will come back to you. Our next caller is 43.
Shareholders sitting by their pool.
Okay, our next caller is 4356.
Hello, I was muted.
Oh, there you go.
I was muted.
Okay, you can proceed.
Time? Okay. Well, someone who goes to work every day pays higher tax rates than a wealthy shareholder sitting by their pool on the same day. Prop 15 will protect small businesses, families, homeowners, and renters. The system is rigged for the rich and corporations who only pay a small share. If you vote to oppose Prop 15, you are deepening the pockets of corporations and furthering wealth inequality through the tax system, especially during a pandemic. I ask that you reject this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0236.
0236.
0236.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Hi, yes, this is Layla Aziz with Pillars of the Community. And our position is we support Proposition 15. And we're saddened by the events that have taken place today regarding a lot of the people-driven movements for equity in our communities. This Board of Supervisors has pretty much demonstrated that you're out of touch with the voters. And thank goodness for term limits. And we're hoping that this time next year, we have a more fair board that really listens to the people and what the people need. People from each side of the gamut have spoken today, and most of you have ignored every single person. Gasper, your job is on the line. Goodbye.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6917. 6917.
6917.
Hello, my name is Erin Suramoto Grassi. I am here to urge you to oppose item 34 and endorse Prop 15 instead. I am a resident of District 2, and I'm also a member of the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, APALA San Diego. APALA San Diego endorses Prop 15. We endorse Prop 15 because it will close the corporate loopholes that have allowed large corporations to avoid paying their fair share in taxes. Prop 15 will bring millions of dollars into our region. This is money that will provide important resources for the AAPI community and the rest of San Diego County, including money for our schools, libraries, clinics, healthcare, and emergency services. It will also protect small businesses by making certain large corporations pay their fair share. Our communities were struggling before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Now more than ever, we need these protections and resources for our communities, and Prop 15 will make certain that we have the money available for them. As a District 2 resident, I asked Supervisor Jacobs to keep in mind the recent Valley fire. We cannot afford to come up short on resources during extended fire seasons. There's a reason that CAL FIRE has endorsed Prop 15. It's because we need these resources desperately in our communities, and it's time that large corporations pay their fair share and invest in California too. Again, I urge you to oppose item 34 and instead endorse Prop 15.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9918.
9918.
Hi, yes, my name is Michael McDonald. I reside in District 4, and I'm calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to oppose this item. During a global pandemic, we need not to still be in a sort of status quo mode, which is what this measure, as it is currently written, proposes to do, is to stay in the status quo. We need the bold action from our Board of Supervisors, and this is an opportunity to envision a San Diego that is thriving, that invests in our communities, that invests in the education of our future generations, so that they will grow and have families and continue to live here. Otherwise, we are going to start to see in the generation to come a lot of people being priced out of San Diego, as is already happening, and a lot of damage being done to families here, especially right now due to the pandemic. We're starting to see that for sure being brought to light. So we need the Board of Supervisors here to stand with the people, oppose this measure, and support Prop 15 so that we're reinvesting in our communities, take advantage of this opportunity, and don't succumb to the binary that there's winners and losers if taxes are raised. We need to start thinking about investing in our futures and supporting San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4356.
4356.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yanei Rubalcaba, and I live in Supervisor Fletcher's district. I want to oppose item 34 and encourage support for Prop 15. I'm really tired of our elected officials favoring businesses, corporations, wealthy individuals, yacht owners, golfers, while our working people are left to their own devices. Our communities need these resources. We need our government to provide us with the services that we need. We don't need to give corporations any more breaks. They have done nothing for us, and they will not save us, to be honest. San Diegans need to be safe, housed, well-fed, and able to learn. We can't wait for wealthy corporations to hand us scraps. So please vote yes on 15, and please allow a more public discourse on Prop 20. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
And Chairman Cox, this is Tom Montgomery. One thing I would like to, as you go into the board members deliberating, I'd like to remind everybody that the purpose of this, of course, is to provide information on what is the facts associated with this proposal, this proposed bill, and then also, or initiative, and then also is the impacts. And so if you can, as you're commenting on, if you can keep to the discussing the impacts and the information that you've heard, and then also just voting on the proposal before you. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond, did you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do. Just a couple of brief points. I just think this is the wrong time to be putting an additional tax on businesses. And it was mentioned earlier how it's going to affect minorities when actually those that are also opposing Prop 15 are the California State Conference of the NAACP, the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce opposes, California Black Chamber of Commerce opposes, California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce opposes, the California State Conference of the NAACP, I think I already said that, Latino's vote, and in my district, the chambers of Carlsbad and Oceanside. So I would like to make a motion to approve the recommended resolution and oppose Proposition 15.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. Mr. Chairman, just some quick comments. I know it's late in the day, but I heard a lot of comments that this proposition would support schools and other very, very important needs in the state of California. However, I think what's lost in the conversation is the fact that if you kill the goose that lays the golden egg, meaning businesses, you're not going to have revenue for anything. The businesses are the backbone of our community. I strongly oppose Proposition 15 and will support the resolution that's before us to oppose it. It's bad for business, and it very well could be the final blow, not only to businesses in San Diego County, but in all of California. This could be it.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I know we've been here a long time today with our meeting, but this is an important issue, and I think it's important. One, I think we need to be factually correct. This is not the largest tax increase in California history. I was not around in 1967 for Ronald Reagan's tax increase, but I suspect our assessor was, and so he would know that tax increase was equal to 1/3 of the state general fund, which in today's dollars would be more than $50 billion a year. And so this pales in comparison to what Governor Reagan did in 1967. The other thing that I think is important to factually point out is when Prop 13 was passed, it was passed to protect homeowners. That was the point. Homeowners were being forced out of their homes, in part because of an assessment scandal from some bad assessors. Now, that was a long time ago, so no shade thrown on those who are around now, but also with a booming bubble, with a legislature that couldn't figure out to do with the deficit. It created a perfect storm where there was a movement put in place to protect homeowners from losing their homes. It was not a movement put in place to protect businesses. It was a movement put in place to protect homeowners. Now, as to the question of what is a loophole, what is not a loophole, I'll just simply state the facts. In 1978, when Prop 13 passed, businesses paid more than 2/3 of the property tax. Residents paid 1/3 of the property tax. Today, according to our own assessor's numbers, businesses in California pay less than 1/4 of the tax. Residents went from paying 1/3 of property taxes to now paying more than 3/4 of property taxes. Now, why is that? Because residents get reassessed over time. And I 100% support the Prop 13 protections for residents and homeowners. I think it has worked. I think it is a system that over time works itself out. As you buy a new home, you pay on that level. As you keep that home, you are protected as you add to your family. But what has happened on the other side? Let's take a look at Disneyland. In 1978, Disneyland charged $6.50 for a ticket for admission. Today, they charge $154 for a ticket to admission, meaning the cost to get into Disneyland has gone up more than 2,000%. But they pay the exact same property tax today that they paid in 1978. Now, no resident would be able to get that same deal on their home. And so what we have seen is a handful of entities that have gamed the system to figure out a way through a convoluted process of shareholders where they never actually turn over ownership, which we all know is a myth 4 decades later. And so what we're talking about is an issue of basic fairness in protecting our residents. This measure in front of us protects homeowners. There is no change to homeowners. In fact, it insulates them. It protects small businesses. If you are $3 million or less, it does not apply to you. It protects home-based businesses. It protects agriculture. But I don't think anyone can tell me that some of the wealthiest corporations on the planet who are paying the exact same amount of property tax in 2020 that they were paying in 1978 was the intent, and it certainly is what was promised to the voters in 1978. And you also cannot dispute the fact that residents and homeowners went from paying 1/3 of property tax to now paying 77% of the property tax in San Diego County. And so I think that this is an issue that does close a loophole and fulfills the intent of what should happen in terms of having these things reassessed in a more fair and equitable way, not taking into account the investments that our schools need, that our firefighters need, that our local governments need, not taking into account the change in the fiscalization of land use that would actually incentivize more housing production. I think that there is a whole lot in Prop 15 that is good public policy for the state of California, and I oppose this measure to oppose Prop 15. Thank you.
Okay, other comments by my colleagues? I'll just make a couple of comments. Proposition 13 was certainly not perfect when it was passed in 1978, and I think we've seen some flaws in it over the years. But like I said with the last issue we had before us, none of these propositions are perfect, and this one certainly isn't perfect either. I'm more persuaded by the fact that at this point in time, dealing with the COVID pandemic and the impact that it's having on businesses of all sizes, that this particular proposition at this point in time is going to have a tremendously negative impact on a lot of small businesses, most of whom do not own their buildings. They lease them or they rent them, and most of them are tied into triple net leases, which means that if there is an increase in the property tax, they will have to pick that up. And I think that maybe in another point in time, with a proposition that's more thoughtfully laid out, I might be able to support it. But I can't support Proposition 15 as it's drafted now, and I will be supporting the motion on the floor in opposition to Proposition 15. Any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll? We have a motion by Vice Chairman Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Jacob, to oppose Proposition 15.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, no.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. We've had a long day, and I don't want to make it any longer. I think what we'll do is we'll continue the adjournments in memory that were on the agenda today to pick those up tomorrow. We do have a need to go into closed session for one item on our closed session agenda. I'm told it probably won't take more than 15 or 20 minutes, but because we have some outside attorneys that have been waiting, I think if we can get that off the agenda today, that would be very helpful. So we will stand adjourned. We'll reconvene at 5:15 to deal with item, I think it's item L on the closed session agenda. This meeting is adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. This meeting is adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll be dealing with the land use issues and the adjournments in memory. Is there anything else we need to cover, Mr. Potter?
Mr. Chairman, there's not. Thank you.
Okay, we will stand adjourned then till 9 a.m. on Wednesday, September 16th.
Board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 35 on today's agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out at the start of the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, September 16th, 2020.